Chapter 534. Li Zhaoda stroked his long beard and said, "Once the situation in the southwest falls into chaos, it will become a huge threat to the empire. Now that the imperial court is sending troops to the western regions, we cannot push them too far. Otherwise, if the barbarians defect to Tubo or Nanzhao, the situation will become even more out of control. The Southwest has always been a complicated place with many different races living together. Restraining them is the most suitable policy there. Thus, it is better to pacify them than to suppress them." According to Yang Fan's words, the barbarians rebelled because they were threatened and extorted. Thus, it is better to pacify them. I believe that as long as the culprit is punished, the resentment of the barbarians will be resolved. Your Majesty should issue a decree to punish Huang Jingrong and order the officials of Jiannan to pacify the situation. Wu Zetian glanced at Li Zhaoda and asked, "Chancellor Li is also stationed in the capital like me. How do you know that the situation in Jiannan is as Yang Fan said? If my judgment is wrong and the barbarians are really plotting a rebellion, they might have already colluded with Tubo and Nanzhao. If the imperial court's troops are delayed, Wang Xiaoji's return route to the east will be cut off." Li Zhaoda said calmly, "The two of them have their reasons. It is difficult for me to distinguish right from wrong based on their memorials. However, if I look at the memorials from the officials of Jiannan, I believe that the truth will be clear." Wu Zetian was getting on in years, and her energy was waning. She no longer cared about the affairs of the empire. Ever since she had two handsome men, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, she indulged herself in pleasures and became even less concerned about the affairs of the empire. When Li Zhaoda mentioned the memorials from the officials of Jiannan, Wu Zetian had no recollection of it at all. She couldn't help but look at Shanghai Wanner. Shanghai Wanner said, "The memorials that Chancellor Li mentioned were sent to the capital a few days ago. The sage has already reviewed them. Wanner, take a look." Shang Wanwer searched for a while and found a few memorials to the throne. She handed them to Wu Zetian. The one at the top was from Zhang Jianji, the provincial governor of Feng Province. In the memorial, Zhang Jianji accused Huang Jingrong of extorting the local authorities, accepting bribes, and slaughtering the innocent. In order to obtain benefits, he accused the barbarian leaders of treason and threatened them in the name of the imperial court, forcing them to contribute their wealth. The memorials also mentioned that Huang Jingrong had detained the leaders of the barbarians and would only release them after receiving contributions. It also mentioned that the leaders of two small tribes had not made any contributions and had been accused of being accomplices in the rebellion and had been executed. In the end, Zhang Jianji said in his memorial that the Southwest barbarians were valiant and the common people worshipped martial arts. Huang Jingrong's actions had caused the tribes to be filled with resentment. If he did not issue an imperial edict to reprimand her and order her to repent, he feared that there would be unforeseen consequences. Seeing this, Wu Zetian suddenly had an impression. She had indeed seen such a memorial a few days ago, but she had not paid much attention to it at that time. Instead, she felt that Zhang Jianji's words were overboard. She was the one who promoted Zhang Jianji to the capital and made him the Ren Huang of the Phoenix Pavilion. She didn't expect him to refuse her edicts. In a rage, Wu Zetian drove him out of the capital. Since then, she didn't have a good impression of him. In addition, the censor was responsible for supervising the officials. He stood on the opposite side of the officials and wasn't well liked. She didn't care about the censor's impeachment. The censor didn't care about the military and didn't govern the government. In her opinion, it wouldn't cause any harm. If the officials were to speak up for the censor, it would be really dangerous, especially since Zhang Jianji was a local official and Huang Jingrong was the censor from the capital. Their positions were very different. As an official, Zhang Jianji was concerned about the stability of the area under his jurisdiction and the interests of the local authorities. On the other hand, when the imperial court's officials left the capital, they were naturally in conflict with the local officials. With this in mind, Wu Zetian did not take Zhang Jianji's words to heart. She only thought that he was bluffing to chase Huang Jingrong away. He did not want Huang Jingrong to cause trouble in his territory for him to clean up after. Now that she looked at Zhang Jianji's memorial, Wu Zetian had a different opinion. Wu Zetian then looked at the other memorials. They were all memorials by Zhang Jianji to impeach Huang Jingrong. Although the words were much milder than Zhang Jianji's, the meaning was more or less the same. Moreover, Huang Jingrong was indeed a tyrant in Jiannan, and there were plenty of evidence that could be used against him. Most of these memorials were filled with examples, and the more Wu Zetian read, the angrier she became. She could not help but ask, "Who is the current Jiannan observer?" Li Zhaoda bowed and answered, "He is the supervising censor, Pei Huaigu." In the early days of the Tang dynasty, the imperial court would send out emissaries from time to time to supervise the various provinces and prefectures and counties. Their names were not fixed, such as the interviewing envoy, observing envoy, supervising envoy, inspecting envoy, or Jidushi observing and disposing envoy. Now, that Pei Huaigu is the observer of Jiannan. He is equivalent to the highest-ranking official in the province. Wu Zetian said, "Send an imperial edict to Pei Huaigu on a fast horse, ordering him to head to Yao province to appease the barbarians." On the day the edict arrives, Huang Jingrong is to be stripped of his position as the imperial envoy. Li Zhaoda stood up and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The reason why Wu Zetian did not give this task to Yang Fan was because she had her own considerations. Firstly, Pei Huaigu is the highest-ranking official in Jiannan. The rebellion in Jiannan is part of his responsibility, and it is only natural for him to be in charge of it. Bypassing him and sending an official from the capital would require constant communication with the capital and the local officials. Moreover, the official from the capital is not familiar with the local situation, and it is hard to avoid trouble. On the other hand, Yang Fan is the patrol envoy of Zhu Daolu, and he is not only in charge of Jiannan. How long would it take for the rebellion of Jiannan Path to be pacified through negotiations? What were the follow-up developments and the series of aftermath after the rebellion was pacified? All of these would require a lot of time. It was impossible for Yang Fan to stay in Yao province to deal with this matter. This was especially so after what had happened. Wu Zetian hoped that through his supervision, she could understand the situation of the other imperial censors. Furthermore, Yang Fan and Huang Jingrong are on opposing sides. While Wu Zetian is 80% convinced of Yang Fan's words, Huang Jingrong's words are not without reason. The censor reported that Zhu Daolu showed signs of rebellion, and the imperial court sent people to investigate. Indeed, there was a rebellion there. Did this imperial envoy force the barbarians to rebel? Or did the barbarians have the intention to rebel? Wu Zetian had some misgivings about this. If she let Huang Jingrong's archenemy investigate him, she would not be able to find out anything even if there were any questions. With these considerations, Wu Zetian decided to send another high-ranking official to quell the rebellion in Yaozhou. This was to ensure that she could find out the truth behind the barbarians' rebellion. Receiving the imperial edict, Li Zhaoda cupped his hands and left. Wu Zetian picked up Zhang Jianji's memorial and read it again. She said thoughtfully, "This man is capable. If he is loyal to me, he will be a useful person." Wan'er said, "Zhang Jianji is over 70 years old and has passed the age of ruling the country. He is mature and experienced in handling matters. During Huang Jingrong's trip to the southwest, he was able to foresee that something bad would happen. As expected, he is an experienced and sincere person who plots for the country. If the sage wants to use him, just use him. Currently, only Minister Li is the sage's right-hand man in the court." Wu Zetian was moved. She thought for a moment and said, "Put him aside for now. When the matter in Jiannan is over, we will change him to another place and observe him." Wan'er bowed and said, "Yes, Wan'er will remember it." Brother Yang is back. A few white man girls who were cooking in the camp shouted when they saw several horses galloping over. One of them was Yang Fan. Sun Er, who was squatting and adding firewood to the stove, stood up and looked at the horses. Yang Fan galloped over on his horse. His head was wrapped in a white bun, and he was wearing a white button-down shirt. He was wearing a pair of wide blue trousers with a belt that dragged his beard. He was dressed like a white barbarian man. This white man attire not only made him handsome, confident, and in high spirits, but also gave Sun Er a sense of familiarity. As he came closer, Sun Er could clearly see the scabbard that her father gave him on his waist, as well as a small pouch embroidered with a picture of bees picking flowers on the other side of his waist. The small pouch bounced up and down on Yang Fan's body as he galloped on the horse. A sweet smile immediately appeared on Sun Er's face. Her dimples seemed to be filled with wine. That small pouch was sewn by her carefully. Originally, she was worried that Yang Fan would not accept it. Now that she saw that he really hung the pouch on his waist, her heart was naturally happy. Yang Fan, Gao Qingshan, and the others stopped their horses. Sun Er immediately went forward and held the reins of Yang Fan's horse. There were several knights beside her, but her eyes were only looking at Yang Fan. She asked with concern, "Brother Yang, how is the matter? Do they agree?" Yang Fan tilted his leg and jumped down from his horse. He smiled and said, "Do you think they like to fight? I have an imperial edict on me. They can't not believe it." After I explained a reason to them, they set up camp on the spot. They promised me that as long as you don't attack, they won't move a single soldier and will quietly wait for orders. Don't worry, Huang Jingrong's external help has been cut off. She is now a turtle in a jar. Yang Fan smiled and patted the neck of his horse. He then asked Sun Er, "Where are the two chieftains?" Hearing him mention Meng Zhizhu, the sweet smile on Sun Er's face disappeared. She replied in a low voice, "The mountain has sent people to surrender. They are currently receiving the envoys sent by Wen Hao." "Oh." Yang Fan's expression changed. He said, "I'll go take a look." Yang Fan quickly rushed to Sun Qi's tent. Sun Er looked at his back and wanted to say something, but stopped. She hesitated and did not follow him in the end. Before Sun Er went to the White River stronghold, she knew that her father had betrothed her to Meng Zhizhu. At that time, she did not feel anything special. When a girl grew up, she would eventually have to marry someone. With her background and bloodline, the only path in the future was to marry to Nanzhao or Tubo to become a princess, or to become the wife of some influential person. Otherwise, she would become the wife of some chieftain or headman. Meng Zhizhu was actually a very good choice. His identity and status were very high. Wu Man was not like the royal families of Nanzhao and Tubo, who had so many rules to restrict her. Moreover, Meng Zhizhu was not very old. If he married another influential person, it was very likely that the other party would already be in their 50s or 60s. Most importantly, Meng Zhizhu was famous in all the large tribes in Yao Prefecture. He was a famous hero. Which girl did not love a hero? Sun Er had also heard of his name. Therefore, Sun Er did not have any objections to her father's decision. She was not particularly happy, but she was also not sad. But who would have thought that she would meet Yang Fan in the White River stronghold? In fact, she was very clear that she could not marry Yang Fan. She was a barbarian princess. It was impossible for her to become a concubine of a Han official. Her family would not agree, and Yang Fan had also never expressed his love for her. However, love did not know where it came from. It just happened. Sun Er deceived herself and enjoyed the feeling of secretly liking a man. She did not want to think about the result, nor did she want to think about separation. However, there were some things that she could not avoid. Looking at Yang Fan's back, her heart was empty, and she felt a sense of loss. Chapter 535. When Yang Fan arrived near Xuanqi's tent, he saw a few people being escorted out of the camp by the barbarian soldiers. Yang Fan glanced at them and confirmed from their clothes that they were people sent by the Wen tribe. He knew that the messengers had already left, so he was no longer in a hurry. He slowed down his pace and walked over slowly. The curtains of the tent were raised high. When Yang Fan walked in, he saw Xuanqi and Meng Zhizhu sitting behind a low table, discussing something in low voices. When they saw Yang Fan come in, the two of them hurriedly stood up and asked Yang Fan. They only relaxed when they learned that the imperial court's troops had already set up camp and were prepared to watch the battle between the four great tribes of Yao Province. After Yang Fan finished explaining the situation of his mission, He asked, I heard that when Hao and Yun Xian sent messengers. What do they want to talk about? Xuanqi said they sent people to negotiate peace. They said that Wan Hao and Yun Xian are willing to compensate the black and white tribes with 500 mountain goats and 100 water buffaloes as compensation for their provocation and starting a war. At the same time, they will resign from their positions as the governor of Yao province and are willing to form an alliance of brothers with the black and white tribes. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow and said with a mocking smile, other than the 500 mountain goats and 100 buffaloes, the rest are all empty promises. They have to resign from their positions whether they want to or not. Do they think they can continue working if they don't ask to resign? As for forming an alliance of brothers, is there anything else? What do they say about Huang Jingrong? Meng Zhizhu sneered. They actually want to protect Huang Jingrong. After all, they were the ones who organized this together. It doesn't matter if they suffer a small loss now. As long as they can protect Huang Jingrong, it's like they have a knife hanging over our heads. No one knows when we'll cut down. Yang Fan smiled. Since Chieftain Zhizhu has already seen through this, I presume that he will not agree to their demands. Xuanqi said in a low voice, That's right. We also put forward 2 demands. First, they have to be responsible for inviting the chieftains of Yao province to publicly apologize to the black and white tribes. Second, Huang Jingrong must die. Otherwise, there was no room for discussion. Either they hand over Huang Jingrong's head, or they hand her over. Meng Zhizhu stroked his chin and muttered, They definitely won't kill him. I'm worried that they won't even hand him over. If they defend the mountain and stubbornly delay us until the imperial court comes out to rescue us, relying on the principle of protecting the imperial envoy, regardless of whether this imperial envoy is guilty or not, whether he deserves to die or not, they can still obtain the imperial court's good graces. Yang Fan said, Therefore, we can negotiate, but the momentum of attacking the mountain must not be slowed down because of this. Instead, it must be strengthened. We need to force them to give in before the imperial court intervenes. Chieftains, please send people to chase after their messengers. Tell them that the imperial court's reinforcements have already maintained a neutral stance. They no longer have any outside help. If they do not surrender, there is no other way. Kaori asked, Are you certain that the imperial court will send people to mediate and not send more troops? Yang Fan said, Is 70% sure enough? Kaori was still thinking about it when Meng Zhizhu slammed the table and stood up. If there is a 50% chance, then it's worth it. I will go to the front of the mountain to supervise the battle. I just need to beat them until they feel pain. Beat them until they're blind and go to school. I won't admit defeat. Meng Zhizhu said. Then, like a bull, he rushed out with loud footsteps. The sounds of battle in front of the mountain shook the heavens, causing the windows of Wan Hao's old residence to tremble. Wan Hao was an official in Yao province, but it was impossible for his tribe to change their original way of life just because he became an official. They still lived in their own strongholds, farming, herding, and fishing. If things continued like this, after a few generations, Wan Hao's family would become a real official's family. They would lose the influence they had over the tribes under their command, and those headmen who had been managing the villages for the Wan family for several generations would become the new masters of the villages. Feng Province's governor Luo Shu Dao was such an example. But the Wan clan had only been the governor of Yao Province for a little over 20 years. During this time, they had been abolished several times, so their roots were still in the mountains and in the strongholds. They had not lost control of their tribe yet. This stronghold was the main stronghold of the Wan clan. It had a permanent population of 3,000 people, but now 20 to 30,000 people had moved in. Because it was a relatively large stronghold, the terrain was not dangerous. It was impossible for a large tribe with thousands of people to live in a place that was too dangerous, because the living environment in such a place was too harsh. Under normal circumstances, a stronghold with a large population would have a stronger ability to protect itself, so there was no need to choose such a dangerous place. It was not common to be surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers like this. No one would be prepared for danger in times of peace. In order to deal with this kind of large-scale war that only happened once every few hundred years, their entire clan would live in a remote place year after year, day after day. However, this point had now become the biggest weakness of the stronghold. If the terrain was not dangerous enough, they would not be able to take advantage of the terrain to build a sturdy defense. The enemy could attack from all directions. The lush forest around the stronghold had become the enemy's best cover and materials that could be used to attack the stronghold at any time. In such an environment, the warriors of the black barbarians and white barbarians who were used to fighting in the jungle were like fish in water. There was no intense scene of the usual offensive and defensive battles, where people were like ants surrounding each other. Even if there was a direct battle, it was only the clansmen who controlled the narrow valley and fought with the white barbarians and black barbarians who attacked. As for the barbarian soldiers in the forest who launched sneak attacks, it was enough to make the entire stronghold feel like an enemy, but there was almost no way to deal with them. Attacks from the outside were fine, but food and drink for 30,000 people was a big problem, which stronghold would store so much military rations. Moreover, they had hurriedly fled back from the attack on the White River stronghold. They had barely brought a few days' worth of rations with them. Now, they completely relied on the stronghold to provide them. There was no solution to the rations problem, and the morale of the army was extremely slack. Previously, he had already retreated once at Yaozhou. Afterwards, he had borrowed the power of the court's reinforcements to fight his way back to Yaozhou. This time, he had attacked the White River stronghold for a long time without success. In the end, he only heard that Yaozhou had fallen and that Xuanxi had chased after him, so he fled back to his stronghold. His power was originally inferior to the white barbarians and also inferior to the black barbarians. This gave everyone a feeling that the black and white barbarians were undefeatable. The soldiers were trapped in the stronghold. They didn't know if the black and white barbarians had split up to attack the strongholds that belonged to them. The soldiers who had rushed over from the stronghold were worried about their families. So how could they fight in peace? After a few days of fierce attacks, there had been a large number of casualties in the stronghold. Many people in the stronghold were related to him, so they often came over to cry for their sons, husbands, nephews, and second cousins. This caused Wenhao's heart to be in turmoil. These problems aside, more importantly, the tens of thousands of soldiers in the stronghold were not all his soldiers. At least a third of them were Yun Xian's men. Yun Xian had been full of ambition at the beginning, and Wenhao had only made up his mind because he had been bewitched by Yun Xian. Now, Yun Xian was the first to feel regret. It was his idea to repeatedly urge Wenhao to send an envoy down the mountain to negotiate for peace. So annoying, so annoying. Wenhao sighed heavily and paced back and forth in the hall. His face was dark, and the servants had long been scared away by him. No one dared to look for trouble at this time. Governor One, our envoy has returned. The leaves of a fruit tree that was dotted with green oranges swayed as Yun Xian rushed over. The surroundings of the hall were filled with ornamental flowers and fruit trees. Yun Xian had ignored the path and had actually come directly under the fruit tree. It was clear that he was in a hurry. Wenhao raised his head and saw one of his trusted stewards that he had sent down the mountain hurriedly walk over from the gravel path. Ever since Huang Jingrong had arrived at the stronghold, he had lost his appetite for food and was not used to living. What pained him the most was that the treasures he had collected along the way and the delicate beauties had all been thrown away in Yao State City. He did not know which bastard had taken advantage of them. Now that Wu Man and Bai Man had surrounded the stronghold and said that they wanted to take his life, Huang Jingrong was so scared that he could not sit still. He had heard early in the morning that Wenhao had sent people down the mountain to negotiate for peace, but there had been no reply. Huang Jingrong could not sit still and hurriedly came to find Wenhao to ask for news. Wenhao did not mistreat him and still treated him as an honored guest when he arrived at the stronghold. He stayed in the back residence of Wenhao's home. After going around 2 small paths and passing through a thicket of fruit trees, he was about to reach the hall when he suddenly heard Wenhao's exasperated shout from behind the trees in front of him. What? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huang Jingrong hurriedly lightened his footsteps and quietly crept over. He stood behind a wall of trees and listened attentively. When he heard the contents of Wen Hao and Yun Xian's discussion, Huang Jingrong could not help but be frightened out of his wits. Yang Fan, that scourge, had already stopped the reinforcement from the 3 provinces from helping the stronghold. Yang Fan, the Yao state, Governor Zhang Jianji, and many other officials of the imperial court had already written to the imperial court to impeach him. Sun Qi and Meng Zhizhu had already sent messengers to Luoyang to apologize to the Son of Heaven and explain the reason for their rebellion. Sun Qi and Meng Zhizhu had already proposed the terms of the peace talks. They had a hand over Huang Jingrong's head, otherwise there would be no room for discussion. Each and every incident was like a bolt of lightning striking Huang Jingrong's heart, striking him to the point that he lost his wits. He tightly grabbed onto a pillar in the hall, like he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. He stubbornly supported himself and did not allow his body to go limp. He placed his last shred of hope on Wen Hao and Yun Xian. However, the following conversation made him even more frightened. Impossible. How could I do this? Inviting all the chieftains of Yao State to publicly apologize to Sun Qi and Meng Zhizhu is fine. It would only be a loss of prestige. Since the plan to replace them has failed, we brothers in hardship cannot become the largest chieftains of Yao State and cannot become the military governor and provincial governor. There is no harm in lowering our heads. However, how can we offer up Huang Jingrong's head? If we kill Huang Jingrong and hand over his head, we will be going back on our word and selling out our friends in order to survive. What we will lose is no longer face, but the hearts of the people. From now on, we can no longer hope for a tribe to be willing to ally with us. We will be alone in Yao State. Wen Hao's face was ashen and twisted to a frightening degree. Brother Yun, you are a smart person. Could it be that you cannot see how sinister Sun Qi's move is? If we do this, we will no longer have a place in Yao State. Chapter 536. Yun Xian's voice had the desolation of a hero past his prime. Brother One, do we have a choice? He sat down dejectedly on the stone bench and said sadly, if Yang Fan is not dead, the imperial court will definitely know the truth. You do not need to deny it. Just look at Huang Jingrong's attitude of wanting to kill that Yang Fan. As long as this person is alive, he will definitely ruin his plans. What does it mean for the imperial court to know the truth? He raised his head to look at Wen Hao and said in despair, this means that you and I have no one to rely on. No reinforcements will come. No one will stand up for us. What else can you and I do? Those with ambition did not necessarily have the corresponding courage and talent. Some people with ambition succeeded, but even more people with ambition had no talent, harming others and themselves in the end. Yun Xian was precisely such a person. At the beginning, when Hao had been hesitant about using the power of the imperial court to force the black and white man to rebel, it was Yun Xian who had persisted. Now that the situation was not good, he was the first to regret his cowardice. Wen Hao said sadly, at the beginning I did not want to respond, but you were stubborn. Now that we have lowered our heads, other than being deserted by our own people, what else can we do? Yun Xian heard his hesitation and his eyes lit up. How can it not be? If we admit defeat now, we can at least preserve our strength. That way, even if you and I do not have a chance to replace him, what about our sons, grandchildren? In a few hundred years, who will remember what you and I have done today? What we are fighting for is not our momentary glory, but whose family will become the strongest power in Yao province in the future. If we do not agree to their conditions, once our elites are eaten up by them, do you think the other tribes will not follow suit and swallow us up? If Sun Qi and Meng Zhizhu are not good enough, they can go to Tubo or Nanjiao. What about us? They're a barrier outside of us. We cannot borrow the power of any one of them. We are finished. Wen Hao heavily punched the stone table. Blood seeped out of his hand, but he did not seem to feel it at all. Right now, he was extremely regretful. Regret was like a venomous snake biting at his heart. Yun Xian jumped in fright at his actions. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, if you really do not agree to let us kill him, then how about we hand him over? Wen Hao said in a deep voice, What's the difference between this and us killing him with our own hands? Yin Xian's eyelids drooped as he thought gloomily. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said excitedly, "I've got it. I have a plan that will allow us to satisfy their demands without causing our reputations to be ruined." Wen Hao said, "What is it? Tell me." Yin Xian stood up excitedly and told Wen Hao his idea. Wen Hao's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he happily said, "This plan seems feasible." Huang Jingrong was standing behind the wall of trees, listening to the two of them discussing how to kill him. He was so angry that he felt like his liver was going to explode. He clenched his fists and wanted to jump out and scold them. But before he could take a step, he suddenly remembered that he had been abandoned by the two of them. This was not the time for him to show his power. If he jumped out, he was afraid that the two of them would kill him. Huang Jingrong rolled her eyes, gritted her teeth, and quietly retreated to the backyard. Normally, when attacking a city, other than working together from the inside and launching sneak attacks, there was nothing more than burning with fire, splashing with water, collapsing the city walls through the expansion and contraction of heat, digging deep holes in the ground to sneak into the city, or using scaling ladders and ramming logs. But in this mountain, all of these methods were useless. The main thing was to fight, charge, and countercharge. It was just that because the terrain was different, it was impossible to carry out a large-scale battle, so the scale of the battle was relatively small. But to these soldiers, such a battle was unprecedentedly intense. Arrows flew in all directions, bamboo javelins were tossed out as if they were worthless, and the rocks they casually grabbed could be used as weapons. Every single step forward was a path of blood opened up with their bodies of flesh and blood. There was no military discipline here, and there was no order to advance or retreat. No matter if it was attacking or retreating, the orders could not be made clear. The entire battle was spread out over the mountains and plains. Often, after an order was given here, it would take a long time before the soldiers scattered in the mountains, bushes, and forests understood the intentions of their commander through the reactions of others. Especially for the individual soldiers scattered in the jungle, their environment was even more dangerous. The battle between them was not extremely bloody and heroic, but it always kept people in a state of tension. You didn't know whether an arrow would suddenly be shot from the bushes, whether a bamboo spear would suddenly be thrown from a tree, whether a hole full of bamboo thorns would suddenly collapse, and you couldn't be sure whether a group of enemies would suddenly appear out of nowhere. This kind of battle, where one had to keep one's spirit at all times, was more torturous than the battle on the battlefield, where one could clearly distinguish between the enemy and one's own side, and it was easier for people to collapse. Many people became nervous because of this. Their comrades were killed by various insidious killing methods, and they were full of anger. Even if they suddenly encountered a small group of enemies, they would rather abandon their weapons and surrender to kill them all. On the rugged mountain path, there were countless corpses. Some had purple faces and bulging eyes because they had been hit by poisoned arrows. Some had been pierced by bamboo spears, but because of the support of the bamboo spears, their bodies were still bent over. Some had been hacked to death by swords, and some had their brains split open in a scuffle. The hands of the deceased were still tightly gripping stones stained with red and white substances. Even those who were used to seeing death were shocked when they saw this. Wen Hao had sent out another messenger. This battle could not continue. If they continued, the black and white barbarians would suffer heavy casualties, but the morale of the soldiers was low, and the mountain stronghold lacked food and reinforcements. The messenger waved a white flag and descended the mountain. Although the soldiers were already in a killing frenzy, they still maintained a shred of clarity when faced with the messenger who waved the white flag and did not attack them. Very quickly, a small leader discovered the situation and sent a few bodyguards to escort them down the mountain. However, the battle on the slope continued. When Xuanqi heard the messenger's words, he could not help but laugh. Ha ha! Wen Hao and Yin Xian have really embarrassed the men at Yaozhou. How could they think of such a method? Wen Hao's messenger's face alternated between red and white. This shameless idea had indeed come from his master, and he could not refute it. Meng Zhizhu tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said with a faint smile, "Wonderful. Wonderful. First, let the two sides formally negotiate, then have us capture and kill Huang Jingrong. In this way, Huang Jingrong's death will at most be because they did not protect her well. However, the negotiations were already agreed upon by the four tribes, and it concerns the interests of the four tribes. The death of an outsider like Huang Jingrong will naturally not affect the negotiations. This is Wen Hao and Yun Xian's decision to look at the big picture. It seems like we are the ones who seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Xuanqi's face darkened, and he shouted, "Wishful thinking. We will not agree. Go back and tell Wen Hao that if he wants to surrender, then surrender. Don't be so wishy-washy. Huang Jingrong is the main culprit behind the war between the four tribes, and she must be handed over. Otherwise, we can only fight to the death." "Wait," Yang Fan interrupted with a smile. "In order to extort money from Yao Prefecture, Huang Jingrong kidnapped the leader of Xuanqi's tribe. In Yao Prefecture, in order to create trouble and gain favor from the imperial court, she also instigated the Wen and Yun tribes to provoke the two chieftains, inciting the war between the four tribes. It can be said that there are new and old grudges, personal hatred, and hatred for the tribes. Chieftain Xuanqi, killing her out of righteousness, is not shameful. If the war continues, we are naturally not afraid, but so many brave warriors have already sacrificed their lives. Although the plans of Chieftains Wen and Yun are despicable for the sake of the brave warriors of the tribes, why should the two chieftains be calculative? Justice is in the hearts of the people." Meng Zhizhu said, Since Imperial Envoy Yang has said so, I think there is no harm in agreeing to them." The current Yang Fan was not the Yang Fan of the White River Stronghold. Now, the initiative was in his hands, and the outcome of the chaos in Yao Prefecture rested on his shoulders. His attitude would determine whether Yao Prefecture's future would be war or peace. Meng Zhizhu and Xuanqi could not ignore his opinion. "All right, since Imperial Envoy Yang has said so," Xuanqi glared at Wen Hao's messenger and said, "Why haven't you gone back and told your chieftain to prepare early?" Yes. The messenger was overjoyed. The battle was still going on in the mountains, and with every moment they were delayed, who knew how many more people would die? His three sons were also warriors among them. Once he received the reply, he did not want to wait a moment longer. He hurriedly bowed to Yang Fan and the others. "Many thanks to the benevolent Imperial Envoy. Many thanks to the magnanimous Chieftain Xuanqi and Chieftain Zhizhu." Yang Fan smiled, but did not say anything. If they continued to fight, Wen Hao and Yun Xian would be crippled. Keeping these two ambitious people alive might not be a bad thing for the court, and it might also not be a bad thing for Xuanqi and Zhizhu. The Black and White Man had already formed an alliance. Not only did they have the friendship of war, but they also had the relationship of father-in-law and son-in-law. If the third and fourth ranked tribes in Yao Prefecture were to fall, their territory and influence would definitely rise to another level. A person's ambition and desire would continuously grow along with their strength. At that time, it might be a bad thing for the court, the Black and White Man, or the White Man. In the mountain stronghold, in the back garden of the Wen family's ancestral home, Huang Jingrong's face was green, and the muscles on his cheeks were tightly stretched. He looked at the two servants in front of him. These two were his attendants that he had brought with him from the capital. They were originally fierce and aggressive ruffians in the marketplace. Huang Jingrong said, "This official has already said what needs to be said. Right now, we are grasshoppers on the same rope. I can't jump off, and you can't jump off. If we live together. If we die together. This is the result. The method that this official has just mentioned is the only way for us to survive. Have you two thought it through? Are you going to do it or not?" Chapter 537. Just now, Wen Hao and Yun Xian had excitedly rushed over to find Huang Jingrong and told him that after many rounds of discussion, Xuanqi and Zhizhu had basically agreed to their terms of compensation. The two imperial envoys, Imperial Censor Huang and Yang Longzhong, would act as mediators, and the two sides would formally hold negotiations. If the negotiations were successful, they would swear an oath of blood and form an alliance of brothers, never to violate each other again. Wen Hao and Yun Xian spoke as if there really was such a thing. Wen Hao was responsible for reporting the process and results of the contact between the two parties, while Yun Xian seemed to be dissatisfied with such a compromise. He would even grumble from time to time, making Wen Hao's words sound more believable. Unfortunately, Huang Jingrong had already eavesdropped on their discussion. She only sneered inwardly, but pretended to believe them. She even pretended to be dissatisfied and reprimanded them. After the two explained their difficulties in every possible way, she reluctantly agreed. After Wen Hao and Yun Xian left Huang Jingrong's residence, they let out a long sigh of relief. They were really tired from acting like this. Huang Jingrong had been acting with them and seemed to be exhausted. After seeing the two of them off, he returned to his room and sat down. After pondering for a long time, he called his two bodyguards and hid in the back garden. Huang Jingrong had learned her lesson from Wen Hao and Yun Xian. She purposely chose a small pagoda that looked down from a high vantage point. There were no trees in the surroundings to prevent eavesdropping on the walls. Huang Jingrong had already thought about it carefully. He could not openly break off relations with Wen Hao and Yun Xian. Now that he was in Wen Hao's stronghold, he was like a piece of meat on Wen Hao's chopping board. If he openly broke off relations, he would definitely die. It was also impossible to escape. He had already heard that the Wu Man warriors were all over the jungle around the village. Even the soldiers in the village who were also good at jungle warfare would have a slim chance of survival if they went out, let alone a scholar like him who had only visited famous mountains and did not know what a real jungle was. However, he did not want to die. He did not want to sit and wait for death. He wanted to live, so he had to rely on Wen Hao and Yun Xian to protect him. However, these two people had already decided to abandon him. What should he do? He could only think of a way to tie Wen Hao and Yun Xian to his chariot and fight for him wholeheartedly. This was the only way to survive. Therefore, after Huang Jingrong called the two attendants in front of her, she frankly told them about the current dangerous situation. According to his story, he was certainly going to die, and his two followers were not going to be spared either. Although Huang Jingrong was trying to make the two of them work for him wholeheartedly, he wasn't lying. If the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let his two followers return to the capital alive and tell them what they saw with their own eyes. When the two lackeys heard Huang Jingrong's words, their faces immediately paled. Not a single trace of blood could be seen. When Qin Wuyang was 12 years old, he killed people in the downtown area. No one dared to disobey him. However, when he arrived at King Qin's main hall, his face was pale and his body was trembling. Fighting in the streets and alleys required the courage of a hot-blooded man and the anger of an ordinary man. It was incomparable to the courage and boldness that Huang Jingrong wanted them to do. This Huang's life is in your hands. If this matter succeeds, when you return to the capital, this official will guarantee you a prosperous future. If it doesn't work, I'll die here, and the two of you won't be able to live either. If you can think through the pros and cons, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Huang Jingrong smiled and said, I'm also afraid of death. That's why I'm fighting. What do you guys think? The two attendants looked at each other. One of them gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Sticking our heads out is a knife. Pulling our heads back is also a knife. If we go all out, we might still have a chance of survival. Let's do it. Huang Jingrong was overjoyed. She quickly stood up and held their hands. She asked warmly, What are your names? Although the two of them had been by Huang Jingrong's side ever since they left the capital, Huang Jingrong had never asked for their names. Usually, she would only greet them with, Come in. Huang Jingrong could still vaguely remember their surnames, but she didn't know their names at all. The two of them respectively replied, My surname is Luo. My name is Luo Mengyi. My surname is Li. My name is Li Shichen. Good. Huang Jingrong nodded heavily and said, If we die in the future, you and I will be ghosts in the same cave. If we live in the future, we will be brothers with different surnames. The two attendants who were born ruffians were so excited that their faces were red. Because of Huang Jingrong's respect and promise, they felt a little like a gentleman who would die for a bosom friend. They stopped fighting, looking at the peaceful atmosphere in the stockade village, and feeling the reactions of the people around him. Wen Hao felt that his choice was correct. On an open field in front of the mountain, a large shed was built using bamboo and wood. The bamboo craftsmen were clever and dexterous. In just half a day, they had built a large hut. The roof was covered with green weeds, and the bottom of the hut was very cool. Soon after, someone dragged over bamboo mats, felt blankets, a few tables, and a large bowl for blood sacrifice. Wine jars were piled up beside the hut. Not far away, a few pits were dug, and a few whole sheep were hung into them. The meat was not yet cooked, but the smell of the meat was already filling the air. This location was very good. If Wen Hao wanted to arrange a sneak attack, they would have to come down from that mountain path. From here, they could see it clearly. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the people in the hut would have already left on horses. Similarly, if Xuanqi wanted to ambush them, other than one side of the mountain, the other three sides could be seen at a glance. Before the troops arrived, Wen Hao and the others could retreat up the mountain. The commanders of both sides had not arrived yet, but they had each sent a head steward with more than 10 people. They were responsible for arranging the venue, and they were also responsible for checking whether the other side was secretly playing tricks. A bamboo pole was erected on the ground as a sundial. The shadow gradually overlapped with the pole, and then it tilted towards the east. When it was 3 steps away, a group of people appeared on the mountain. On the ground, there was also a group of galloping horses in this direction. Standing on the hillside, they could clearly see the group of galloping horses. When they saw that there were no more than 20 or 30 horses, Wen Hao and the others felt relieved and continued down the mountain. The hut was large enough, with a radius of 5 or 6 feet. It was propped up by bamboo poles as thick as the mouth of a bowl. There were 2 long tables under the hut. On the left side sat Xuanqi, Meng Zhizhu, and the 2 big-headed men of the Black and White Man. On the right side sat Wen Hao, Yin Xian, the 2 chieftains, and the big-headed men of the Wan and Yun tribes. Originally, Meng Zhizhu did not want to fall behind by man in anything. He liked to compete with by man the most. For example, when he went to Yao Prefecture to pay his respects to the imperial envoy, Meng Zhizhu, who was already halfway there, immediately returned home and went with someone else. But now it was different. He was the son-in-law of Xuanqi, and the 2 elders of the Black and White Man were no less respected than Zhong Yuan. With his father-in-law sitting at the head of the table, he couldn't even let out a fart. At the head of the 2 long tables were 2 short tables. Those were the seats for the 2 imperial envoys, Huang Jingrong and Yang Fan. The 2 of them were the imperial envoys of the Great Zhou, but now they were wearing the clothes of the local natives. Huang Jingrong's clothes had been left in Yao Prefecture City. The clothes that she was originally wearing had long since become tattered after the escape. Yang Fan did not bring his official robes. He was alone and only brought the official seal and the imperial edict to prove his identity. The rest of his things were with Ma Qiao. When the people from both sides met, they all glared at each other, especially those big-headed people whose strongholds had been severely damaged in the battle. They all gnashed their teeth and looked as if they would draw their blades at the slightest disagreement. Even when Xuanqi and Zhizhu saw Wen Hao and Yun Xian, they looked as if they were enemies, and their eyes reddened when they saw each other. On the other hand, when Yang Fan and Huang Jingrong were at White River Stronghold, Huang Jingrong had personally supervised the battle to take down the stronghold. Her goal was to kill Yang Fan. This time, Yang Fan had besieged Wen Hao's stronghold, and the first condition of the negotiation was to kill Huang Jingrong. The 2 of them had already reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead, but the 2 of them were smiling happily as if they had been good friends for many years. Imperial Censor Huang, please take a seat. No. You and I are both Imperial envoys. Yang Longzhong's position is above this Huang, so he should take a seat first. Ha. In terms of age, this Yang is a junior. If Imperial Censor Huang doesn't sit, how would this Yang dare to sit? Xuanqi, Meng Zhizhu, Wen Hao, Yin Xian, and the group of big-headed people couldn't help but roll their eyes when they saw these 2 people's hypocritical appearances. They silently cursed. You've already shown your blades, but you're still putting on an act when you've met each other. Do you 2 imperial envoys need to be so disgusting? All right, since Yang Longzhong is so courteous, Then this Huang will be generous. Hee hee. Huang Jingrong cupped his hands at Yang Fan and sat down at the head of the table. However, Yang Fan didn't take a seat. He cupped his hands at Huang Jingrong and said, Imperial Censor Huang, back then at White River Stronghold, in order to gain the trust of the soldiers, this Yang had once asked them to bring this Imperial Envoy's official seal to see you. This official seal, can you return it to this official now? As Yang Fan spoke, he cast a glance at Ling Patian, who was standing beside Wen Hao. Huang Jingrong seemed to have just remembered. He slapped his forehead and said, if Yang Longzhong didn't mention it, this Huang would have almost forgotten. Huang Jingrong took out a glistening yellow official seal from his sleeve and handed it over to Yang Fan. Yang Fan verified that there was no mistake and put it away in his sleeve. He bowed to Huang Jingrong again before sitting down beside him. Huang Jingrong naturally wouldn't argue with Yang Fan over a mere official seal. He had already seen how the leaders of both sides were at daggers drawn just now. He was even more certain of his plan. The chieftains and leaders of both sides were filled with hatred, suspicion, and mutual distrust. As long as a little spark was splashed, it would be able to ignite a raging fire. His idea was very feasible. If Huang Jingrong wanted to save his life now, his only chance was to create an assassination on the negotiation table, causing both sides to completely break off their relationship. Yang Fan was someone who had to be killed, but killing one Yang Fan might not necessarily change the situation. He still had to kill an important figure on the other side. Only then could both sides become irreconcilable. As for who to kill, this person could be Kun Shi or Meng Zhizhu. No matter which one it was, as long as this person died, Wen Hao and Yun Xian would have no other choice. Even if they wished they could hack him into pieces, they could only drag him back to the mountains and put up a stubborn resistance. There would be no more room for negotiation. Of course, in a surprise attack, he could also be killed on the spot, but this was already his only chance. Huang Jingrong knew that the precondition for both sides to negotiate was to take his head. He didn't know when Yang Fan's side would prepare to make a move, so he planned to strike first to gain the initiative. The moment both sides sat down, Huang Jingrong opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 538. Yang Fan did not plan on immediately killing Huang Jingrong. The killer could be one of Sun Qi's people, but the cause of his death had to be explained and approved by Wen Hao's side. In other words, Huang Jingrong's death had to be the result of both sides participating in the negotiations. It was not that Yang Fan was too careful, but that he had not gone through the imperial court. As an imperial envoy, Yang Fan had colluded with the local barbarians to kill another imperial envoy. Even if that imperial envoy had 10,000 reasons, once the details were known by the imperial court, it would be a taboo matter. Wen Hao and the others only asked for a truce. They could tacitly allow Yang Fan's side to kill Huang Jingrong and agree to all kinds of conditions, but they would inevitably have other thoughts in the future. So they had to be pulled in as accomplices so that they could not suddenly kill him. There was also no need to suddenly kill him. Even if they gave Huang Jingrong a pair of wings, would he be able to escape? But Yang Fan had never thought that Huang Jingrong would know the plans of both sides. He decided to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Huang Jingrong did not say anything. He raised the cup in his hand and looked around nervously. He was about to say something when the cup suddenly slipped out of his hand. It fell onto the table, and wine splashed everywhere. Everyone looked at him in astonishment, not understanding why this imperial envoy would lose his composure like this. When the cup fell, the two guards standing behind Huang Jingrong moved at the same time. Luo Meng slashed at Yang Fan's head. Li Shiqin threw a throwing knife straight at Meng Zhizhu's throat. Huang Jingrong did not need to say anything. He only needed chaos. As long as Yang Fan and the leader of the barbarians were dead, a vicious battle would immediately erupt between the people present. No one would be able to stop them. Even if both sides were intelligent and could immediately see that this was his plot, Sun Qi and the big-headed man of the barbarians could only use the blood of all the people on the other side to give the Meng clan an explanation. Wen Hao and Yun Xian had no other choice but to harden their hearts and fight to the death with the other side. At that time, He would be far more useful to Wen Hao and Yun Xian side alive than dead. Even if these two people wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood, they would still treat him like an old ancestor. When Yang Fan saw Huang Jingrong accidentally drop the cup, a subtle feeling arose in his heart. Even though accidentally dropping the cup wasn't as effective as throwing the cup as a signal or a loud roar of attack, it was already enough for a Central Plains person like him. Since young, in all kinds of stories, the phrase tossing a cup as a signal was used too much and was too famous. Yang Fan became vigilant and immediately turned his head to look at the two imperial bodyguard behind Huang Jingrong. Huang Jingrong was a scholar. If there was any danger, it would definitely come from these two people behind him. There were 2 rows of long tables, and at the front were 2 horizontal tables. Yang Fan and Huang Jingrong's seats were next to their respective groups of people. Yang Fan sat on the left, and Huang Jingrong sat on the right. Luo Meng, Yi, and Li Shichen stood behind Huang Jingrong. As soon as the cup in Huang Jingrong's hand dropped, the two of them moved at the same time. Luo Meng, Yi unsheathed her knife, and with a crack, a cold light swept towards Yang Fan's neck. Li Shichen stood on the far right, with Luo Meng, Yi beside him, and Huang Jingrong in front of him. His line of sight was obstructed, so it was inconvenient for him to attack Sun Qi, who was sitting on the highest seat on the left. Therefore, he chose to attack Meng Zhizhu. The throwing knife he threw was dipped in poison, and the edge of the knife glowed with a strange blue light. The blue throwing knife flew straight towards Meng Zhizhu, aiming for his throat. Yang Fan became vigilant and slightly tilted his head. Just as he caught a glimpse of a cold light coming down from the corner of his eye, he immediately leaned to the side and fell towards the light of the knife. Luo Mengyi's knife was determined to kill. He also knew that Yang Fan was skilled in martial arts, and he was worried that Yang Fan would dodge after sensing it. So when he slashed with the knife, he held back 30% of his strength. Whether Yang Fan leaned back or leaned to the left, he could adjust the angle of the knife in time and continue to slash. But no matter what, he never thought that Yang Fan would choose to face the knife and fall to the right. This was completely against human instincts. The knife brushed past Huang Jingrong's shoulder and slashed towards Yang Fan's neck. Yang Fan faced the knife on his own initiative, and with 2 movements, he missed the knife by a hair's breadth. Yang Fan's head fell into Huang Jingrong's arms, and the knife whistled past his shoulder. Luo Meng, he was shocked. He had held back 30% of his strength, so he could adjust the angle of the knife, but it was impossible for him to stop the direction of the knife in time and change the direction of the knife to attack in the opposite direction. Luo Meng, he hurriedly lowered his wrist, and the edge of the knife went down. He wanted to cut Yang Fan's leg. His knife was also dipped in poison, so it was enough to just scratch a little bit of Yang Fan's skin. At this time, he realized that Yang Fan did not fall into Huang Jingrong's arms, but rather, he rushed over. At the same time that Yang Fan fell, he exerted force with his feet. Underneath him was a smooth mat, but when he exerted force with his feet, the mat actually moved more than a foot to the left. His body used this force to rush over to Huang Jingrong's arms. Luo Mengyi's knife struck empty air. At the moment that Yang Fan's body rushed out, he was still observing his surroundings, and he saw the throwing knife that Li Shichen had thrown towards Meng Zhizhu. Meng Zhizhu had a body full of valor. In a head-on battle, even a dozen or so brave men would not be able to get close to him. However, he was not proficient in small and nimble movements. Compared to Yang Fan, his attainments in this area could be described as clumsy and slow. Seeing the shining flying knife shooting towards him, Meng Zhizhu wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't immediately react. From an outsider's point of view, he just stared dumbfoundedly at the flying knife shooting towards him, not even dodging. When Yang Fan saw the throwing knife shooting towards Meng Zhizhu, he was also shocked. If Meng Zhizhu was assassinated on the spot, the black man would not let it go. Whether it was out of morality or personal interests, the white man could only choose to advance and retreat together with the black man. The black man and the white man would definitely fight to the death with the Wen and Yun tribes. Perhaps Nanzhao and Tubo would also take the opportunity to invade Yao province, causing chaos in the southwest. All these thoughts happened in a flash. While Yang Fan's body was moving backward, he reached out and brushed the wine cup that Huang Jingrong had left on the table. The wine cup turned into a white light and whizzed forward. Unexpectedly, it arrived first, even though it was launched later. With a ding sound, it hit the handle of the flying knife. Crash! Bang! The distance between Huang Jingrong and the short table in front of her was not big, so it could not accommodate Yang Fan's body. As Yang Fan rushed out, the entire short table flew outwards. At the same time, Huang Jingrong was pushed backwards and crashed into Luo Mengyi's body. Luo Mengyi was unable to stand steadily and took a step back. The wine cup hit the handle of the throwing knife and immediately shattered into several pieces. The throwing knife was hit by the wine cup, and the tip of the knife changed direction. It spun like a wheel and flew from left to right. With a pu sound, it stabbed into the shoulder of one of Wen Xian's men. The man cried out in pain and pressed down on his shoulder. Yang Fan jumped past Huang Jingrong. Seeing that Li Shichen was standing there, Yang Fan conveniently grabbed Li Shichen's ankle and pulled him into his arms. Li Shichen fell out and hit a pillar that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, causing the shed to shake. Although the shed was sturdy and was not knocked down by him, a lot of grass floated down from the roof. It was chaos under the hut. When Yang Fan stood up, the chieftains and headmen of both sides jumped up one after another. They kicked away the table, drew their sabers, and cursed loudly as they were about to charge forward. The dozens of bodyguards waiting outside the tents also drew their sabers and charged into the tents when they saw the commotion under the tents. "Don't fight!" Seeing that a melee was about to break out, Yang Fan leaped into the air and somersaulted in the air, steadily landing in the middle of the two sides who were at daggers drawn. He then shouted in a deep voice, "All of you stop. This matter has nothing to do with Chieftains Wen and Yun. That's right. That's right. It has nothing to do with us. It really has nothing to do with us." Wen Hao's face was pale with fear. In order to show that he had no intention of fighting, he quickly sheathed his sword and raised his hands to explain to Fumi and Meng Zhizhu. "Chieftains, we had no idea at all. We were sincerely trying to make peace and had no idea that he would make a move." Yun Xian raised his sword and charged a Huang Jingrong, shouting in a stern voice, "Bastard, what are you doing? Are you trying to consign my tribe to eternal damnation?" Huang Jingrong was knocked back by Yang Fan's body. Yang Fan's elbow had even struck his nose, causing his nose to bleed and stars to appear before his eyes in pain. He slowly crawled up from the ground and looked at the situation inside the tent. He knew that the situation was hopeless and couldn't help but curse in despair. "You coward! You and Wen Hao are both useless cowards. Why did this imperial envoy choose to cooperate with you in the first place? Even with the help of the imperial court's troops, you were still able to fall to this state and still want to betray this imperial envoy to beg for mercy. Shameless beyond compare. Useless beyond compare." Wen Hao was shocked. "How did you know?" He realized that he had made a slip of the tongue the moment the words left his mouth. He couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Yun Xian flew into a rage out of humiliation and ordered his subordinates that had charged into the tent, "Kill him. Kill him for me." Wen Hao hurriedly explained to Sun Qi and Meng Zhizhu, "Chieftains, this is all Huang Jingrong's doing and has nothing to do with us. Since we have agreed to negotiate, how could we do such a treacherous thing? Chieftains, please don't misunderstand." At this moment, someone suddenly cried out in alarm, "Bai Pa? Bai Pa, what happened to you?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the leader who was stabbed by the flying knife just now had a black face. His eyes were bulging with anger, and he shouted with difficulty, the knife is poisoned." After saying that, he fell to the ground with a puff sound. A leader beside him quickly squatted down to check his breathing and shouted, "He's dead. Bai Po's leader is dead." Everyone looked at Tu Pa, who had been poisoned to death, then turned their heads and looked at Huang Jingrong and the two guard behind him with a strange and hair-raising gaze. They raised the scabbards that were glinting with cold glints. "Kill him! Kill him!" No one knew who was the first to shout, but the shadows of swords and knives swarmed over. The black and white barbarian leaders, as well as the Wun and Yun tribes' leaders, all rushed forward. Scabbards rose and fell one after another. The clanking sounds of weapons colliding could be heard from the crowd, followed by screams of pain. Finally, there was only the sound of sharp blades piercing into flesh. By the time the bloodied leaders had vented their anger and slowly retreated, the ground was already a mess of flesh and blood. It was impossible to see a complete person. Huang Jingrong and the other two had been chopped into meat paste under the rage of the crowd. When Meng Zhizhu saw that Huang Jingrong had died, the anger in his heart subsided a little. He looked at the poison leader again and thought about how the flying dagger had been shot at him. If it wasn't for Yang Fan throwing the wine cup, he would have been the one lying on the ground. He couldn't help but feel fear and gratitude. Yang Fan walked over and lowered his head to look at the shapeless pile of flesh and blood on the ground. His cheek twitched a few times. Yang Fan took a deep breath and slowly turned around. He looked at the two leaders who were still holding the blood-red blades in their hands and said in a deep voice, Huang Jingrong deliberately instigated a war among the tribes in Yaozhou to satisfy his own selfish desires. His evil plot was exposed, and he was killed by the indignant leaders of the tribes. I wonder if what I saw and heard is true. Wen Hao and Yun Xian looked at each other and nodded repeatedly. What the Imperial envoy said is correct. This is what happened. Yang Fan smiled and said, Since this is the case, Tribe Leader Wen and Tribe Leader Yun should report this matter to the Ming Dynasty. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the crime of killing an Imperial envoy. However, you do not need to worry. I have seen everything that happened. I can be your witness. Wen Hao was like a yellow lotus that had been sucked into his mouth. He grinned and said bitterly, The Imperial envoy is wise. I thank the Imperial envoy for upholding justice for us. Yang Fan laughed it off and said, Then Tribe Leader One, please start writing. While you are writing, we can clean up this place. I believe the peace talks will go smoothly. Chapter 539. Yang Fan and Sun Er walked side by side up the mountain path. The path was narrow and there were lush shrubs on both sides. Some vines and unknown wild fruits dotted the path. Of course, from time to time, there would be a chubby longworm. Just now, when Yang Fan parted a branch, a 4-foot-long snake hung down from the tree. It flicked its tongue in an attempt to scare away this intruding creature. Yang Fan had lived in Southeast Asia for many years. Snakes were creatures that had grown up, so he was not afraid of them. Sun Er seemed to be more daring than him. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the snake's vital point. After playing with it for a while, she threw the snake far away into the grass. This used to be the battlefield between the Earth Barbarians and the Wun and Yun tribes. Every step was filled with traps and danger, but now it was a smooth road. As far as the eye could see, it was full of vitality. Even the bloodstains on the gravel path had been washed away by yesterday's heavy rain. As the two walked side by side, Sun Er asked curiously, Brother Yang, why don't you go to Yaozhou? I heard that enlistment is a great merit. Before that Imperial censor pay arrived, you had already mediated the peace talks. Why give this great merit to him? I can't take this merit. Yang Fan smiled and played with the scabbard that Sun Qi had gifted him. With a light wave, a branch in front of him fell to the ground. It was indeed extremely sharp. Yang Fan explained, Sometimes more merit isn't always better, especially this kind of merit. If you take it, there will be endless troubles in the future. Although all the tribes had a part in Huang Jingrong's death, and I'm not afraid of people spreading it, there are too many flaws in it. That Imperial censor Pei is an extremely shrewd and capable person. If I give him some merit, he will help me clean up my mess. What? Sun Er's face turned red, and she felt somewhat embarrassed. She didn't quite understand what Yang Fan meant, and didn't know what he meant by clean up his mess. Yang Fan explained, In other words, I want him to benefit from this matter. If I have any flaws, he will help me cover them. Oh, Sun Er pondered for a moment before she shook her head and sighed. The thoughts of you officials are harder to fathom than the fish swimming in muddy water. I can't understand it at all. Yang Fan smiled and said, Why do I have to figure out? You're not in the officialdom. It's your fortune to be able to live a simple life. However, I can only live such a simple life in a place like yours. If I lived like you in the officialdom, I would have died a long time ago. Then, why don't you come live with us? Sunair plucked up her courage and asked. As soon as the words left her mouth, her face blushed like a peach blossom. Her big, bright eyes glanced hopefully at Yang Fan, and then immediately moved away. But as soon as she moved away, she couldn't help but sneak another glance at him. That kind of shyness of a young girl was indescribably moving. Yang Fan didn't know how to answer her question and could only pretend to smile profoundly. He stopped walking and turned his head to look at the valley at the foot of the mountain. A trace of disappointment flashed across Sun Air's eyes. She gently sighed and faintly said, To you, this is a barren land. Of course, you won't come here. Your wife must be a young lady from a noble family. How could she endure the life here? Yang Fan coughed and pointed to the valley. Is that Gao Qing Shan? Sun Air bitterly glanced at him and followed his gaze to the valley. There was an open field in the valley, and 5 horses were standing in 5 different directions. In the center of the 5 horses was a group of people. When the 2 of them looked up, they saw that the group of people were dispersing in all directions. Looking down from the mountain, they could vaguely see that there was still one person left. That person was sprawled on the ground with his arms and legs wide open. Someone jumped onto a horse and whipped the horse forward. The person in the big shape was suddenly pulled into the air. It only stopped for a moment before there was an explosion of blood. The person in the big shape was torn into pieces. The 5 horses each dragged a body and charged forward. Yang Fan and Sun Air were standing halfway up the mountain. They couldn't hear the screams at the foot of the mountain, but they could clearly feel the mournful scream. Sun Air shivered and unconsciously moved closer to Yang Fan. Yang Fan said in a low voice, That person should be Xie Chuanfeng. He has been executed. Sun Air softly grunted. After a moment of silence, she hatefully said, He is an animal. He not only harmed Miss Lianxin, but he also cut off one of her arms. He should be punished. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and looked down the mountain. He saw that the 5 horses each dragged a body forward and didn't return. He couldn't help but be puzzled. The people have been executed. Where are they going? Sun Air said, dismembered by 5 horses. Then they threw his body far away so that he can never be reunited. His soul is incomplete. Even if he reincarnates, he can't be a human. Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He slowly raised his head and looked at a white cloud in the sky. The cloud was dazzlingly white under the sunlight. Looking at its shape, it looked like a barbarian girl wearing white clothes and a water basket. There was a sweet smile on her face, and she was happily walking on the mountain path. The roar of drums cut through the silence of the sky. The reinforcements from Rongzhou, Yao Prefecture, and Lingnan Path had already taken over Yao Prefecture. Because of the defeat of Wenhao and Yunxian, their actions were boycotted by the tribes in Yao Prefecture. They could no longer carry out their duties as governor and provincial governor. Although the imperial court hadn't issued an edict to dismiss them, their soldiers had already retreated to their own tribes and handed over Yao Prefecture to the imperial court's reinforcements from the other 3 prefectures. Sun Qi, Zhezhu, Wenhao, Yunxian, and the other chieftains of Yao Prefecture were dressed in their tribal costumes. They stood at the gates of Yao Prefecture, waiting for the arrival of the imperial envoy. Pei Huaigu had only brought 800 horsemen from Jianan Path. In a place like Yao Prefecture, with many mountains and rivers, the roads were rugged. Once a battle broke out, it would be a guerrilla warfare. Pei Huaigu had arranged such a formation to inform the various chieftains of Yao Prefecture that he was here to appease them and not to fight. The 800 cavalrymen with helmets and armors reined in their horses. The 800 cavalrymen stood silently, their banners fluttering in the wind. The Jianan Observer, Imperial Commissioner Pei Huaigu's carriage slowly moved out from the middle of the cavalrymen. The generals of the 3 divisions of Rome Province, Feng Province, and Lingnan Province, Sun Qi, Zhezhu, and the others rushed forward to welcome them. Pei Huaigu was in his 40s and was at the prime of his life. He had a good reputation as an official. He was upright and incorruptible. He was a daring and resourceful man who enjoyed great prestige in the right sensorate. He had been appointed as an observer of Jiannan Path at the beginning of last year. Although the power of an observer was great, it was not a permanent position. Usually, he would only be appointed for 2 years before being transferred back to the capital. Pei Huaigu would be returning to the capital in half a year's time. He did not expect that a rebellion would occur in his administration. He wanted to resolve this matter during his term of office, so that there would not be a stain on his career. When Pei Huaigu set off, he did not know that the civil war in Yao Prefecture had ended. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at Yao Prefecture, he found out that the warring barbarians had stopped fighting and swore an oath of blood. Pei Huaigu was naturally happy to hear this. However, this matter was not over yet. The ceasefire was only a ceasefire between the warring tribes. Wen Hao and Wen Xian were officials of the imperial court. If Sun Qi and Zhizhu fought with them, it would be considered a rebellion. Regardless of whether this matter was pacified or annihilated, there had to be a clear explanation. Only then could this chaotic war end with dignity. Pei Huaigu had some plans in mind. However, he soon received news that the imperial envoy, Huang Jingrong, had died in the chaos. Pei Huaigu felt that this was a thorny problem. He could ignore the reaction of the censorate, but the imperial envoy was an envoy of the emperor. If there was no reasonable explanation that could be accepted by the imperial court, the emperor's reputation would be in tatters. Also, he had already sensed that Huang Jingrong's death seemed to have the shadow of another imperial envoy, Yang Fan, working in the dark. Although he belonged to the right censorate, he had always been patrolling the area. He did not want to interfere with the struggle between the censorate and the left censorate. He did not want to interfere with the struggle between the left censorate and the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan and Huang Jingrong were both involved with one or even multiple powers. How to handle this well was a thorny problem. The carriage had already stopped. Pei Huaigu thought about these thorny problems and sighed softly. He hid away the worry between his brows and bent down to get out of the carriage. The chieftain stood in front of the city gate and saw the curtain of the sedan lift. An official with hair as black as ink, handsome and dignified, walked out from within. Everyone knew that it was Imperial Envoy Pei. The generals and chieftains of Yaozhou all came forward to pay their respects. Pei Huaigu looked at everyone solemnly and slowly got out of the carriage. He first cupped his hands to the crowd and then asked the general beside him, "Where is Imperial Envoy Yang from the Ministry of Justice?" The general cupped his hands and said, "Yang Longzhong has duties and is worried about the case of Zhu Daoliu's rebellion. However, the situation in Yao Prefecture is complicated and he could not get away." Later, when he heard that Imperial Censor Pei had come to Yao Prefecture to pacify the situation, he was very happy and said to me, "Imperial Censor Pei is talented and dares to do anything. He is a loyal official of the country. Since His Majesty has appointed Imperial Censor Pei to settle the matter in Yao Prefecture can be farmed and the rivers will be peaceful." After that, he went to Qinzhong Path to patrol the people. Oh, Pei Huaigu was slightly surprised. Pacifying the rebellion in Yao Prefecture was a great merit. This was not only a meritorious service, but also a great virtue, something that could be recorded in the annals of history. Ever since the founding of the Tang dynasty, there had been many imperial censors and many officials of the Ministry of Justice. But which one of them would leave a mark in the history books? As time passed, no matter how glorious they were in the beginning, they would be buried in the long river of history. But the rebellion in Yao Prefecture would definitely be recorded in the history books. The name of the person who pacified the rebellion in Yao Prefecture would also be recorded in the history books. This was a great opportunity to be recorded in history. With such a temptation, Yang Fan actually retreated. Pei Huaigu's deep gaze swept across everyone's faces and took in their different expressions. He stroked his beard and smiled. He thought to himself, "This Yang Fan really knows how to conduct himself. Since he gave me the merit, if I don't help him hide it, it would be unreasonable." Chapter 540. Sun Er stood at the peak of the mountain and looked around. She said to Yang Fan in high spirits, "Big brother Yang, Do you think the mountains and rivers of Yaozhou are beautiful? Yang Fan looked into the distance. What entered his eyes was a stretch of green, a green that seemed to have no end like the ocean. This green was vivid, and from afar it was like a surging wave, and there were the two people standing on the top of the wave. Amidst the undulating green waves, there would occasionally be a section of a tree that had grown for thousands of years abruptly popping out, like a mast exposed in the green waves. At the top of the mast, there was a cloud-like crown like a sail. Looking at the mountains and the green, Yang Fan had the same feeling as when he first sailed into the ocean on a boat. Yang Fan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He happily said, "Very beautiful. The mountains here are very different from the mountains in the north. The mountains in the north are majestic like dragons. There are also trees that cover the mountains, but they're not green like this and are a kind of pale blue, like the armor of a giant dragon. This place is also different from the mountains in the south. The mountains in the south are round and beautiful. Even if there's an occasional mountain peak that is as sharp as a sword standing there, it will be wrapped by the trees that cover the entire mountain and plains with a layer of gentle curves. It is just like a beautiful woman from the water village wearing a lotus leaf skirt that is full of life and exudes gentleness." Sun Er listened and couldn't help revealing a feeling of intoxication. She happily said, "Big Brother Yang, what you said is really good. There's not a single word of nonsense, but just listening to it, I can imagine the magnificence and gentleness of the mountains. Then what do you think of the mountains here?" "The mountains here?" Yang Fan put his hands on his hips and looked around. He said, "The mountains here are like water, like layers of waves. Along the way, there are springs everywhere on the mountains, but those streams are all hidden in the green forest, not revealing the mountains and not revealing the water. These are the mountains of Yaozhou. Just like the white-clothed girls carrying water baskets, they're not bright red or purple, they're not stunning at first sight, but the more you look at them, the more you look at them." Sun Er stared fixedly at him, her gaze somewhat infatuated. Your words are really pleasant to hear. In the past, there were court officials who came here and recited poems praising the mountains and rivers here, but I couldn't understand them. Your words have touched the bottom of my heart. You've said all the things that I wanted to say, but couldn't say in one go. I've listened to it clearly and delightedly." She stood there charmingly, a few strands of black hair scattered over her bright forehead, adding a bit of charm to her. Coupled with her infatuated eyes, it was even more enchanting. It was a kind of spring scene of a beautiful young girl. How could this natural landscape compare to it? There was a breeze on the mountain, so she squinted her eyes. Her fine black hair swayed in front of her eyes, making her look even more charming. Yang Fan only took a single glance before his heart thumped. Such a young lady, such a flirtatious look, even he was somewhat unable to endure it. However, he could enjoy the natural scenery to his heart's content, but how could this young lady's flirtatious look be something that he could willfully enjoy? Because that kind of amorous feeling could only belong to a person, and she already had a husband. Sun Qi had betrothed her to Meng Zhizhu. This matter was also known to Yang Fan. He hurriedly turned around and looked at the undulating mountain peaks, muttering to himself, "I wonder when Sun Qi and Zhizhu will return. The Jianan path has been turned into a mess by Huang Jingrong, and the other paths are probably in a mess as well. Just thinking about it makes one's heart uneasy." Sun Er faintly said, "Do you want to leave so badly?" Yang Fan dryly said, "This Yang has official business to attend to cough." Halfway through his sentence, Yang Fan did not have the courage to continue, and could only use a clear cough to replace his unfinished words. Sun Er looked at his side profile in infatuation. His sideburns were like a knife, his eyebrows were like ink, his nose was like a hanging gourd, and his eyes were clear and limpid, like the brightest stars in the night sky. She never knew that a man could be so good-looking. Just looking at him made her eyes and bones soften, unable to control herself. Love was like the tide, like the continuous waves of the mountain range, crashing against her heart in waves, and she was somewhat unable to control herself. The women of the white savage tribe had always been generous and unrestrained when they fell in love with a man. They could stand on a hillside and sing a love song to the man they loved with a loud and clear voice. They didn't care if there were spectators all over the mountain. They could express their love to the man they loved face to face, and the shyness and reserve of a young girl would always give way to the man she loved in her heart. "Miss Serene, let's take a walk and go down the mountain." Yang Fan faintly felt a sense of danger, as if there was a ferocious beast spying on him in the dark, ready to pounce at any time and devour him into its stomach. He uneasily turned around, and just as he finished speaking, Sun Air, wrapped in a gust of fragrant wind, threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Yang Fan was stunned. He opened his hands and didn't dare to move. He felt the soft and fragrant body of the young girl pressing against him, and her hair was blown by the mountain wind, and strands of it touched his face. His throat suddenly tightened, and his breathing became rapid. Yang Fan nervously looked around, swallowed his saliva, and said, "Miss Sun Air, what are you doing?" Sun Air gently raised her head and stared at Yang Fan in a daze. Her blushing face was full of sacred expectation and devotion. I want to give myself to you. Brother Yang, you are about to leave. I am afraid that if I don't give myself to you now, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Sun Air's delicate body was trembling, and her voice was also trembling. Even her voice was shaking like the last leaf hanging on a branch in the wind. But after saying this, she miraculously calmed down. "I know. I can't marry you, I know. But I can be your woman," Sun Air said seriously, and the blush on her face became even deeper. Although her eyes were filled with shyness, she did not avoid it. She boldly looked at Yang Fan, her swan-like neck raised up and her petal-like lips slightly opened, waiting for him to kiss her. It was as passionate as a volcano, and she was willing to be burned to ashes. Yang Fan used force to push Sun Air's shoulder out a little and made her look directly into his eyes. He said seriously, "Sun Air, you are about to become someone's wife and become a bumpkin. Have you forgotten?" Sun Air said, "I have not forgotten, so I will not pester you. After today, you are you and I am me. When I marry him, I will wholeheartedly become his wife. But right now, I do not belong to him. I only belong to myself. I am willing to give my most precious thing to the man I like. Even God cannot interfere." Yang Fan said, "Of course God will not interfere. Even if the Wu man and white man fall out with each other, and there are endless battles, when Hao and Yun Xian, those ambitious people, will have the opportunity to cause trouble again. Even if the Wu man and white man go to war with the imperial court again, until the imperial army comes and crushes the two races. But will you be able to bear the consequences?" "What?" Sun Air blinked, and her eyes became clear. But she still did not understand why there would be such a terrifying consequence as Yang Fan had described. Yang Fan said, "Because I am very selfish. If you become my woman, I will not allow you to lie in the arms of another man and bear his children. Do you think that after a night of pleasure, I will leave like a cat that has stolen a fish? No. If you become my woman, you can only be my woman." Sun Air's heart was about to explode from the joy of his domineering declaration. Her face was red as she repeatedly said, "I am willing. I will go with you. Yang Fan said, "And then, if the bride mysteriously disappears, that is running away from the marriage, a great humiliation. The Wu man and white man will start fighting again, and one Hao and Yun Xian will fish in troubled waters. If Chieftain Jeju knows that you were taken away by me, he will go to war with the imperial court at all costs to wipe out this humiliation, because that is no longer a matter of him losing a woman, but the greatest humiliation of his entire race. What will happen in the end? You will regret the misfortune you have brought to your family and clansmen for the rest of your life, never to be happy again." Sun Air's face paled. Yang Fan slowed his voice and said, "Since you know that this is your fate that cannot be changed, and you acknowledge that your father has chosen you as a husband, why don't you try to be a good wife for him from now on? Only in this way will you not regret it in the future." Sun Air was somewhat puzzled. Only in this way will I not regret it. Yes, only in this way will you not regret it. Yang Fan said sincerely, when he treats you well, when you bear children for him, when you truly fall in love with him, when you are willing to spend the rest of your life with him, when you completely give yourself to him, you will not regret it. A chance encounter, an experience of life and death together. It is indeed easy for a man and a woman to develop good feelings. If I am not me, and you are not you, perhaps we really could be together. Unfortunately, I am fated to return to Luoyang, and you are fated to marry Jeju. All of this cannot be assumed, cannot be redone. Sun Er, you are a beautiful girl, lively and intelligent, with a natural charm. You are like a flawless piece of jade. I cannot stain this piece of jade because of my momentary desire. A true man should have a clear conscience towards the heavens and a clear conscience towards others. How can I make you regret it for the rest of your life, for a moment of pleasure? Sun Er's tears flowed like a spring, large teardrops rolling down her flawless face. I was wrong. I was wrong from the very beginning. When I first saw you, I was worried that you would harm my sister-in-law. Actually, when I found out that you had only been a servant to her family, I knew that it was impossible. I was worried because I was attracted to you from the very beginning. You captivated me, so I thought that other girls would be the same. Yang Fan, you are a heart stealer, and a cruel heart stealer at that. You don't even want to give me such a small hope. I hate you. Sun Er suddenly grabbed Yang Fan's arm and bit down. Yang Fan did not move, nor did he tense up the muscles in his arm. Sun Er raised her head. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her flower-like lips revealed a poignant beauty. I hate you. I should have chopped you into pieces the moment I laid eyes on your head. Sun Er held back her tears as she spoke. She pushed Yang Fan away and ran down the mountain, choking with sobs. Yang Fan raised his hand slightly, then dropped it down powerlessly. Perhaps this was the best ending between them. A young girl's feelings were always a dream. Let the dream end in a dream. Chapter 541. There were no absolutes in this world. Some things could be hypothesized and redone. For example, Imperial Envoy Huang Jingrong had died once again. The new Imperial Envoy, Pei Huaigu, had just arrived at Yaozhou. He had not even stepped through the gates of the military governor's office when he was chased into Yaozhou by a fast horse that traveled 800 li from the capital. Wu Zetian gave him another secret edict. Pei Huaigu received this secret edict and read it. He immediately let out a long sigh of relief and wanted to laugh out loud. With this imperial edict in hand, all his worries were solved. He could clean up the mess left by the war in Yaozhou. Wu Zetian ordered Pei Huaigu to investigate the truth as soon as possible. If it was true that Huang Jingrong was extorting bribes and used the rebels to implicate the barbarians, she could be beheaded on the spot to quell the public's anger. She also asked him to calm the situation in Yaozhou as soon as possible. Pei Huaigu put away the imperial edict and immediately dismissed the officials and chieftains who were welcoming the imperial envoy. Only Sun Qi, Jeju, Wen Hao, and Yun Xian were left behind to discuss important matters. He was originally worried that these barbarian leaders would not understand his hint. He did not expect that even though they were barbarians, the leaders were not ordinary people. The four of them were intelligent and resourceful, especially Jeju and Yun Xian. Pei Huaigu had only said half of what he was hinting at, but the two of them had already understood. Thus, the story of Huang Jingrong using the tiger's might to extort money and goods from Yaozhou to force the barbarians to rebel was gradually perfected by the two parties involved. Then, news came out of Yaozhou. The news that Huang Jingrong was dead was actually a rumor. Huang Jingrong was still alive, but was detained by Sun Qi and Chieftain Jeju. Imperial Censor Pei was astute and experienced. He enforced the law in an impartial manner. Less than 2 days after he arrived in Yaozhou, he had already investigated Huang Jingrong's bribery and forced the barbarians to rebel against him. He also found out that Huang Jingrong had received more than a dozen loads of all kinds of treasures, as well as several dozen beauties for various races. The people of Yaozhou all saw with their own eyes the baskets of jewels being carried by Imperial Envoy Pei's entourage out of the mansion that Huang Jingrong had originally lived in. There were also the dozens of young girls of various races who had been rushed to the prefectural city by their parents and older brothers to take them back. Cries rang out in front of the military manor. Everyone praised Imperial Envoy Pei's righteous name and cursed Huang Jingrong for being greedy and shameless. Striking while the iron was hot, Imperial Censor Pei decided to execute Huang Jingrong in accordance with the law of the land. However, Huang Jingrong had already been chopped into minced meat. Even if he wanted to kill her, he wouldn't be able to. Xuanqi had once ordered people to dig out Huang Jingrong's minced meat from the pit and ordered people to use a knife to cut off Huang Jingrong's head for embassy. Xuanqi pinched his nose and looked at it for a long time. He felt that even if he found the best corpse, it would not be able to disguise the knife and sword marks on Huang Jingrong's head. He could only find another corpse that looked similar to Huang Jingrong's and ordered Imperial Censor Pei to execute it. Pei Huaigu pretended to arrange the execution ground and kept the people watching far away. He ordered people to carry the corpse up to the execution platform. The corpse did not move at all. It was said that Imperial Censor Pei, out of consideration for his colleague, ordered people to pour strong alcohol on the corpse in advance so that he would not suffer any more fear or pain before his death. This action gave Imperial Censor Pei the reputation of being merciful. After Huang Jingrong was beheaded, the head was hung on a pole 6 feet high and exposed to the scorching sun for 3 days. When the head had completely rotted, Pei Huaigu used his own money to buy a thin coffin to store the corpse. The coffin was placed in a monastery in Yao Prefecture and waited for the Huang family to collect the corpse. He really did not let anything slip. Under Imperial Censor Pei's kind advice, the leaders of the barbarian tribes in Yao Province were fortunate enough to erect a stone tablet for the Empress. They requested Imperial Censor Yao to carve an inscription praising the Empress's wisdom, benevolence, magnanimity, and magnanimity. Imperial Censor Pei naturally wrote all of this into a memorial and ordered it to be sent to the capital on horseback. After Imperial Censor Pei arrived at Yao Prefecture, he was fair in rewards and punishments. He helped the people settle down and swiftly executed Huang Jingrong to appease the anger of the barbarian tribes. After a series of hard work, he successfully resolved the chaos in Yao Prefecture. The battle in Yao Prefecture was quelled. The two chiefs of the White Man and Crow Man tribes led more than 200,000 people to return to the imperial court. While Pei Huaigu was enthusiastically helping Yang Fan clean up his mess and gaining political capital for himself, Xuanqi ordered people to rush to the headquarters of Wenhao's tribe and told Yang Fan everything that had happened. This way of dealing with the situation was obviously less loopholes than shifting the blame to Wen Hao and Yun Xian. Thus, the memorial that Wen Hao had personally written in Yang Fan's sleeve on how to execute Huang Jingrong was naturally useless. Yang Fan casually tore apart Wen Hao's personal memorial. When Yang Fan decided to give the credit of quelling the chaos in Yao Prefecture to Pei Huaigu, he knew that Pei Huaigu would do his best to resolve this matter. However, he did not expect that it would be resolved so smoothly. And all of this was because of the imperial edict that Wu Zetian had sent over 800 li on horseback. Why did Wu Zetian's attitude change so much? Why was she so eager to quell the chaos in Yao Prefecture? She had previously used delaying tactics to prevent Yang Fan from interfering with the investigation of the imperial censor. She had a conniving attitude towards the imperial censor, but now she was acting out of character. This change was really thought-provoking. What had happened? Unfortunately, the messenger that Xuanqi sent only knew what Xuanqi had told him. That was, Huang Jingrong's death had been resolved, and that Wen Hao's memorial should not be reported to the imperial court. He did not know anything else. Yang Fan could not figure out the reason behind this, and could only wait patiently for Xuanqi and Zhizhu to return. The Qianzhong Path was west of the Jiannan Path and south of the Lingnan Path. The traffic there was more difficult than the two paths. The barbarian province of Qianzhong was governed by Bajiang County. The imperial court appointed the local Song family as the governor of the barbarian province and the magistrate of Bajiang County, which were hereditary. Every barbarian province governor and Bajiang county magistrate were chosen by the Song clan themselves. After reporting to the imperial court, they would be appointed by the imperial court. Due to the special geographical situation of the south, a change of dynasty would rarely bring about great changes to an aristocratic family. Therefore, these southern aristocratic families were deeply rooted in the local area. They were free and unfettered, and their family power was 100 times more stable than that of an emperor. No matter how glorious those great empires were in the past, having 300 years of luck was already considered a long time for them. However, these local great clans that dominated a region usually had their luck measured in thousands of years. Before the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the Song family of Bajiang had actually ruled this place for many years. Their family lived through the Han, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties until the establishment of the Sui dynasty. After the establishment of the Tang dynasty, Qinzhong Road was established and the Song family of Bajiang was appointed as the hereditary provincial governor and hereditary county magistrate. Since then, the Song family had been ruling this place until the early years of the Qing dynasty. This generation's barbarian province governor was called Song Chumeng, and the Bajiang county magistrate was called Song Wanyu. They were a pair of uncle and nephew. This pair of uncle and nephew had been very distressed recently. Originally, they were free and unfettered in their autonomous area, far away from the emperor, who knew that the imperial court would suddenly send an imperial envoy called Lu Guangye. This imperial envoy Lu was a person of the imperial censorate. After arriving at the barbarian province, he only went out for a casual stroll and said that the exiled people were plotting a rebellion. He asked Song Chumeng to send troops to assist him in suppressing the rebellion. Song Chumeng had no choice but to send troops to assist Lu Guangye in capturing the exiled people. Under Lu Guangye's orders, more than 940 exiled people had been killed. Almost all of the exiled people in the barbarian province had been slaughtered. This matter caused the dissatisfaction of many of the tribal leaders in the barbarian province. Because these exiled people had been exiled to the barbarian province for many years, many of their families had already married with the locals. These southern aristocratic clans had a particularly strong sense of home. Those who were taken in as their own people could not tolerate being bullied and humiliated like this. Now that these exiled people were being hunted down by the imperial court, and the imperial envoy was using the Song clan's troops, they all protested to the Song clan, expressing their strong dissatisfaction. The interests and political relationships between the local aristocratic clans were complicated. Due to thousands of years of intermarriage, the relationship between them was even more difficult to clearly distinguish. Song Chumeng and nephew didn't dare to offend the imperial envoy, but they also had to suffer the strong pressure from the various aristocratic clans under their rule and even from within their own clans. They were caught in the middle and were truly in a dilemma. However, that Lu Guangye seemed to be addicted to killing. He wouldn't stop until he killed every single exiled person in the barbarian province. Song Chumeng had already sent him generous gifts more than once, only hoping to send this god of plagues away. However, Lu Guangye turned a deaf ear to her. Every day, he would lead the soldiers and chase after the exiled people everywhere for fun. Early this morning, Lu Guangye left the city with the soldiers. Song Chumeng and nephew didn't know which stronghold this imperial envoy was going to harm today. They were gathered together, frowning and sighing. Suddenly, someone hurriedly came to report that a group of imperial envoys had rushed to the outskirts of the barbarian province and asked the provincial governor and county magistrate to go and welcome them. When Song Chumeng and Song Wanyu heard this, they immediately complained incessantly. Lu Guangye hadn't left yet, and now another group of imperial envoys had arrived. Could it be that these imperial envoys were going to slaughter the barbarian province until rivers of blood flowed? The two of them didn't have time to think too much. They could only put on their clothes and brace themselves to rush out of the city to welcome them. The group of imperial envoys that had suddenly rushed over was Yang Fan's deputy envoy, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli. The one leading the troops was Ma Xiao, who commanded a brigade of the Dragon Martial Guards. They had rushed all the way from Chang'an. When they passed by Yalong, they just so happened to meet the imperial court's messenger who was chasing after them. Yang Fan was moving alone, so it was not easy to find his whereabouts. On the other hand, Sun Yuxuan and Ma Qiao's group had a large number of people. Along the way, they had to rely on the local authorities to feed their people and horses, so it was very easy to find them. Moreover, the messenger didn't know that Yang Fan was traveling alone, so he followed the trail and caught up to Sun Yuxuan and the others. The messenger delivered a secret edict. Ma Qiao and the others used the excuse that Yang Fan had just left Yalong City to visit incognito and wanted to receive the secret edict on his behalf. When a messenger left the capital, he was instructed to deliver the secret edict as soon as possible. Moreover, he was also tasked with delivering messages elsewhere, so he didn't dare to delay and handed the secret edict to the imperial deputy envoy. Currently, the most well-informed places in the empire of the Tang dynasty were the various hostels. Along the way, Ma Qiao and the others had heard too much news, such as the rebellion of the Sun and Meng clans in Jiannan province, and the rebellion of the Feng clan in Panzhou province in Lingnan province. They knew that such frequent rebellions must have been caused by the ruthless officials of the imperial censorate, who were extorting the local people, especially the rebellion of the black and white barbarians in Jiannan province. Yang Fan should be there at this moment. In the midst of the chaos, they didn't know if he was safe or not. The group was deeply worried, but they had already made an agreement with Yang Fan to meet at the barbarian province. If they rushed directly to Yaozhou, they might miss Yang Fan due to the lack of information between them. With no other choice, they could only travel day and night towards the barbarian province. However, the hundreds of them were all cavalrymen. It was fine when they were in Guangzhou, but once they entered Shu, it became difficult for the cavalrymen to move even an inch, especially on the dangerous mountain roads that could save them a lot of time. It was the same even after they entered Qian province. They had to travel through many twists and turns, and more than a dozen horses died of illness before they finally arrived today. Chapter 542. Bajiang County was very small. Even though it was the administrative center of a province, the city was dilapidated and didn't have many decent buildings. The people under the rule of the Man province were mainly the Siem Man, the Miao people of later generations. Most of them lived scattered on the mountain ridges, so the place where the province was located was not very useful. Naturally, it was difficult to develop it into a large city. However, the mansion of the Song clan was still worthy of their status as the #1 clan in Bajiang. It was a large mansion that occupied an extremely large area, with halls, and pavilions. It was lofty and imposing, and it was quite imposing. The front yard of the mansion was the provincial governor's mansion and the county yamen, and the backyard was where the Song clan members lived. Song Chumeng and Song Wanyu took the 3 imperial envoys into the mansion and settled them down. They also held a banquet to entertain them. During the banquet, they made some indirect inquiries and found out that the purpose of the 3 imperial envoys' visit was very different from Lu Guangye's. They faintly had the intention of opposing Lu Guangye. Song Chumeng and Uncle Song Wanyu were as if they had seen their savior and were immediately overjoyed. However, after thinking about it, they became cautious again. They weren't sure if these people were really here to cause trouble for Lu Guangye or if they were just putting on an act. Officials protecting each other was not something exclusive to the Man province's officialdom, so the 2 of them didn't dare to speak of Lu Guangye's various atrocities in the Man province. Song Chumeng was crafty and used a tone of praise to brag about Lu Guangye's great achievements in the Man province. Sun Yuxuan and the other 2 people's expressions immediately darkened. The 3 of them were not cruel officials. Hu Yuanli was full of a sense of justice. Ma Qiao was born a commoner, and even though he was now a military officer, he didn't think of himself as an official. They couldn't accept this kind of indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Even though Sun Yuxuan had been an official of the Ministry of Justice since Zhang Chujin was the Minister of Justice, he was the same as them. Sun Yuxuan was a scholar. In short, he was a bookworm, and a bookworm that stuck to certain conventions. That was why, even though he had memorized a stomach full of books, he always felt that his ability to handle official matters in the Ministry of Justice was insufficient. This was why he received the nickname of difficult to write. Ever since Zhang Chujin and Zhou Xing came into power, the Ministry of Justice had always been strict and cruel. Sun Yuxuan, however, was a rare, simple, and honest person among this group of cruel officials. His style was also incompatible with these cruel officials. Fortunately, his position was similar to that of the archives in the future. He didn't have much power, so no one had coveted his position. Now that they had left the capital together with Yang Fan, their position was already at odds with the imperial censorate. Now that they had heard of Lu Guangye's evil deeds, naturally they were particularly conflicted. Song Chumeng observed their expressions and confirmed that these three people really did not agree with Lu Guangye's actions. Only then did she signal to her nephew for Song Wanyu to pour out his grievances to the three imperial envoys. The crimes committed by Lu Guangye in the barbarian province were too numerous to list. The three of them were filled with righteous indignation. Hu Yuanli slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily, "He is simply devoid of conscience. Provincial Governor Song, where is Lu Guangye now?" Song Chumeng sighed and said, "Early in the morning, Imperial Envoy Lu went to the countryside with the soldiers that this provincial governor had allocated to him. This provincial governor has never meddled in his affairs. I also don't know which village he went to today." Yang Fan whipped the horse as if it was flying, galloping on the small mountain path. A strand of wild grass, poking out from the grass by the side of the road, was scraped by the horse's leg, violently swaying a few times. Before it could stop swaying, Yang Fan's figure had already disappeared an arrow's length away. The horse was a good horse, its body strong and graceful, its muscles well-developed, its neck smooth and delicate, its body beautifully streamlined. When it galloped, its large hooves stomped on the ground with great force. However, it was currently in a very sorry state. All four of its legs were covered in mud, its entire body steaming hot, like a steamer that had just been opened. Even the horse's mane was drenched in sweat. "This won't do. More haste, less speed. If I keep going like this, it'll die of exhaustion. I have to rest in a while. It'll be best if there's a stream to water the horse," as Yang Fan pondered. The whip that he had lashed out of habit abruptly stopped in midair. Yang Fan had been waiting for Xuanqi and Zhuzhu in Yaozhou. Finally, the two of them had come, along with a great ghost master of the Crowman tribe. A ghost master was a shaman who was the chief priest of a tribe. In a small tribe, the chief of the tribe would also be the ghost master. For example, the female leader of the Crowman tribe who had given her wolf fang necklace to Yang Fan was also the chief priest of the tribe. For a large tribe like the Crowman tribe, which had more than 100,000 people, politics and religion had long been separated. There were special people who were the chief priests of the tribe. Meng Zhizhu had brought the great ghost master of their tribe. He actually wanted him to preside over the ceremony and become sworn brothers with Yang Fan. Yang Fan readily agreed to Meng Zhizhu's request. Therefore, under the auspices of the great ghost master, the two of them held a simple but solemn ceremony. They broke an arrow to swear an oath and became sworn brothers. At the grand bonfire banquet held for them that night, Yang Fan asked Xuanqi about the contents of the imperial edict that Wu Zetian had given to Pei Huaigu. Yang Fan finally knew why Wu Zetian had turned from arrogant to respectful. The Crow and White barbarians of Yaozhou had rebelled. The Feng family of East Lingnan had rebelled. The barbarians of West Lingnan were also restless. Wu Zetian was not a stupid person. Perhaps she was a little suspicious, but no matter what, she did not believe that these barbarians had the ability and the price to convince the Crow Man, White Barbarian, Li Liao, Xie Man, and many other ethnic groups to support them in rebellion. It was obvious that the people of the imperial censorate were used to being domineering in the capital. Even if the officials were the prime ministers, as long as they fabricated a crime of rebellion, they could only be slaughtered by them. These ruthless officials had already developed a supercilious mentality. They did not care about the barbarians at all. They were unscrupulous wherever they went. The places where the criminals were exiled were mostly inhabited by the barbarians. The economy was backward, the people were tough, and the people lacked Taoism. These ruthless officials could do well in the capital. In these places where even the court could only use force and kindness, they used force to suppress the barbarians. This would definitely anger the barbarians and cause a strong backlash. The rebellion reported by the imperial censorate was considered true. However, this rebellion was not planned by the barbarians. It was orchestrated by this group of ruthless officials. Wu Ziqian was angry and hateful. She was afraid that the situation would get out of hand. Therefore, she issued an edict to Pei Huaigu, ordering him to kill Huang Jingrong on the spot, if necessary, in order to quell the unrest in Yaozhou. On the other hand, she issued a secret edict to Yang Fan, urging him to hurry to the various roads where the officials of the imperial censorate were heading. He was to stop the imperial envoys from killing the innocent and inciting the people to rebel. She also gave him the authority to kill people on orders. This imperial edict was the secret edict that Sun Yuxuan accepted on his behalf. At the same time, Wu Zetian sent messengers to the imperial censorates who were patrolling the roads. She strictly reprimanded them and ordered them to stop the killing immediately to prevent the situation from escalating. However, these ruthless officials were scattered all over the roads. They traveled between the prefectures and counties. Sometimes, they even went deep into the mountains to capture the barbarians. The couriers were limited by their safety and travel routes. They might not be able to deliver the message in time. When Yang Fan learned of the truth, he bid farewell to Xuanqi and Zhezhu the next morning and headed east. Zhezhu provided him with 2 horses. They took turns to ride. Yesterday, when they passed by a mountain ridge, it happened to be raining heavily. The mountain road was dangerous, muddy, and slippery. One of the horses lost its footing and fell into the mountain stream. In the end, this was the only horse left. If something were to happen to this horse, it would be even more difficult to continue on his journey. Seeing that the horse was exhausted, Yang Fan did not dare to urge it any further. He had the horse gradually slow down. When they reached the middle of the mountain, the narrow mountain path became even more difficult to traverse. The branches and vines on both sides of the path almost buried the path. It seemed like it would take a long time for a pedestrian to pass by. Yang Fan dismounted from the horse. Holding the reins, he brandished the scabbard and hacked away at the vines and branches to clear a path. As he continued forward, he suddenly sensed something strange. He had just stopped when a long shadow suddenly shot out from the underbrush in front of him. Yang Fan was shocked. He thought that it was a long snake. Fearing that the snake was poisonous, he swung his saber at the long shadow. The saber fell, and the long shadow was cut in half. With a plop, it fell back into the underbrush. Yang Fan took a closer look and saw that it was a rope. How could there be a horse tripping rope in such a desolate and uninhabited place? Yang Fan immediately knew that something was wrong. He arched his back and wanted to run back, but in that instant, all the strength in his body seemed to be sucked out. His vision blurred, and he fell to the ground with his head raised. A few people slowly stood up from the thicket. Their heads were wrapped in green scarves, and they wore green-lined shirts. Their lower bodies were hidden in the bushes and grass. Their faces were smeared with colorful paint, and they looked like mountain spirits and wild monsters that had suddenly emerged from the bushes. One of the dark-skinned, middle-aged men was moving a blowpipe away from his mouth. Yang Fan fell on the grassy path. A thin needle was stuck in his neck. At the end of the needle, there were a few strands of red light that were used for orientation. They gently trembled in the wind. This hair-thin blowpipe did not even cause the slightest ripple in the air when it flew. Even the most agile wild animals in the forest would not be able to detect it, let alone Yang Fan, who had galloped all the way and was exhausted. Moreover, his attention had already been attracted by the horse tripping rope. A few green-clothed men with animal tattoos painted on their faces walked out from the underbrush. The man who had shot the blow dart lowered his head to glance at Yang Fan, then looked at his exhausted steed. He frowned slightly and said in the barbarian language, "We seem to have caught the wrong person. This person has come from afar. He doesn't seem to be the spy of that dog, of an imperial envoy." Another man fiercely said, "Who cares? He is also a Han person. Since we have caught him, we will kill him to pay with his life." After saying this, he slowly pulled out the saber from his waist. This saber was not long, only about 1 foot and 2 inches. This kind of saber was suitable for use in this kind of forest. A horizontal saber would not have any use in this kind of place. The body of the saber was curved outwards. There were 2 blood grooves on both sides of the blade, as well as 2 patterns in the shape of fingernails. The blade looked abnormally sharp, and the hilt was not long. It was fixed with a bull's horn. "Xiafeng, don't mess around." The blowpipe man reprimanded him and ordered another person, "Search his body." That person complied and squatted down to search the unconscious Yangfan's body. He took out a pile of items. When he unfolded the imperial edict, the blowpipe man could not help but be moved and said, "This yellow satin has a dragon drawn on it. This is an imperial edict. I have seen it before. That dog of an imperial envoy only brought this item and broke into our stronghold to randomly kill people. Even Provincial Governor Song did not dare to control him." Xiafeng angrily said, "I said it was their people, and it was indeed true. This person might have given that dog of an order to harm people again. I will kill him." As Xiafeng said this, the sharp saber in his hand fiercely stabbed towards Yangfan's chest. This time, the blowpipe man did not stop him. Chapter 543. The dog Imperial Envoy has returned to the city. Seeing the Imperial Envoy's flag fluttering on the street outside the city, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck Bajiang County on a sunny day. The common people who went to the market to buy things, the old and the young, all fled to avoid it. The peddlers hurriedly packed up their things and fled without a trace. The shopkeepers hurriedly called for the shop assistants to close the door. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few broken bamboo baskets and a pile of rotten vegetable leaves left on the street. There was no one left. A mangy dog walked out a small alley and looked suspiciously at the empty street. It slowly lightened its footsteps. It seemed that it also felt that something was wrong. It arched its back and cautiously took a few steps forward. It let out 2 low whimpers and suddenly ran into another alley with its tail between its legs. At the dilapidated city gate, Lu Guangye proudly rode a tall horse into the city gate. 2 horses followed closely behind him, and on each horse sat a person. They were the servants who had accompanied him from the censorate. They had followed Lu Guangye on this official mission and earned countless wealth and silk. They could play with women whenever they wanted, and they could decide people's life and death with a single word. At this moment, the 2 servants of a censorate were in high spirits, as if they were the imperial envoy ministers. Behind them were the soldiers that Song Chu-meng had sent to Lu Guangye. The soldiers' bamboo spears were pierced with bloody human heads, and some had 3 or 4 human heads strung on one spear. There were male and female heads, old and young. Some of them still had angry and scolding expressions on their faces, while others had their eyes tightly shut and their faces filled with grief. There was also the head of a child who still had a terrified expression on his face. However, although his mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open in fear, he could no longer cry or shed any tears. A noise came from a grocery store on the side of the road. The shopkeeper of the store curiously looked out through the crack of the door. As a result, a lazy soldier happened to walk past him, and the head on the spearhead was reflected in his eyes. It was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. After being stained with blood, she looked like a ferocious ghost. Her eyes bulged out in anger, like the whites of a dead fish. Thick blood flowed down from her neck, elongating and thinning. At the end of the bloodline, it converged into a single drop and fell in front of the shopkeeper's door. The shopkeeper was so scared that he fell on his butt and knocked over a basket of wild Rosa Roxburghi. No wonder the people on the streets were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Although the sun was shining brightly at this moment, who wouldn't feel as if their heart was wrapped in ice when they saw this scene? This scene was simply as terrifying and gloomy as a ghost king on patrol. At the very back, the soldiers were holding a group of captives. A group of Siaman was later known as the Miao tribe, because most of the leaders had the surname Xia. They were called Siaman. It was said that the Siamen who were arrested were suspected of covering up for vagrants, but judging from their age, it seemed a little strange. These male captives were not very old. The oldest was only 11 or 12 years old. They were just a group of youths and children. The women were all very young, around 14 or 15 years old. Each place nurtured its own people. Although the mountains and rivers of Qianzhongdao were poor and the rivers were dangerous, the people that were raised were all very handsome. Looking carefully, the men and women that were captured by Lu Guangye all had delicate features. Not a single one of them was ugly. Regardless of the men or women, their clothes were all colorful. At this time, there was very little difference in the clothes of the Siaman and the men. They were all dressed in homespun clothes, dyed with the color of the earth, with a colorful floral handkerchief on their heads, a pleated skirt on their bodies, and a pair of flowery shoes on their feet. But through their skillful craftsmanship, it gave people a magnificent and bright feeling. Regardless of their age, they all stared at Lu Guangye, who was riding on a tall horse with a look of hatred and resentment. It seemed that as long as there was a chance, they would pounce on Lu Guangye like a pack of wolves and tear him to pieces. But the sharp spears and swords on the shoulders of the surrounding soldiers reminded them not to act rashly. The provincial governor's mansion was in the west of the city. After Lu Guangye entered the city, he passed through the long street and went straight to the south of the city. The south of the city was the most desolate place in Beijiang County. There were not many households in that place, and since he arrived, it had become a hell on earth. No one dared to live there, and no one even dared to pass by. In the wasteland of the south of the city, there were countless wooden stakes erected there. Some had a complete corpse tied to them. Because the place where the criminals were executed was too far away, and it was difficult to move the corpse, they only brought the head back and stuck it on the stake. It was noon, a time when the yang energy was flourishing, but it gave people an extremely gloomy feeling. Countless crows were pouncing on the corpses and pecking at their flesh. If someone occasionally passed by, they would be startled into flying away. Perhaps there would be smelly and dirty drops of blood falling from the sky. Perhaps it came from the beak of the crows, their claws, or perhaps it came from the piece of human flesh they were unwilling to let go of in their beaks. Lu Guangye first wanted to take his spoils of war to the south of the city and hang them on the empty wooden stakes. He hoped that by the time he left the Man province, the corpses here would have been pecked clean by the crows. He would then be able to use the ghastly white bones to build a capital view here. Of course, he also wanted to take the captives there to intimidate these Siaman people. He planned to castrate these young children and bring them back to the capital to be offered to the emperor as palace slaves. As for these beautiful Siaman girls, whether it was keeping them for his own enjoyment or giving them away, they were both good choices. In the south of the city, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli were lying on the shafts of the carriage and vomiting until they were a complete mess. Although Ma Qiao looked relatively calm, his face was so black and blue that not a single trace of human color could be seen. When they heard Song Wanyu speak of Lu Guangye's atrocities, they were unable to restrain their anger. Unfortunately, Lu Guangye had already left the city and they didn't know where to go to find him. They heard that Lu Guangye had turned the south of the city into a shuraba, a place for him to show off his evil deeds. The three imperial envoys couldn't resist coming to take a look so that they could later send a petition to impeach him. But as soon as the three of them came, they became like this. Song Chumeng and Song Wanyu also didn't look good. The air here was filled with the stench of corpses, making their heads hurt. Although these blood-stained evil deeds were all done by Lu Guangye, the ones who did the killing were their soldiers. When they came here, it was as if they could see countless wronged souls crying and wailing around them. How could their expressions be good? But they had no other choice. Although the Siaman was also a large tribe, each cave, village, and stream were not under the command of each other. Their power was too loose. The places where the Siaman, Eastern Siaman, Southern Siaman, and other large tribes lived were separated by countless mountains. It was difficult to communicate with each other. In fact, they had once been awe-inspiring. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the great leader of the Siaman, Xia Longyu, had an army of tens of thousands, and dominated an area. After Li Yuan recruited Xiaolongyu, he appointed him as the provincial governor and conferred the title of Duke of Yalong. Then he conferred the other chiefs, such as Zhao Guozhen, an official position no lower than Xiaolongyu's. When Li Shimin became the emperor, he did the same thing as his father. He also conferred Xie Chong, Xie Yuan Shun, Zhao Mo, and the Song clan of Bajiang as provincial governors. Everyone was on equal footing, and no one belonged to anyone. This made it even harder for them to work together. As a result, up until now, the Xiamen was the most peaceful. Although Lu Guangye's actions were perverse, as long as he didn't force these chiefs into a dead end, the Song clan wouldn't be able to muster up the courage to oppose this imperial envoy who represented the imperial court. Hu Yuanli vomited for a long time. There was really nothing left to vomit. Panting, he straightened his back. When he raised his head, he saw a lonely head on a wooden pole. One of the eye sockets was empty, and the other had been pecked out by a crow. It hung below the eye socket. Hu Yuanli couldn't help but retch again. Song Chumeng sighed and took a water gourd from the carriage and handed it over. Hu Yuanli took the water gourd and said with difficulty, "Brother Chumeng, why did you bring this thing in the carriage?" Song Chumeng said awkwardly, "Just now I advised the two imperial envoys not to come, but you refused to listen. I knew you would definitely have such a reaction, so I specially prepared water. To tell you the truth, the first time I came, I was in the same sorry state as the two of you. Sigh, imperial envoys, let's go back." Hu Yuanli nodded repeatedly. All right, let's go back now." On the other side, Sun Yuxuan was also gargling with the help of Song Wanyu. With an ugly expression, he said, "Duke Ming, county magistrate's title, please send people to collect these corpses as soon as possible and choose a suitable place to bury the dead. Moreover, the weather is still a bit hot. With so many corpses, I'm afraid the plague will spread." Song Wanyu said with a troubled expression, "But, Imperial Envoy Lu," Hu Yuanli cut him off, "Lu Guangye, the two of us will naturally talk to him. Duke Ming need not worry." Song Wanyu said cheerfully, "In that case, Wanyu will obey the two imperial envoys' instructions. It's just that, these corpses, Sai, even if they did something, they wouldn't be willing to collect them. With so many corpses, I'm afraid." Ma Xiao interrupted, "Bring some dry firewood over and burn this place down. Otherwise, before the poison is cleared, I'm afraid the whole city will be affected. I believe these departed spirits won't blame us." As he spoke, he resisted the urge to vomit in his throat and didn't dare to look to either side. Song Chumeng also didn't want a city to turn into a ghost town, so he nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan hurriedly boarded the carriage and put down the curtains. They didn't dare to take another look at the hellish road, so they hurriedly left for the Song clan residence. Just as they left the boundary of the cemetery, they bumped into Lu Guangye's troops. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan had just calmed their tumbling stomachs when they heard that Lu Guangye had arrived. The two immediately rushed out of the carriage. Seeing the human heads carried on the shoulders of Lu Guangye and the soldiers behind him, Hu Yuanli couldn't help but tremble. He pointed his halberd at Lu Guangye and shouted with uncontrollable rage, "Lu Guangye, how dare you do such a cruel and heartless thing? This simple and pure land of peach blossoms has actually turned into a ghost town in the human world in your hands. Why you? You're cruel and tyrannical and scrupulous, slaughtering the innocent, committing atrocities. I want to impeach you. I, Hu Yuanli, will use this future to impeach you and flick you until you die." Chapter 544. As soon as Lu Guangye saw Hu Yuanli, he was secretly shocked. Hu Yuanli and he were both imperial censors. Although one was from the left censor department, the other from the right censor department. The two were like fire and water, but they worked in the same yamen. Naturally, they knew each other. In his shock, Lu Guangye ignored Hu Yuanli's reprimand and said in shock, "Imperial censor Hu, how can you be here?" Hu Yuanli angrily said, "This official has received imperial orders to patrol the various roads, specifically to investigate and apprehend people who disregard human life as grass." Lu Guangye, You have committed many bloody crimes in the barbarian provinces. You have killed many innocent souls. The bamboo of Guanan Mountain. Your crimes are not over. The waves of the Eastern Sea. Your evil is not over. This official will definitely report the facts to the imperial court if I do not bring you, Lu Guangye, to justice, to the world, who Yuanli will not rest. Lu Guangye heard that the imperial court had sent someone else to monitor their movements. He was even more shocked. But as soon as he heard Lu Guangye's accusation, Lu Guangye was displeased and temporarily suppressed the panic in his heart. His face darkened, and he said, "Imperial censor Hu, you are a high-ranking official of the imperial court. How can you speak without thinking and slander this official? This official is carrying out an imperial order to handle a case. What crime have I committed? Treason should be executed. Hanging the corpses as an example to the public is to deter thieves and thieves. You slander me without reason. What proof do you have?" After Sun Yushuan got off the carriage, he saw Lu Guangye had brought a lot of heads, and behind him were many young boys and girls. He was so angry that his face turned purple. If you asked him to memorize, he could talk endlessly, but if you asked him to scold people, he was not as eloquent as Hu Yuanli. If you asked him to list such a long list of crimes in one breath, it was not his forte. It was a skill practiced by the imperial censors. Therefore, he could only glare angrily from the side and let Hu Yuanli speak. Now that Lu Guangye dared to quibble in front of him, Sun Yushuan laughed sorrowfully and said, "Proof? You still want proof?" He took 2 shaky steps forward. Sun Yushuan was in the prime of his life. It was not that he was old, but when he thought of the horrendous scene he had just seen, the legs of this bookworm, who had never seen such a cruel and inhumane scene, suddenly trembled. According to the laws of the imperial court, even if there is a rebel, even if the relatives are not killed, the father, the young son, and the woman will not be killed. I saw the corpses with my own eyes. There were white-haired old men, children less than 10 years old, and many women and women. Most of the dead were old, young, women, and children. Lu Guangye. Could it be that an old man in his 70s also wanted to rebel? Could it be that even infants in swaddling clothes wanted to rebel? Could it be that those women also wanted to rebel? Lu Guangye, you deserve to die. Your sins are so heavy that even if you die 10,000 times, you still won't be able to atone for the numerous crimes you committed in the barbarian province. Lu Guangye calmed down and sat on the horse, gently clapping his hands. He smiled and teased. "Good. Well said. Well scolded. How impassioned. The 2 of you have red mouths and white teeth. Echoing each other, it's even better than singing an opera." Lu Guangye put on an act and laughed 3 times towards the sky. Then his face darkened and he snorted. "Do you think I'm guilty just because you say I'm guilty? This imperial envoy is handling this case according to the imperial decree. Everything I do is for the imperial court. There is absolutely no selfishness. This official handles the case according to the justice. Why would I be afraid of the 2 of you slandering me?" He glanced at the 2 of them with disdain and said, "This official came here according to the imperial decree to handle the case of the vagrants rebelling. Since the 2 of you have the responsibility of supervising, then you can just watch from the side. This official does things with a clear conscience. In front of the emperor, I'm not afraid of fighting this lawsuit with you." Lu Guangye flicked his sleeve and ordered sternly, "Go, hang the heads of the rebels on poles as a warning to others." Those soldiers were local officers and had to abide by the law in everything they did. But ever since they followed this imperial envoy Lu, they killed and robbed people, bullied men and women, and were even more bandits than bandits. Those days were truly joyful. Once a person's desires were unrestrained, the kindness in their heart would be eroded by greed until there was not much left. At the beginning, when they were assigned to Lu Guangye to listen to his orders, these soldiers were still quite disgusted with Lu Guangye, an outsider, riding roughshod over their heads. But after tasting the sweetness, they became obedient and obedient. Once they heard his orders, they immediately escorted the criminals and were about to continue forward. The conversation between the 2 was heard by the captured Siaman soldiers. Some of them were not proficient in Chinese and did not understand what the 2 were talking about. Although some understood, They were afraid of the soldiers' swords and spears and did not dare to speak. But there was a girl who understood the contents of the conversation. Hearing that these two were also imperial envoys, and hearing from their tone that they were enemies with Lu Guangye, she knew that this was a rare opportunity. She immediately rushed out and screamed, "Imperial Envoy Darren, we are wronged. We are wronged." Lu Guangye indiscriminately killed the innocent and disregarded human life. "Imperial Envoy Darren, please uphold justice for us." There was actually someone who dared to undermine him in front of him. Lu Guangye flew into a rage and turned his head to look. He saw that the girl who rushed out of the crowd to cry out for her innocence was the girl that he was most satisfied with. This girl was the prettiest among the Miao girls. He initially wanted to keep her in his room, but since this Miao girl did not know how to appreciate his kindness, Lu Guangye did not hesitate to kill her. Lu Guangye's face darkened and said sternly, "Impudent." The servant on his left heard his voice and released the snakeskin whip in his hand. With a flick of his hand, the whip exploded and struck towards the Miao girl. "Stop!" Sun Yuxuan shouted loudly and stood in front of the Miao woman. The servant could not stop in time, and pa! The whip landed on Sun Yuxuan's shoulder. Sun Yuxuan was in so much pain that he quivered. His summer clothes were thin, and a bloody mark immediately appeared on his shoulder. Lu Guangye saw that he was blocking, and the hostility in his heart grew. He pointed to the Miao girl and said, "Kill her for me. Drag her corpse through the streets." Two soldiers immediately pulled out their swords, which were more than a foot long, and charged towards the Miao girl. Sun Yuxuan endured the pain and spread his arms in front of her to protect her. He said sternly, "Who dares to make a move?" Hu Yuanli saw that Lu Guangye still dared to kill wantonly in front of them, and could not help but tremble with anger. He said sternly, "Lu Guangye, how dare you? Of course you still dare to kill wantonly in front of us." Ma Xiao had only brought 4 soldiers with him to the southern city. The 5 of them had been waiting at the side, watching the few court officials negotiate. Seeing this situation, Ma Xiao's hand placed on the hilt of his sword and slowly unsheathed it. The 4 soldiers saw that the brigade commander had made a move and immediately pointed their spears forward. Lu Guangye rolled his triangular eyes and said sternly, "Why? You want to assassinate this imperial envoy?" Hu Yuanli said loudly, "This official is not only responsible for supervising your actions, but also has the responsibility to investigate the truth of the Lu people's rebellion. You indiscriminately killed the innocent and disregarded human life. This official suspects that there is something hidden and has the right to stop you and investigate the truth." Lu Guangye raised his eyebrows and said, "Why didn't you say that just now? Imperial censor, who? Do you really have the imperial decree? You must know that passing a false imperial decree is a capital offense." Hu Yuanli said, "We naturally have the imperial decree in our hands." Lu Guangye lazily stretched out his hand and said, "Then please take out the imperial decree and let this imperial envoy see it clearly." The imperial decree and the imperial envoy's decree were both in Yang Fan's hands. How could Hu Yuanli take them out? Even though he had another secret decree in his hands, that secret decree was also for Yang Fan. He did not dare to open it without permission. Hu Yuanli's expression showed a slight hesitation. Lu Guangye, who was sitting on his horse, saw it clearly. Immediately a suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be that he is not the imperial envoy following the imperial edict at all, but has some other official business? He happened to pass by this place, saw me doing something, and decided to bluff to deceive me? Thinking of this, Lu Guangye narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Imperial censor who? Where is the imperial decree? Where is Canhe? Are you trying to deceive this official?" Song Chumeng and Song Wanyu also became nervous when they heard this. The 2 of them went out of the city to welcome them and saw hundreds of soldiers protecting them. How could they still doubt Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan's identities? Besides, they were local officials and did not care about the rules like the officials of the imperial court. That was why they did not ask for the imperial decree to be seen. If these 2 were really fakes, the uncle and nephew looked at each other and took a step back at the same time. Hu Yuanli said. This official is naturally a genuine imperial envoy. However, this official is the deputy of the imperial envoy, and the head of the imperial envoy is the director of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Fan. The imperial decree and Kanhe are both in his hands. When Lu Guanyi heard that there was also a Yang Fan and that this person was the biggest enemy of the imperial censor, he was already 70% convinced. In his nervousness, he blurted out, "Is this true? Where is Yang Fan now?" Imperial censor, who was an upright person and did not know how to lie. Hearing this, he hesitantly replied, "Imperial envoy Yang moved separately with us. We first went to Yaozhou to investigate the situation of the vagrants. Right now, he should be on his way to Manzhou." Lu Guanyi's heart was at ease, and he laughed at the sky. "Ha ha ha! That is to say, you have nothing that can prove your identities?" Lu Guanyi lowered his head from his horse and glared at Hu Yuanli. He coldly said, "You don't have the imperial decree in your hands. What right do you have to restrict this imperial envoy's actions?" "Humph! You better not interfere with this imperial envoy's actions. Otherwise I, Lu Guanyi, may recognize you, but the sword in my hand does not." Lu Guanyi's gaze swept past Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and Ma Qiao one by one. When he saw Ma Qiao, his gaze was fixed on the sharp blade in Ma Qiao's hand that was half unsheathed. He smiled mockingly and finally glared fiercely at Song Tongming and his nephew. The two uncle and nephew had expressions of unease and did not dare to meet his gaze. Lu Guanyi slightly raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Niu Yilong, why haven't you beheaded that little slut yet?" Hu Yuanli was both shocked and angry. However, he had let the cat out of the bag and could not prove his identity, so there was nothing he could do. He was, after all, a person who had been in the bureaucracy for many years. If it was Yang Fan present, even without the imperial decree in his hands, he would dare to order people to take down this arrogant and ruthless official first. However, in Hu Yuanli's mind, there were no thoughts that were outside of the rules. Ma Qiao naturally wanted to chop off Lu Guanyi's dog head, but he could not do so at the moment. This was in broad daylight, and there were hundreds of people here. If he did this, it would undoubtedly be a rebellion. He had an elderly mother, a lovely wife, and an unborn child. How could he do this? Niu Yilong was the servant who waved the whip just now. He heard the voice and dismounted from his horse and unsheathed his sword. Seeing that he was about to commit murder, Sun Yuxuan, who had not spoken for a long time, puffed out his chest and stood in front of the Miao woman. He shouted coldly, "This person cannot be killed." Lu Guanyi looked askance at him and did not recognize who he was. He asked coldly, "Why? You want to obstruct this imperial envoy from handling the case?" Sun Yuxuan said, "This official works for the Ministry of Justice. This barbarian woman has cried out her grievances to this official. This official has accepted her case. This woman will naturally be under my responsibility." Lu Guanyi laughed coldly and said, "No matter how you argue and find excuses, she is this imperial envoy's captive. This imperial envoy is in charge of a major case of rebellion. Since when is it your turn to interfere? I'm afraid this girl's death is none of your business." Lu Guanyi pointed his horsewhip at the Miao woman and shouted loudly, "Execute this barbarian woman who has rebelled against the imperial court." His voice had just faded when he heard an awe-inspiring voice shouting, "He can't interfere, but can I?" Lu Guanyi turned his head when he heard the voice and looked over in astonishment. He had just opened his eyes when he saw a large foot flying towards him. The sole of the boot landed on his mouth with a pew sound and kicked him off the horse. Chapter 545. The kick landed on Lu Guanyi's face. He felt the world spinning around him. He fell backward from his horse and fell to the ground. Sun Yuxuan, Hu Yuanli, and Ma Qiao, as well as the several hundred people present, were all stunned by this scene. That man did not stop. As soon as Lu Guanyi fell to the ground, he rushed over and picked Lu Guanyi up and slapped his face repeatedly. His slapping movement was so fast that the people watching from the side could not take it all in. Only now did Lu Guanyi's two servants react. They saw that the man's head was wrapped in a cloth scarf, his body was wearing a left-sleeve gown, he was dressed like a white barbarian. Immediately their courage was boosted. They raised their sabers and fiercely pounced on the man, while shouting loudly, "Bold thief barbarian, you dare to beat the Imperial envoy. If I don't hack you to pieces, you won't know how fierce an official's family is." Niao Ilong was ordered to kill that Meow woman. His saber was already unsheathed, therefore his movement was a little faster than his partner. He was one step ahead of his partner and dashed in front of that man. Whoosh! He chopped the back of that man's neck. If this was in the capital, Niao Ilong would not dare to kill like this. Even if this slash was to save someone, he would have to turn the blade around and knock this man out. But in this kind of place, the Imperial envoy was bigger than the sky. Killing people was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Niao Ilong was already used to it. He did not hesitate at all when he slashed down with his saber. But that man was clearly grabbing Lu Guangye's collar and was slapping him so hard that Lu Guangye's head shook left and right like a rattle drum. Niao Ilong slashed down with his saber. He thought that the man's head was about to fly up, but for some reason, he suddenly saw that the man was facing him. Niao Ilong's wrist shook, the saber flew out of his hand. Immediately his palm tightened. Something was stuffed into it. By this time his companion had also rushed in front of that man. He just happened to see that man swiftly snatching the saber from Niao Ilong's hand. He clenched his teeth. Without saying anything, the saber in his hand whistled and slashed towards the back of that man's head. These two men were both government officials, but they liked to attack from the back even more than thieves. Unfortunately, as soon as he swung his saber, the man turned around like a ghost and faced him again. Then, his hand was empty and the saber was snatched away by the man. This servant also knew some martial arts, but he had never seen such a brilliant empty-handed catch. The steel saber left his hand, and he was completely stunned. Unexpectedly, the man did not kill him. As soon as the steel knife left his hand, it was thrown away by the man. Immediately after, the servant felt something stuffed into his hand. It seemed to be a short stick. Lu Guangye was first kicked in the face, followed by a series of slaps. He was slapped so hard that the world spun, and he couldn't tell what was going on. The process of the man letting go of the two servants and turning around to subdue them seemed complicated, but it actually happened in an instant. After the man let go, Lu Guangye's body swayed and was about to fall, but he swayed left and right and only swayed 3 times. Before he fell down, the man had already turned around, grabbed him by the collar, and slapped him again. At this time, Ma Qiao finally saw clearly that this man dressed in white barbarian clothing was the head imperial envoy, his good brother, Yang Fan. Ma Qiao was surprised and delighted. He blurted out, "Yang Fan? Brother Fan?" Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan were staring at this bold barbarian with their mouths agape. Hearing Ma Qiao shout, they recognized that this man was indeed Yang Fan. Sun Yuxuan and Yang Fan were colleagues in the same yamen, so they could be considered to be very familiar with each other. Just now, he was only concerned with the strange method of beating Lu Guangye and snatching away the steel sabers from the hands of the two servants. Because he was dressed in barbarian clothing, he had already determined that he couldn't beat someone he knew, so he didn't pay attention to his appearance. Only when he heard Ma Qiao shout did he recognize him. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. The two servants who had their steel sabers snatched away were as fast as lightning. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. They had long been scared silly by this man's terrifying method. When Yang Fan turned around and grabbed Lu Guangye by the collar again and slapped him hard, the two of them actually forgot to protect their master. Instead, they stared blankly at the thing in their hands. Niao Ilong looked at the glistening yellow copper seal in his hand. He turned it over and saw that it was the Imperial Envoy canny. His companion was also looking down at the thing in his hand. How was that a stick? It was clearly a piece of yellow silk. Even though the yellow silk was rolled up, one could still see a 5-clawed dragon woven from golden silk. This man unfolded the yellow silk to take a look. Astonishingly, it was an imperial edict. Yang Longzhong, luckily you arrived in time. The moment they recognized Yang Fan's identity, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli couldn't help but be overjoyed. They rushed to his front and saw that Yang Fan's face was ashen. He was still beating Lu Guangye ferociously, as if he had a great hatred and had already gone mad. Hu Yuanli immediately felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly advised, Yang Longzhong, the imperial court has its own system. This seems rather inappropriate. Even though those soldiers were from the Song family, they were Lu Guangye's entourage. The moment they saw Lu Guangye being beaten up by a barbarian, they couldn't help but become ferocious. They raised their weapons and were about to charge forward. But when Niu Yilong and the other servants saw the imperial edict in their hands and understood Yang Fan's identity, they didn't dare to let them go forward. They hurriedly shouted at them to stop. They shouted at the soldiers to stop. Seeing that Yang Fan was still beating up Imperial Envoy Lu, they had seen Yang Fan's skills and didn't dare to go forward to help. Just as they were at a loss of what to do, Yang Fan might have gotten tired from beating Lu Guangye. The moment he loosened his grip, the already unconscious Lu Guangye fell to the ground with a thud like half a gunny sack. Niu Yilong and Hu Yuanli hurriedly rushed forward and dragged him to the side for treatment. Song Chumeng saw this imperial envoy beat up another imperial envoy the moment he arrived. It turned out that the imperial envoys sent by the imperial court were each fiercer than the last, each with a temper worse than the last. He was so shocked that he didn't dare to say anything. Now that he saw Lu Guangye lying on the ground with his head beaten into a pig's head, his teeth all falling out and blood foaming his mouth, his appearance was indescribably frightening. Afraid that he would die just like that, he hurriedly went to the carriage to retrieve the gourd filled with water and handed it to Niu Yilong. Niu Yilong poured half of the water into the gourd, and after a long while, Lu Guangye finally regained consciousness. Lu Guangye's swollen face squeezed his eyes into a slit. The moment he opened his eyes a little, Niu Yilong shouted at Yang Fan with a bitter face, Imperial Envoy Yang, even though you're also an Imperial Envoy, there's no reason for you to beat up another Imperial Envoy. This Niu Yilong was the Imperial Envoy's attendant, but when the Imperial Envoy was beaten up, he didn't go forward to help. That would be dereliction of duty. Putting aside this matter, he was a servant of the Imperial Censorate, while Lu Guangye was an Imperial Censor of the Imperial Censorate. If Lu Guangye bore a grudge against him, he would have plenty of ways to punish him later on. Niu Yilong was born a ruffian, so he still had this bit of scheming. That was why he immediately protested to Yang Fan when Lu Guangye had just woken up. Lu Guangye, who had just woken up, didn't know what was going on and thought that Niu Yilong was arguing on his behalf. However, his tone and words of protest were too weak, not enough to infuriate Yang Fan. Thinking about it, Yang Fan was a high-ranking official of the imperial court. He wouldn't disregard his status and make a move on him just because of a sentence like this. This was where Niu Yilong was smart. As expected, Yang Fan didn't make a move. When Niu Yilong and his companions were treating Lu Guangye, Yang Fan had already met with Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and Ma Qiao. He gave them a simple account of his experience and asked about the reason for the confrontation on the street. When Niu Yilong raised his voice in protest, Yang Fan suddenly turned around and shot him a cold glance. This glance was very indifferent and didn't have any killing intent, but Niu Yilong felt as if he was pricked by a needle. His body trembled violently, and he almost threw Lu Guangye, who was in his arms, to the ground. He was really afraid of this Imperial Envoy Yang who didn't play by the rules. Yang Fan glanced at him, then lowered his gaze slightly and landed on Lu Guangye's pig head. He said indifferently, "Me beating up Lu Guangye has nothing to do with whether he and I are Imperial envoys or not. I beat him up because I want to beat him up. Haven't you fought with your colleagues before?" Niu Yilong was speechless when he heard this. The servants recruited by the censorate were all born ruffians, and they formed cliques with each other. How could they not have fought before? Fighting was a common occurrence. But that was only between the petty officials. The high-ranking officials of the imperial court were all people who valued their status. Would people who were high up in the imperial court also rub their arms and grab their weapons to fight? Lu Guangye forced his swollen eyes open. From those narrow slits, two rays of incomparably resentful light shot out. "Yang Fan, what enmity do I have with you? Why do you want to beat me up like this?" When Lu Guangye said these words, his voice was muffled and almost couldn't be heard clearly. All of his teeth were knocked out. Even his molars were knocked out. It could be seen how ruthless Yang Fan was in beating him up. His tongue was also injured, so it was already extremely difficult for him to say these few words. But he really couldn't understand it, no matter how he thought about it. If he didn't find out the reason behind it, this question would make him go crazy. He also guessed that Yang Fan might be angry because of those people who were killed, because he and Yang Fan did not have any personal grudges. Other than that, there was no conflict between them. But when he thought about it again, it was impossible. Yang Fan was not related to these people. Even if his sympathy flared up, at most he would behave like Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan. No matter what, he wouldn't beat them up to vent his anger, right? Doing so would not solve any problem. Instead, it would give others something to use against him. Would a dignified, fifth-ranked official make such an impulsive and vulgar mistake? Unfortunately, he didn't know Yang Fan's background. He guessed correctly. Yang Fan beat him up because of those people who died tragically. Yang Fan came in from the south gate. Before he entered the city, he already knew about the numerous crimes Lu Guangye had committed in the barbarian province. But hearing people talk about it was far less shocking than seeing it with his own eyes. Yang Fan's journey from the South City was like a trip to hell. His bones felt cold. Beat up Lu Guangye to vent his anger? That was because he had already arranged a plan to kill Lu Guangye before he entered the city. Otherwise, he wouldn't have beaten Lu Guangye the moment he saw him. He would have politely met Lu Guangye and exchanged pleasantries with him. Then they would stay in the same inn and even drink at the same table. In the middle of the night, he would secretly take his head. The reason why he made a move now was because he had suppressed his killing intent. He could suppress his killing intent because in his eyes, Lu Guangye was already a dead man. Seeing that Yang Fan did not answer, Lu Guangye angrily asked again, "Speak. Why did you beat this official?" Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said in a carefree manner, "This Yang finds you to be an eyesore, so I beat you up to vent my anger. What are you going to do?" Lu Guangye was unable to restrain his anger. He broke free from the two servants who were supporting him and slammed his head into Yang Fan, shouting, "This Lu will fight you to the death." Yang Fan lifted his robe and gave a flying kick. The sole of his foot was as flexible as a palm, and it fiercely slapped Lu Guangye's face. But this time it was a kick. Lu Guangye was sent flying and flipped 360 degrees in the air before falling to the ground with a bang. He fainted again. Chapter 546. Yang Fan knocked Lu Guangye out with a kick and nonchalantly patted his trouser leg, saying to Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan, "Brother Hu, brother Sun, let's go back to the inn. I still have something to discuss with the two of you." Song 1, you looked at this domineering imperial envoy who acted as though no one else was around and whispered to Song Chumeng, "Uncle, what should we do?" Song Chumeng said, "Accompany him back. Since this imperial envoy Yang isn't fake, as the host, we have to welcome him. Let's go back and prepare a banquet to welcome him back." Song 1, you pouted to the side and said in a low voice, "There's another imperial envoy over there. What should we do?" Niu Yilong hugged Lu Guangye's head and raised his head, shouting miserably at him, "Magistrate, do you still have water?" Song 1, you shook his head woodenly. Song Chumeng took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Looks like this imperial envoy Yang is even more domineering than this imperial envoy Lu. We can't afford to offend him." However, even though imperial envoy Lu was beaten into a sorry state by imperial envoy Yang, it's only a contest of martial prowess. It's still unknown who will win this battle between the two. Us Song family should just watch and not get involved. How about this? I'll accompany Imperial Envoy Yang back, and you stay behind to take care of Imperial Envoy Lu. Song 1, you said, "All right, let's do that. Then what about these soldiers?" Song Chumeng thought for a moment and covered his mouth with his hand, coughing lightly. He said to Song 1, you, "Back then when we lent him these soldiers, we already said that as long as official business doesn't end, these soldiers will be at his disposal. Now that we're taking them back, isn't it obvious that we're going against him? Don't pay any attention to them. From the moment we lent them to him, they're at his disposal. Everything has nothing to do with our Song family. Remember." Song 1, you understood tacitly and hurriedly nodded. On the other side, Yang Fan wanted to pull the saddle and mount the horse. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yushuan followed his lead and instinctively wanted to take action as well. The Miao woman who ran out of the crowd to cry out her grievance was anxious. Their savior had come, but now that their savior was leaving, what should they do? Lu Guangye was violent by nature. Once he woke up, how could he not vent his anger on them? Just now Sun Yushuan had saved her twice and even took a lash for her. In this Miao girl's heart, this refined Han official was the best among all the Han people. She immediately ran forward and pulled Sun Yushuan's sleeve and timidly called out, "Han official, what should we do?" Oh, Sun Yushuan's hand was on the saddle, and one of his legs was already in the stirrup. He only came to his senses when he heard the sound, and quickly withdrew his leg and turned around. Yang Fan's violent beating just now had caused Lu Guangye to faint twice in just a moment. Their brains really couldn't adapt to such a huge change, and they almost forgot about these people. Sun Yushuan turned his head around and looked at the Miao woman seriously. Just now, when Sun Yushuan saw that Lu Guangye was about to resort to violence, he was in a hurry to save her and did not get a clear look at the Miao woman's appearance. He only glanced at her and felt that she was rather delicate. Now that he took a closer look, he was instantly stunned and was slightly infatuated. Actually, this Miao woman's face was like the full moon, her eyebrows like the stars. Her skin was as white as milk. No doubt she was beautiful, but Sun Yushuan had been in Central Plains Dafu and the Imperial City for a long time. He had seen countless beauties. Be it in terms of figure or looks, he had seen many beauties like this Miao woman. His horizons had been broadened, and he would not have lost his composure like this. But women were like water. Water is an extremely soft substance. It is shaped according to its form and has endless transformations. It will change into whatever kind of vessel is used to hold it. The Miao land's mountains and rivers nourished the land and water, causing the Miao family's daughters to have a different kind of beauty. The silence of the mountains caused the Miao women to be elegant and refined. The Wu and Chu culture caused them to have a kind of orchid heart. That graceful figure, the tinkling silver ornaments, the Miao embroidery on the sleeves of their clothes, brought out a special kind of beauty of this woman. That kind of Miao family's daughter's special charm was something that he could not find in the entire Luoyang. Sun Yushuan was stunned by this Miao woman's beauty for a moment. He then realized that he was being rude and quickly looked down. He coughed, and when he turned to Yang Fan, he regained the appearance of a righteous and awe-inspiring official. He used an official tone and said, "Yang Longzhong, these are the Xiamen people who were captured by Lu Guangye. What do you think?" Yang Fan had just mounted his horse. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, "These are all witnesses. I want to investigate Lu Guangye's abuse of the law, and we'll need to ask them some questions. Bring all of them back." Sun Yushuan was overjoyed and repeatedly agreed. He turned to the Miao woman and coughed. He tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. I have not asked for your name." This Miao woman did not care if her name was pretty or not. She did not mind telling others her name. After all, names were meant for others to call her. She replied graciously, "My surname is Hu. My name is Hu Fei." Sun Yushuan clapped his hands and praised, "Fei Fei, very fragrant. The days go by Fei Wei, the months come and go. Good name, good name." Hu Fei raised her wrist and sniffed, but she did not feel that it was fragrant at all. But then she was suddenly enlightened and said, "You, this Han high-ranking official, your nose is very sensitive. I have worn this sachet for a long time. The fragrance has already dissipated. You can smell it. Over there." Hu Fei timidly cast a glance at Yang Fan and said in a low voice, "That Han high-ranking official, is he willing to save us?" Yang Fan was looking at Niu Ilong with a straight face, asking for the imperial edict and Qian back. In Hu Fei's opinion, Lu Guangye was no different than a demon, 100 times more frightening than the legendary demon that they were going to get rid of on the 13th of the 7th month, the Eradicating Evil Festival. But this demon had to encounter a wicked person. He was beaten so miserably by that Han high-ranking official surnamed Yang. Although that Han high-ranking official was not a bad person, he was a vicious person, so she was somewhat afraid. Sun Yuxuan repeatedly said, Of course, of course. It's just that we want to ask you some questions so that we can also collect evidence of Lu Guangye's crimes and help you bring him to justice. So right now, we still cannot let you leave. Miss Hu, can you tell your tribesmen to be at ease and come with us? Hu Fei straightforwardly replied, Of course, if you are a good official, I hope you can uphold justice for us. Speaking till here, not knowing what sad memory she had recalled, Hu Fei's eyes were glistening with tears. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. Sun Yuxuan's heart ached when he saw this. He quickly puffed out his chest and said, Don't worry, we will never let off Lu Guangye, this kind of traitor who brings calamity to the country and the people. Miss Hu Fei smiled gratefully at him with tears in her eyes, turned around, and explained the situation to her tribesmen in Miao language. Sun Yuxuan's eyes looked down and landed on Miss Hu's white cloth leggings. He felt that the pair of calves under the girl's pleated skirt was also delicate and cute, making his heart itch. Suddenly, he thought that he was not a man who had seen a woman for the first time. He actually lost his composure like this today. It was indeed somewhat abnormal. He could not help but laughed involuntarily. When Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and the rest left, those Miao men and women who were captured were brought away. Yang Fan did not ask those soldiers to escort them. According to Sun Yuxuan, these so-called captives were either women or children. There was no need for anyone to escort them. General Ma Qiao and the other 4 men's 5 sabers were enough. Song Wenyu asked the soldiers to carry the unconscious Lu Guangye and stayed far behind Yang Fan and the rest. A large group of soldiers followed behind them. The heads on their spears were all unloaded at the side of the morgue, prepared to send people to transport firewood and burn all the corpses. Although Yang Fan brought a large group of people back, but the Song family could still accommodate them. This big mansion of the Song family was the front and back mansion. There was a large area of space around the main building complex that was enclosed into the courtyard, but the Song family could not accommodate such a big place. Many places were empty. It was just a patch of wild grass overgrown land. It would not be a problem to accommodate thousands of people. After returning to the Song family, Yang Fan only greeted Song Chumeng briefly and talked for a while before asking the host to leave and discuss some official business with Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and the rest alone. Hu Yuanli angrily said, Lu Guangye has already killed more than 900 vagrants in the barbarian province. He also wantonly captured many Miao boys and girls. He raped and pillaged in the Miao stockade village, and we do not know how many people he has harmed. On the way here, we received news from the inn along the way that Wang Desho killed more than 700 vagrants in Lingnan East Road. The other few imperial envoys went to different places and killed between 300 to 500 people. And without exception, they all demanded bribes without restraint, but if they refused, they would pin the crime of being an accomplice to the rebellion. Everywhere they passed, there was a foul atmosphere. Sun Yuxuan added, This is only the news we heard on the way here. Now we do not know how many more evil deeds they have committed. Yang Fan said solemnly, Their evil deeds cannot be carried out for long. Yaozhou has rebelled. Lingnan has also rebelled. The people's anger, although the Son of Heaven lives deep in the 9-layered imperial palace, he already knows. I am afraid it will not be long before this thunderous fury falls on them. Sun Yuxuan exclaimed, lightly slapped his forehead and said, When we arrived at Yalong, there was a courier who came to deliver a secret edict. Because it was sealed with wax, His Majesty also indicated that it was for you. We dare not open it. We do not know the details of the edict. I will go get it. Yang Fan said to Hu Yuanli, Brother who is the supervising imperial censor, familiar with the law. I will leave the matter of questioning those captives to Brother Hu. We must get the truth of Lu Guangye's scourge, the fact that he used soldiers as bandits. Hu Yuanli nodded solemnly and said, I will go now. After Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli left one after another, Yang Fan slowly paced a few steps in the room with his hands behind his back, ordered the Long Wu Wei soldiers guarding outside the door. Invite the commander of the horse brigade here. Ma Qiao had just finished settling those Miao people. Although they were all women and children, Ma Qiao still sent over a dozen soldiers to watch over them. to prevent them from roaming around carelessly. After the arrangements were made, he rushed to Yang Fan's residence. Halfway there, he met the soldier who came looking for him. Ma Qiao entered Yang Fan's room, saw Yang Fan giving him a look, and closed the door tightly. Turning his head to look again, Yang Fan had already walked into the inner room. Ma Qiao immediately followed. Yang Fan walked into the inner room, waited for Ma Qiao to follow, then slowly turned around, stared at him, and said, "Brother Qiao, do you still remember what you and I said on the Green Mountain outside time in town when we were escorting the princess to Chang'an?" Ma Qiao scratched his head, smiled helplessly, and said, "Brother, we have talked a lot on the mountain. Can you give me a hint?" Yang Fan also could not help but smile, the serious look on his face slightly reduced. This trip to Chang and is naturally very free and unfettered. As for the inspection of the vagrants, you and I are of one mind. Who cares what kind of bird people they are? If we find a reason, we will kill them. The words Yang Fan said were exactly what Ma Qiao said to him. Even the tone was imitated perfectly. Ma Qiao's eyes brightened. "You want to kill that bird, Lu Guangye?" Chapter 547. What do you plan to do? Ma Qiao looked at Yang Fan with bright eyes and said, "It's impossible to kill him openly. You and I both have wives and children. We can't not think about our families. I presume you already have a perfect plan. You and I are brothers. Whatever you say, I, Ma Qiao, will accompany you to the end." Yang Fan smiled. He already knew that Ma Qiao would agree, but he still had to ask. If Ma Qiao showed even the slightest hesitation, he did not intend to let Ma Qiao participate. Ma Qiao had an old mother, a beautiful wife, and a young child. It was normal for him to have considerations. He would not use brotherhood to kidnap his brother. Now that Ma Qiao agreed, Yang Fan was naturally happy. Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "At dusk, there are 3 streams and 2 caves, a total of 19 strongholds, the Xie barbarians, attacking Beijiang County." Ma Qiao's pupils suddenly shrank. He said in shock, "Rebellion?" Yang Fan said, "Yes. Lu Guangye's atrocities have already angered the Xie barbarians of the east and west. As long as the Xie barbarians take down Beijiang County, the other strongholds will definitely respond, following the Jiannan Path and Lingnan Path. The Qinzhong Path will also ignite the prairie fire." Ma Qiao hurriedly calculated. "I only have 300 soldiers, and the people and land are separated. Can the surnamed Song be relied on? If he is unable to defend the city, I will protect you and leave immediately." Yang Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "Why don't you ask me how I know?" Ma Qiao said disapprovingly, "Why ask this? You have always been resourceful. It is not surprising that you can find out this news." Yang Fan sighed and said, "You're really a lazy person who can't bear to worry. The reason why I know is because on the way to Beijiang, I was hit by a blow dart and fell into their hands." Ma Qiao made a sound and said, "Then it must be because you showed your prowess and killed your way out of the barbarian stronghold." Yang Fan rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "I really want to brag like this, but it doesn't seem glorious to brag to my own brother. Actually, they let me go." Ma Qiao rolled his eyes and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that Xiaman's cave master or stream master or something had a precious daughter who was infatuated with you, and you agreed to marry in her family and become a live-in son-in-law? So the crisis was averted?" This sentence was not because Ma Qiao was being silly, but because he was intentionally teasing her. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at him and said, "When I was in Yaozhou, I was once indebted to a barbarian leader and received a wolf fang necklace from her. The Xiaman who blocked the road caught me with a blow dart and wanted to kill me on the spot, but when he saw the necklace in my bosom..." Yang Fan took a deep breath and said, "Although transportation in the southwest is inconvenient, the barbarians are not without connections. The barbarians have always lived in the deep mountains and have the same habits as the Xiaman, so they are more familiar with each other and have a very friendly relationship with each other. When the Xiaman saw the necklace on my body, they knew that I am not a bad Han, so they naturally didn't kill me." Ma Qiao stopped laughing and said calmly, "That didn't kill you, But they also wouldn't tell you that they are going to attack Beijiang County, right? Is there something else? Yang Fan nodded and said, yes. They not only found the token of the barbarian leader, but also found my imperial edict. Some of them happened to recognize this imperial edict, so of course they wanted to figure out my identity. After they figured out my identity, I also found out from their mouths how many villages Lu Guangye had destroyed in the barbarian province, forcing them to fight for their lives. Yang Fan stared intently at Ma Qiao and said word by word, it is true that they are rebelling, but their resistance is only to vent their anger by robbing and killing the Han people who are separated from them, and shooting arrows at the soldiers that Lu Guangye brought out of the county town. As for attacking the city and pillaging the stronghold, Xiamen is far less arrogant than Wu Man and Li Liao. They will not do such a thing. So, Yang Fan stretched out a finger and leisurely pointed to the tip of his nose. The idea of attacking Beijiang County is not their idea, but my idea. What? Ma Qiao was really surprised this time, but the surprised expression had just appeared on his face and then gradually disappeared. Ma Qiao said, you can't really encourage the Xiamen to rebel. This will not do them any good. Could it be the key to killing Lu Guangye is here? Yang Fan smiled cheerfully and nodded. Yes. Once the Xiamen attacks the city will be in chaos. There are not many soldiers stationed in the small Beijiang city, and the main force of the Song clan's army is not here. The garrison in the city will not be able to resist the attack of the 2 caves, 3 streams, and 19 strongholds. As long as they enter the city, Ma Qiao's eyes flashed slightly, and he slowly said, when they attack the city at dusk, I'm afraid it will already be as dark as ink. The city will be in chaos, and the barbarians don't have the military style. They always like to fight in groups of 3 to 5. At that time, the city will be in chaos, and if Lu Guangye dies at that time, Yang Fan smiled and said, at that time Lu Guangye will be dead. Who knows who killed him? So, what I want you to do is, at that time, don't be too stubborn. I will take Lu Guangye's head. Ma Qiao frowned and said, if Lu Guangye dies, this account will inevitably be put on Xiamen's head. Will the imperial court be furious and send a large number of troops to encircle and suppress him? Yang Fan said calmly, no. Pei Huaigu has already received the emperor's edict in Yaozhou. From the content of the edict, the barbarians in the south are rebelling, and the emperor is a little flustered. She wants to appease them, not encircle and suppress them. Otherwise, the imperial court's troops will be scattered into the mountains in the south. So, after Lu Guangye dies, Xiamen will retreat, and I will come forward to summon the barbarians, and they will surrender. Isn't that enough? Ma Qiao clenched his fist and palm and said excitedly, flawless. Yang Fan said, but I didn't know that you had already arrived, so I still have to send someone to bring my wolf fang necklace out of the city and get in touch with them. Fortunately, your troops are the only ones in the city wearing the imperial court's uniform, so they can be easily identified, or else it will be a big problem. Ma Qiao said, that's easy. I have been in the army for so many years. How can I not have a few confidants? Give me the necklace. I will send someone. Just as the two said this, the Long Wu guards guarding the door suddenly shouted, Dr. Sun, do you want to see Yang Longzhong? He was shouting to alert the room that someone had come. Yang Fan gestured to Ma Qiao, indicating that he should stay in the room, and quickly walked to the outer hall. When he just stood in the outer hall, Sun Yuxuan rushed in with an imperial edict. Yang Longzhong, this is the secret edict we received when we rushed to Yelong City. Yang Fan nodded, took the secret edict from his hand, and checked the wax seal and wax seal to make sure there were no mistakes. He pulled out the sharp pin from his waist, cut the wax seal open, took out the edict from the bamboo tube, and slowly unfolded it. Sun Yuxuan stood in front of Yang Fan and watched as the imperial edict slowly unfurled, covering Yang Fan's face. Standing on his side, Sun Yuxuan couldn't see anything but the golden image of 2 dragons playing with a pearl on the imperial edict. Speaking of which, although Sun Yuxuan was an official in the capital, he had not seen many imperial edicts. Because he had never received one, he had never looked at it carefully, so he decided to patiently admire the 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The two golden dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pouncing on the pearl in the middle. The two golden dragons had their faces turned sideways, each revealing a dragon's eye. The dragon's eye was also embroidered with golden thread, and there seemed to be red thread mixed in the middle, making it look lifelike. After a while, the imperial edict slowly sank down, revealing Yang Fan's two eyes. Yang Fan's eyes were slightly confused, and his expression was uncertain. He was clearly looking at Sun Yuxuan in front of him, but his mind seemed to have wandered off somewhere else. Sun Yuxuan frowned slightly and worriedly asked, "Yang Longzhong, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine." Yang Fan came back to his senses, smiled, and said, "It's nothing. The edict's instructions: wait for Imperial Censor Hu to arrive, and I will tell you all." "Brother Sun, there are many barbarians brought into the Song residence. I'll have to trouble you to help Imperial Censor Hu record their statements. We can discuss in detail during dinner." Sun Yuxuan didn't think too much, nodded in agreement, and left Yang Fan's residence. As soon as the door closed, Ma Qiao came out from the inner room and asked, "What happened?" Yang Fan handed over the edict and said, "Here, take a look." Ma Qiao didn't act pretentious, and took the edict, glanced at it, and straightforwardly handed it back to Yang Fan, and said, "Out of the 10 words, I only know one. It's better if you say it." Yang Fan glared at him and said, "If you can't read, how can you study the art of war? If you don't study the art of war, how can you be a great general?" Ma Qiao curled his lips and said, "Who knows how many generals in the army are illiterate? The art of war on paper is dead, but the art of war taught on the battlefield is alive. Those illiterate generals have all made illustrious achievements in battle." Yang Fan snorted and ignored his fallacious reasoning and said, "The edict says that the people in the imperial censorate have betrayed the emperor's grace and falsely used the emperor's will to harass the local area and bully the weak. This caused the people to rebel, and the emperor was furious. Therefore, the emperor has given me the power to act arbitrarily, to act first and report later." Hearing this, Ma Qiao's mouth was wide open, and he couldn't close it. After a while, he let out a strange cry and immediately covered his mouth and said in a small but excited voice, "So you don't have to let Xiamen attack the city? As long as you have the statements of those barbarians, you can justifiably execute Lu Guangye." Yang Fan slowly nodded and said, "Yes." Ma Qiao stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the wolf fang necklace." Yang Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "For what?" Ma Qiao said, "I'll send someone to tell them that there's no need to attack the city." With his hands behind his back, Yang Fan slowly paced around the room for a while, muttering to himself, deliberating, and not saying a word. Ma Qiao frowned and said, "What? Is there a problem?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "No, the city still needs to be attacked. But I don't need to take advantage of the chaos to kill Lu Guangye, and the city also doesn't need to be breached. After the chaos subsides, I will announce Lu Guangye's crimes to the world, and he will be punished openly. This is better than killing him quietly." Ma Qiao said doubtfully, "There's no need to do this, right? When the time comes, there will be witnesses, and there will be a confession. With you, Hu Yuanli, and Sun Yuxuan as witnesses, who will doubt if I behead him?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "No, it's not to behead him. Originally, I wanted them to attack the city in order to kill Lu Guangye, but it was just a part of my original plan. Now, although there's an honorable reason to kill Lu Guangye, this plan still needs to be carried out, or else the key part of the plan will be broken." Ma Qiao frowned and did not say anything. Yang Fan slowly walked in front of him and said seriously, "Believe me, brother, I know that there will be casualties in attacking the city, and if it's not necessary, there's no need for them to attack the city. But I have a reason to do this. Doing this, there may be some casualties now, but in the future we can avoid 10 times or even 100 times more casualties." Ma Qiao stared at him for a long time and smiled and said, "Good. If you don't want to say, I won't ask. Since I believe you are like me, I'll do as you say." Chapter 548. Lu Guangye slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, He breathed in a mouthful of air. Before he could exhale, he saw a ferocious ghost with a green face staring at him with a pair of strange eyes. The ghost was very close to him. Lu Guanya cried out. He was hit again. Niu Ilong saw that Lu Guanya finally opened his eyes and was overjoyed. Just as he got closer to him, he heard Lu Guanya let out an inhuman scream and fainted again. He could not help but look at Xiang Quanka, who was treating Lu Guanya in shock. Xiang Quanka looked at him innocently with a pair of strange eyes painted with white paint. Xiang Quanka was the name of the Siaman tribe. When translated into Chinese, it meant shaman. This shaman was very famous in the barbarian province. 2 days ago, he was invited to treat an elder of the Song family. He stayed in the residence and had not left yet. In order to show that he valued this imperial envoy, Song Wanyu specially invited this Xiang Quanka to treat Lu Guanya. Xiang Quanka heard that this official was only knocked out and did not fall sick, so he did not give him any tricks. He only asked someone to bring a bowl of clear water. He drew talismans and chanted incantations. Finally, he lit the talismans and threw the ashes into the water. Strangely enough, when the ashes entered the water immediately turned as black as ink. No one knew why such a strange change occurred. Xiang Quanka poured the bowl of ink into Lu Guangyi's stomach and gave him a massage. He did not know whether it was the shaman's medicine that took effect or the time he was unconscious was almost up. In short, Lu Guangyi woke up. But this shaman's attire was very strange. His face was painted with all kinds of colors, making him look like a ghost. Lu Guangyi had just woken up and did not know what was going on. When he opened his eyes, he saw a ghost face and actually fainted again. Luckily this time, he did not faint for long. After a while, Lu Guangyi woke up again. This time, that Xiang Quanka learned his lesson and hid far away. Lu Guangyi opened his eyes and saw Niu Ilong's flattering smile. Only then did he not faint again. He said with lingering fear, just now, I think I saw a ghost." Niu Ilong explained embarrassedly, "Censor, that's not a ghost. It's the doctor that county magistrate Song invited for you." Niu Ilong explained clearly in a few words. Only then did the cowardly Xiang Jie, who had drawn a grimace on his face, come forward. He tried his best to squeeze out a gentle smile, but the more he looked at him, the stranger he felt. When Lu Guanya heard that it wasn't a malicious ghost, he felt relieved. He had done too many shameful things, and now that the impossible had happened, he was really terrified. Calming himself down, he recalled the humiliation he had suffered today. Yang Fan. Lu Guangyi spat out this name viciously, but he couldn't clench his teeth, so he could only purse his lips. All of his teeth were knocked out, so he could only purse his lips. If an ordinary person lost their teeth, even if they did not purse their lips, their cheeks would still be shriveled. However, Lu Guangyi was different. His cheeks were red and swollen from the slaps. Although he pursed his lips tightly, his cheeks were not sunken like a monkey's. Instead, they were rosy like a monkey's. Niu Ilong rubbed his hands uneasily and said, "Censor, now that Yang Fan is here, he will definitely find trouble with us. Do you think we should hide for a while? Anyway, there's more than just Baz Ho in Xinjiang province." Lu Guangyi pursed his lips and shook his head coldly. It's just that with his glowing red face, others really couldn't tell that he had a cold expression, but the hatred in his eyes could be seen. "I was beaten up by him. If I leave like this, I won't be able to raise my head for the rest of my life. You do the hard work, I'll do the hard work." Lu Guangyi's triangular eyes flashed with resentment. With a glowing red face, he ordered, "Call the leaders of those 2 soldiers over." Niu Ilong was shocked and said, "Censor Lu, what are you going to do?" Yang Fan is rude. When the censor returns to the capital, he can be impeached in front of the emperor. If you use the soldiers to fight, then there's no one to argue. Bullshit. Cough, 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 cough. Lu Guangyi flew into a rage. Unexpectedly, he only raised his voice and cursed once before he choked and coughed. He felt that his throat was full of the smell of cigarette ash, as if he was crawling in a chimney. Lu Guangyi coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of black phlegm. He said sternly, "You also know that he is rude, If I just tolerate it, how can I still have the face to stand in the imperial court? Go call the people over. I will bear all the consequences. Although Lu Guangyi's voice was a little leaky, it was still understandable. Niu Long saw that his cheeks were red and swollen, but he was still able to do such a difficult action as twisting. It was enough to show the depth of his anger. Niu Long didn't dare to say anything more and quickly complied and left. Your Han language seems to be pretty good. Sun Yuxuan held a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other. He circled around Miss Hu Fei and said with a slight smile, "The dozens of Xiamen that Yang Fan brought back were placed in an abandoned horse shed in the Song family. Hu Yuanli brought 2 secretaries and was interrogating them one by one and taking down their records. When Sun Yuxuan arrived, he said that he wanted to help him take down their records. In the end, he looked around in the crowd, and the first person he set his eyes on was Miss Hu Fei. Although we live in the mountains, we are not isolated from the world. We often have to go out and walk, but we will also come out when we go to the market. Moreover, my father said that although our ancestors have lived in the mountain for generations, but as the people of the Tang dynasty, we can't not even know how to speak the language of the Tang people, and we can't not know how to write the characters we use. It just so happens that the imperial court has sent a lot of exiled people here. They can't adapt to the life here, and they can't find a way to make a living, so their lives are very poor. But they are all literate people, so my father invited a teacher to come to the village. We are responsible for the teacher's food, and the teacher taught us how to read and write." "Oh, from the sound of it, your father seems to be the leader of your village?" "Yes, my father is the leader of our village. When I was captured, my father was leading people to hunt in the mountains. He must be very worried right now." The Miao girl Hu Fei's face showed a sad expression. Sun Yuxuan glanced at the silver necklace hanging on Miss Hu's neck and thought, no wonder these Miao girls all wear short handkerchiefs on their heads. Although they wear colorful clothes, they at most wear a pair of silver earrings. But she can wear a silver necklace on her neck. So she is the daughter of the head of the village. Miao girls like to wear silver ornaments, but very few people can wear a complete set of ornaments. Earrings, necklaces, bracelets, rings, silver hats, and so on are very rare. If there is occasionally a Miao girl who can wear all these ornaments, most of them are passed down from their ancestors. It is unknown how many lifetimes they have saved to be able to collect a complete set of silver ornaments, although the silver content of many Miao silver ornaments is actually not high. However, even if there is a Miao girl who has collected a complete set of silver ornaments, unless it is a grand festival or a wedding day, they will not wear all. Therefore, from a number of ornaments they wear in their daily clothes, one can roughly judge the family's status and financial situation in the village. Sun Yuxuan held the brush in his hand and did not dare to look at her face. He only lowered his head and pretended to take notes seriously. He asked again, "Miss, how old are you? Do you have a husband? Who else is in your family?" Hu Fei blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Do the officials even need to ask about these things?" Sun Yuxuan coughed and said in a serious manner, "The rules of the imperial court are naturally stricter. Don't ask too many questions, just answer." "Oh." Although Hu Fei learned to read from the Han teacher, she did not understand the procedures of the yamen. Sun Yuxuan's bluff made Hu Fei believe him, and she obediently replied, "This year, I am 15.5 years old now. I have not betrothed to anyone yet. I have 2 older brothers and 2 younger brothers at home." When Sun Yuxuan heard that she was not betrothed, he was delighted and blurted out, "Cough. Then, do you have a sweetheart?" Hu Fei glanced at Sun Yuxuan and felt that there was something wrong. She was an extremely intelligent girl, not to mention that she was educated and knew how to read. Even if she was illiterate, she would understand that whether she had a sweetheart or not had nothing to do with the case that Sun Yuxuan was asking about. She stared at Sun Yuxuan with her big black eyes and looked suspiciously at him. She wanted to ask, but did not dare to. Sun Yuxuan held the brush in his hand and pretended to take notes. In the end, he pricked up his ears and listened for a long time, but did not receive an answer. He could not help but raise his head and asked, "Why aren't you answering?" When he raised his head, he saw the girl's clear eyes that seemed to be able to see through his heart. Sun Yuxuan's old face turned red, and he felt embarrassed. Hu Fei looked at his expression right now. How could she not know what he was thinking in his heart? Although the Miao women's temperament was straightforward, her face blushed, just like a cherry that had just ripened. A beautiful shyness appeared on her face. At this moment, there was a noise in the distance. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Fei looked up and saw a group of soldiers with spears and sticks walking over with a murderous look. Sun Yuxuan's expression changed. He subconsciously stood in front of Hu Fei and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid. As long as I am here, I will protect you." Hu Fei glanced at him. She thought that this uncle was just kind-hearted and upright, but he had protected her time and time again. Now it seemed that he wanted to be her lover. Thinking of this, her face became a little hot, and her heart gave birth to a strange feeling. Sun Yuxuan was very nervous, but he did not know what the girl was thinking. Hu Yuanli, who was interrogating the people, also saw the soldiers and Lu Guangye, who was being supported by someone. He immediately sent a scribe to report to Yang Fan. They all thought that Lu Guangye was going to attack the Shiming tribesmen again. Unexpectedly, Lu Guangye did not look at them and led the soldiers to rush straight in front of them. Lu Guangye was really mad with anger. His blood was boiling, and he did not care about the consequences. He gathered the soldiers and threatened them, saying that he only brought them to the stockade to catch the traitors. They raped, pillaged, and committed numerous crimes, but it was not his intention. Now that Yang Fan had rushed over, he was going to investigate this matter. When the time comes, he would only be punished for not strictly restraining the soldiers, but the soldiers who committed the crime would be beheaded. These soldiers had always known that there was a leader, but not the imperial court, so they lacked respect for the imperial court. Their common hatred for the enemy was stirred up by him, so he instigated them, saying that they wanted to drive Yang Fan away. It was funny to say that Lu Guangye's idea was to let Niu Yilong and another servant take advantage of the chaos to assassinate Yang Fan and plant the blame on the soldiers. This method was very similar to the method Yang Fan originally planned to use to deal with him. Two high-ranking officials of the imperial court, dignified imperial envoys, were going to play the role of bewitchment and fight. However, it was common practice for imperial envoys to bring a brigade with them when inspecting a place. As soon as Lu Guangye returned to the city, he was knocked unconscious by Yang Fan with a few punches and kicks. Song Chumeng was worried that the two sides would clash again, so she arranged for Yang Fan's men to be on the other side of the Song family's vast manor. Lu Guangye still did not know that Yang Fan had hundreds of elite imperial guards with him. Chapter 549. The Song family's residence was really too big. In fact, in Bajiang County, the Song family's residence occupied half of the city. Not all the people of the Song family lived here. Their roots were in the mountains. There were not many people living here, so there was a large empty space in the backyard. The space was so big that horses could be ridden and soldiers could be trained. This was only a part of the Song family's backyard. Because these places were not very useful, they were only enclosed into the courtyard wall and not treated in any other way. Even the ground was not leveled. Since it was everlasting, it was covered with weeds like a grassland. Lu Guangye and his men were crossing this grassland at this moment. Niu Yilong walked beside Lu Guangye and climbed up the grassland together. As he climbed, he panted and said, "I've already found out. After climbing over this grassland slope, it's Yang Fan's residence." He stopped abruptly before he could finish his words. The grassland slope was not very high. It was just a relatively undulating slope. Before they completely climbed up the grassland slope, balls of red appeared in their sight. They were like balls of flames dancing in the wind. The wind fueled the fire, making it undulating and enchanting. Although Lu Guangye was bewildered, his feet did not stop. He continued to take 2 steps forward and saw that under the balls of bright red flames, there were black and white helmets. Under the setting sun, the copper rivets on the helmets shone brightly. Taking another step forward, he saw pairs of murderous eyes and cold faces. The leather cheeks were stuck on both sides of the soldiers' faces, making them look even more dignified. Lu Guangye was a little dazed, and so were the soldiers. They hesitated and took 2 more steps forward. Then they saw the mouth of the Qilin, which was glowing with a metallic luster. The Cheelant's glaring eyes were filled with a domineering aura. After that, they saw the soldiers' full body armor. Their chests were surrounded by the golden belly of the beast and tied with red suede sashes. The body of the armor, which was made up of countless polished brass plates, reflected the golden light of the blood-red setting sun. Lu Guangye stood still and stared in astonishment at the neat formation of celestial soldiers on the horizon. Suddenly, he shook off the support from his left and right and rushed to the top of the slope. This time, he finally saw the whole picture of the other party. Spears and halberds were like a forest, sabers and shields were like a tide. Battle skirts were draped over the broad backs of the horses, and the horses stood there motionlessly. About 300 riders were arranged in a cone-shaped charging formation. The army was neat and orderly, and no one made any noise. The army's prestige was loud, like a raging fire rising. Lu Guangye stood there in a daze. Looking at the clusters of fiery red tassels on the knights' heads, the fire in his heart shrank inch by inch. If the soldiers beside him were dragged into the deep mountains and forests, they would be able to fight. But on this grassland-like field, how could they fight with the enemy? It could only be a one-sided massacre. Ma Qiao wore his helmet and armor and stood solemnly in front of the formation. He had originally received news that Lu Guangye was leading the soldiers to kill the Xiamen witnesses who were brought into the Song residence. He had immediately gathered his troops and horses to rescue them. Who would have thought that when he was halfway there, the cavalry at the front reported that the soldiers had not killed the Xiamen, but were instead rushing over here. Ma Qiao immediately stopped the three armies and got into formation. Although he was currently in an offensive formation, it was actually out of habit. As for what to do, he didn't know. The enemy's intentions were unclear. After all, this was not the enemy's army. He couldn't just give the order to kill people. Ma Qiao slightly leaned to the side and asked the colonel beside him, "Has Imperial Envoy Yang caught up?" The colonel replied, "When I went to report, the Imperial Envoy had just entered the bath. When he heard the news, he immediately changed his clothes. He should be here soon." Ma Qiao nodded slightly and straightened his body on his horse. "If that's the case, then let's waste time." In the blink of an eye, a few fast horses could be seen escorting an umbrella-shaped carriage in the style of the Qin and Han dynasties. As they neared, they saw that the people sitting on the horses were Song Chumeng, Song Wanyu, and a few elders of the Song clan that they had met at the banquet when they first arrived at the Song residence. As for the ancient Qin and Han-style carriage, it was an old man with white hair and beard. The old man looked to be at least 90 years old. His face was full of wrinkles, and there were many brown age spots on his skin. When these people arrived, Song Chumeng and Song Wanyu hurriedly dismounted and helped the old man down. It turned out that this old man was currently the oldest and most respected person in the Song clan. When Song Chumeng and Song Wanyu heard that the two imperial envoys were going to fight in his residence, they were scared out of their wits. At that time, they were paying their respects to this old ancestor. When the old ancestor heard the news, he hurriedly asked them to bring him here, thinking that with his age, the two imperial envoys would at least give him some face. Standing on the slope, Lu Guangye couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the Song clan had arrived and even their old ancestor had come out. This old fellow was already a happy old man. With him around, there was no way that Yang Fan would dare to be too impudent and embarrass him again. Lu Guangye waved his hand, then puffed out his chest and walked down the mountain with steady steps. Even if he lost the battle, he couldn't lose the battle. Besides, with the Song clan's old ancestor coming out to denounce him, even if he was at a disadvantage, Yang Fan might not dare to beat him up again. Even officials had to respect the elderly. What kind of outrageous things could Yang Fan do? However, after a few steps, Lu Guangye suddenly felt that something was wrong. Turning his head to look, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked, even though his nose had already become crooked from Yang Fan's slap. The clay soldiers behind him stood on the slope like wooden statues. Not a single one of them followed him down. Even Niu Yilong and the other servant, who were members of the Imperial Censorate, were actually standing there with hesitant expressions on their faces. Their eyes darted back and forth, not daring to follow him down. Lu Guangye glared at them fiercely. Only then did Niu Long and the other servant reluctantly summon up their courage and follow him down. The Song clan's old ancestor was helped down from the carriage. Trembling, he cupped his hands towards Ma Qiao and called out in an aged voice, "This general, why are you gathering troops in this old man's house?" How could Ma Qiao dare to accept the greeting of such an old man? A man of such age, if he went to court, he wouldn't even need to pay his respects to the emperor. The emperor would even bestow him a seat. Ma Qiao hurriedly got off his horse and bowed deeply towards the old man. He didn't say that he had misheard the news and thought that Lu Guangye was going to make a move against Xiamen. He only wanted to push the matter on a Yang Fan and said, "Old man, this lowly general is only following orders. Imperial Envoy Yang will be here in a moment. Please ask our Lord Imperial Envoy about the details." I'm also an Imperial Envoy. As a general of the Imperial Court, you actually dare to gather troops and confront me, Lu Guangye said angrily, but Ma Qiao turned a deaf ear to him. He only took a step back and stood next to the horse with his hand on his saber. Lu Guangye was embarrassed. He used the greeting of the Song clan's old ancestor to conceal his awkwardness. Not long after, Yang Fan galloped over on horseback. He had just taken off his clothes and jumped in a bathtub to take a bath when a soldier came to report his arrival. He hurriedly wiped himself clean and put on his robes before rushing over. He didn't have anything on him, but his hair was wet, so he didn't tie it up. He just casually tied a ponytail with a piece of cloth and tied it behind his head. As the fine horse galloped, the ponytail and ponytail danced in the wind. Amidst his handsomeness, there was a hint of a romantic and uninhibited air. The old ancestor of the Song clan's eyes weren't blurry. He squinted at him and praised. What a young man, what a heroic bearing. In reality, ever since Yang Fan had passed the crown, he couldn't be considered a young man. It was just that in the eyes of such an old man, if he were to be called a young man, no one else could say anything. Yang Fan rushed to the front of the crowd and flipped off his horse. Song Chuming hurriedly came forward to introduce him. When Yang Fan heard that it was the old clan leader of the Song clan who had come, he didn't dare to slight him. He first went forward to greet the old man, then turned to Lu Guangye and asked coldly, "Censor Lu, what is your purpose in mobilizing such a large force?" It would have been better if Yang Fan hadn't mentioned it. Now that he said it, Lu Guangye's anger flared again. Lu Guangye angrily pointed at the 300 steel cavalry standing solemnly behind Yang Fan and said fiercely, "What is your purpose in using public property for private purposes?" Yang Fan's eyebrows raised slightly and said, "This official left the capital by imperial edict. This brigade is my bodyguard. Someone came with a murderous aura, and my bodyguard was on alert. What do you mean by using public property for private purposes? On the other hand, aren't these hundreds of soldiers from the imperial court? You led them straight to this official's residence. What is your purpose?" Lu Guangye pointed at his swollen face and crooked nose and roared, "You tell me what my purpose is? You tell me what my purpose is? Yang Fan, you have no respect as an official. You beat up and censor. I won't let this matter go." Yang Fan sneered and was about to retort when Song Wanyu suddenly shouted, "What's going on? Uncle, look!" He shouted and pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a thick black smoke rising straight up in a corner of the dusky sky. Because there was no wind at this time, the smoke didn't disperse. As it rose, it gradually spread out and turned into something thick at the top and thin at the bottom, like a stick standing upright in the air. Song Chuming's expression changed, and he cried out, "Is someone attacking the city? Why would someone attack the city?" This thick smoke was set up by the Song family in imitation of the imperial court's beacons in the 4 cities. It also burned cow dung and horse dung that easily combusted into smoke. This beacon was not for reporting to other places, but because although Bajiang County was poor and crude, it was not a small place. It was difficult for things like clappers and gongs to play an effective role in transmitting messages. So this warning signal of the day is the beacon, and the night is the beacon was made. As the head of the Song family, Song Chuming naturally understood what this beacons meant. Old ancestor Song's expression tightened, and he hurriedly ordered, "Chuming, go take a look and see if it was accidentally ignited. Wan Yu, quickly gather the Ding Yong in the city to prepare for the unexpected." Song Chuming and his nephew repeatedly agreed and jumped on their war horses to gallop away. Yang Fan and Lu Guangye had just confronted each other when the warriors of the 2 caves, 3 streams, and 19 strongholds of Xianman came to attack the city. Under such circumstances, the 2 imperial envoys couldn't kill each other anymore. Lu Guangye took the opportunity to step down and wanted to lead his soldiers back to his residence. At this time, Hu Yuanli came. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan led the Xianman girls and children to another place, leaving Sun Yuxuan to look after and protect them. Hu Yuanli rushed to see Yang Fan. He was still holding the written statement in his hand. Although he only recorded the statements of a few people, they described how Lu Guangye led the native soldiers to break into the stronghold, wantonly plundering wealth, wantonly raping women, and when they resisted, he immediately accused the other side of being traitors and cruelly slaughtering them one after another. It was enough to make one's heart tremble. Hu Yuanli rushed over and saw that both sides were fine. He was relieved and handed the prepared transcript to Yang Fan. Yang Fan casually flipped through a few pages, and his killing intent immediately rushed to his head. He originally thought that the soldiers were only following orders and all the sins were on Lu Guangye alone. Now that he saw this transcript, he realized that under the influence of the devil Lu Guangye, the hundreds of soldiers on the hillside had also become real devils and committed endless sins. Yang Fan coldly raised his head and swept a glance at the soldiers on the grassy hillside. The last ray of the setting sun was reflected in his eyes, the color of blood. Lu Guangye greeted old ancestor Song and was about to turn back to his residence when Yang Fan said in an awe-inspiring voice, "Lu Guangye, you can't leave. You can't leave." Chapter 550. Lu Guangye stopped in his tracks and looked at Yang Fan, asking what? Yang Fan pointed at him and shouted in a deep voice, "Take him down." Lu Guangye said angrily, "How dare you? We are both imperial envoys. What right do you have to take me down?" "Just this." Yang Fan did not get angry and only slowly took out an imperial edict from his sleeve. He had always carried these important things with him and did not forget them in his rush just now. Yang Fan raised the imperial edict high in his hand and said loudly, "His Majesty has a secret edict that grants me special authority to supervise the imperial censors. If I find someone who has committed crimes and has deep resentment among the people, I can kill him first and report later." Although Ma Qiao was surprised by Yang Fan's prematurely attack, he did not hesitate and waved his hand. 2 of his trusted lieutenants rushed forward and held Lu Guangye down. Lu Guangye was angry and anxious and scolded. "How did I not know about this secret edict? Yang Fan, you forged an imperial edict and are committing a crime of deceiving the emperor." Turning to look at Niu Ilong and the other man who were dumbstruck, Lu Guangye scolded again. "You 2 idiots, what are you waiting for? Quickly come and save me." Yang Fan said, "Take these 2 down as well." Ma Qiao waved his hand again, and 4 lieutenants rushed forward and grabbed Niu Ilong and the other man's arms without any explanation. Seeing this scene, old ancestor Song was extremely shocked and quickly said, imperial envoys, do not harm the harmony. Do not harm the harmony." "You too." Yang Fan walked forward and said to him politely, "Old man, your Song family has lived here for generations, and we are like one family. I believe you also do not want your hometown to be stirred up by a cruel and corrupt official, and the people have no way to live." On the way here, Junior heard that because of Lu Guangye's violent actions, the people of the barbarian province are boiling with resentment. Now that the flames of war have risen, if someone attacks the city, Lu Guangye will not be able to escape responsibility. Junior is doing this to quell the anger of the barbarian people. Isn't this also a good thing for the Song family? Junior shouldn't disobey Senior's words, but this matter involves the laws of the country, so I hope Senior won't interfere. Junior will handle this matter properly. The old ancestor of the Song family may be old, but his mind and eyes were not slow at all. He did not believe that Yang Fan, who was also an official of the court, would dare to fake an imperial edict to capture another imperial envoy. Paper could not hide fire. If he did this, he would be exposed sooner or later. If this imperial edict was real, then he didn't need to care. Besides, did the Song family really not have any resentment towards Lu Guangye's actions in the barbarian province? Just now, he pretended to mediate just to show the Song family's attitude. In this way, whether Yang Fan's faction or Lu Guangye's faction gained power in the future, it would have nothing to do with the Song family. Now that he had said all the beautiful words, the old ancestor could only sigh again and again. With a helpless expression, he was supported by his descendants into his canopied carriage and left. Once the people of the Song family left, there were only Yang Fan's people left. However, even though Hu Yuanli was on Yang Fan's side, it was impossible for him to participate in Yang Fan's secrets. Even though Ma Qiao was full of suspicions, he still could not ask questions now. When the native soldiers on a grassy slope saw that imperial envoy Lu, whom they relied on, had been captured, and when they saw the 300 imperial guards in neat formation, they felt their spirits crumble. How could they have the courage to fight? They beat the drums of retreat. The two leaders calculated and wanted to lead their people to retreat. When Yang Fan saw their formation move, he immediately ordered, "Surround them. Whoever dares to move, kill without mercy." Ma Qiao glanced at Yang Fan in surprise. Yang Fan nodded his head heavily. The two had been brothers for many years and understood each other well. Yang Fan only needed to nod his head for Ma Qiao to understand his determination. Even though he was still confused, he immediately made his decision. When Ma Qiao gave the order, his subordinate waved the flag of command. The 300 steel horsemen tapped their horses' bellies and lightly shook their reins. The army, which was as solemn as a mountain, suddenly moved. Even though there were only 300 people, they moved slowly like a forest, but they had the momentum of a magnificent army. In a short while, the 300 horsemen had changed from moving slowly to galloping. Each person was responsible for a radius of 3 zhang. The entire army spread out and surrounded the hillside. The brave imperial guards raised their spears and spears, or clashed their sabers and shields. The rhythm of their beating was awe-inspiring and murderous. The native soldiers stopped in fear. Their formation was in disarray, and they did not know what to do. At this time, Song Wanyu galloped over with a few personal guards. When he saw that even Lu Guangye had been captured, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Yang Fan did not allow him to ask. He rushed to ask first. "Duke Ming, why is the beacon on top of the city wall burning?" Song Wanyu replied, "2 caves, 3 streams, a total of 19 stockades, Xiamen and Dingyong have rebelled and are now attacking the city. They say." Yang Fan frowned and said, "What did you say? Why is Duke Ming hesitating?" Song Wanyu really hated Lu Guangye for bringing so much trouble to his family. In any case, this matter had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Lu Guangye had become Yang Fan's prisoner, he hardened his heart and said, "They say that they are rebelling, not against the court, but against the imperial envoy. They even shouted something like, 'If we don't kill the dog imperial envoy, we will slaughter Bajiang City.'" Yang Fan frowned and asked, even though he already knew the answer. "This imperial envoy has just arrived at Bajiang and has never done anything that would anger the heavens and the people. Why are they rebelling against me?" Song Wanyu said awkwardly, "This imperial envoy must be joking. In Bajiang City, there's more than one imperial envoy." Oh, Yang Fan smiled and said, "Since this dog imperial envoy is not pointing at me, that must be pointing at him." Yang Fan pointed at Lu Guangye, who was being held down by 2 soldiers and couldn't even straighten his back. His expression suddenly turned serious and said, "This official has just seen Imperial Censor, whose interrogation record. Even though the crimes recorded are only the tip of the iceberg, but Lu Guangye's actions in the Man province can already be seen." Yang Fan said, "Imperial Censor who?" Hu Yuanli cupped his hands and said, "This lowly official is here." Yang Fan said, "The situation is urgent. If we don't stop it in time, I'm afraid the rebellion of the barbarians in the middle of Guizhou will become a prairie fire. Immediately go up to the city tower with County Magistrate Song and pacify the people below. Tell them that the crimes Lu Guangye has committed in the Man province and the grievances they have suffered. The emperor is a wise man. He is already aware of it and has sent an imperial envoy to deal with it. Tell them to stop attacking the city. We will definitely give them an explanation in a short period of time. Hu Yuanli was startled and replied, "Yes." Then he lowered his voice and said, "Yang Longzhong, although there is an imperial edict, we must proceed with caution." Yang Fan grinned and also replied in a low voice, "Brother Hu, don't worry. I will first pacify the rioters outside the city. Otherwise, if there really is a big mess, you and I will not be able to escape the blame." Hu Yuanli deeply agreed and nodded. "Yes, I will go with County Magistrate Song right now." Song One Yu hesitated and couldn't make up his mind. He was already pulled away by Hu Yuanli on a horse. At this time, Ma Qiao moved closer to Yang Fan and said in a low voice, "Why did you change your mind again?" Yang Fan said with a calm face, "Because the person I originally wanted to kill was Lu Guangye alone." Ma Qiao was shocked and said, "Then now." Yang Fan slowly raised his eyes and swept a cold glance at the soldiers gathered on the hillside. Ma Qiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Sun Yushuan brought the boys and girls away from their original positions and hid under a grassy slope. Like an old hen protecting its chicks, he guarded the outer perimeter alone, pacing back and forth restlessly. Miss Hufei walked over and said worriedly, "That dog of an imperial envoy is so aggressive. Is he going to kill Imperial Envoy Yang? If he kills Imperial Envoy Yang, will he turn around and kill us to silence us?" Sun Yushuan snorted and said, "Him? It would be strange if he could kill Dr. Pestilence. That brat Yang Fan is not a good person. As long as Yang Fan does not die, how could he sit by and watch him kill you all?" Hu Fei made an O sound and said, "This Imperial Envoy Yang, is he very powerful?" Sun Yushuan blurted out, "Of course, in our Ministry of Justice, he is the only scorpion shit, cough cough. Of course, although he is powerful, I'm not bad. It is just that this time he is leaving the capital, and the rules are there. It is not convenient for me to make the decision on my own." Hu Fei's eyes lit up when she heard this and said excitedly, "Then, if the dog of an imperial envoy goes to find trouble with him, will he kill the dog of an imperial envoy with a knife? I think he has a very bad temper." Sun Yushuan shook his head like a rattle drum. "How is that possible? Your thinking is too simple. Lu Guangye is an imperial censor after all. How can he be killed just like that? It is fine for Yang Fan to beat him up, but if he wants to kill him, he cannot bear the consequences. But you do not need to worry that Lu Guangye has committed such an evil act. After I return to the capital, I will definitely report to the emperor on your behalf and impeach him." Sun Yushuan licked his lips and could not help but ask, "That the inquiry just now was interrupted. I have not finished asking my question. You, cough cough, do you have someone in your heart?" When Hu Fei heard his words, she was both angry and amused. At this time, he still could not forget this question, but thinking about it again, she was only a barbarian girl, and this Han official from the capital of the Great Zhou was actually so infatuated with her. She could not help but feel proud and touched. A sentence rushed to the tip of her tongue, but she suddenly swallowed it back. She only smiled mischievously at Sun Yushuan and said charmingly, "Sweetheart, guess." Sun Yushuan said sourly, "Miss has snow-white skin, soft jade and delicate clouds, beautiful and elegant, outstanding immortal material. How can you not have admirers? Presumably, you already have someone in your heart?" After hearing so many praises from him, Miss Hu Fei was a little embarrassed. She shyly lowered her head and said softly, "How can I be as good as you say?" Sun Yushuan became anxious. "Then do you have someone in your heart?" Dr. Sun," the scribe that he had sent to investigate lifted his robe and ran back, one step at a time. He said while panting, "Dr. Sun, I found Yang Longzhong." Sun Yushuan was delighted. Looking behind that person, There was not a single soldier following him. He could not help but say angrily, "Didn't I tell you to report to Yang Longzhong and send some soldiers to protect the witness?" The man steadied himself, gasping for breath as he said, "No, there's no need to send anyone. Of the 100 or so soldiers, dozens of them were chopped to death. The rest didn't dare to resist, and were all tied up. Even Imperial Envoy Liu was tied up and taken away. They said they were going to publicly execute him to appease the people." Sun Yuxuan's eyes widened when he heard this, and he cried out involuntarily, "Execution?" Hu Fei glanced at him and said in a small voice, "I think this Imperial Envoy Yang is much more powerful than what you said." Sun Yuxuan immediately puffed out his chest and said seriously, "Miss, you may not know, but I, Sun, as the deputy envoy, am not in the position and do not participate in politics. If I were the official envoy, I would also chop off Liu Guangye's dog head without hesitation." After saying this, he grabbed the scribe's wrist and dragged him far away. He asked nervously, "Yang Longzhong really wants to kill Liu Guangye, it can't be?" Chapter 551. The city walls of Beijiang County were not high. On the low city walls, some cracks had already appeared on the rammed earth. Sections of the city walls were overgrown with weeds. Able-bodied men armed with spears and bamboo arrows were running around on top of the city walls, their expressions extremely nervous. Right now, the sky was completely dark. As far as the eye could see, there were torches all over the mountains and plains outside the city, like a sky full of stars. Several large bonfires were burning below the city walls, and there were people constantly dragging over whole chopped trees to be used as firewood to throw into the bonfires. The fire sprouts almost leapt up to the top of the city walls, the heat so hot that a large area of the city walls could not be stood. Above and below the city walls, it was brightly lit. The Miao people of the 2 caves, 3 streams, and 19 stockade villages completely believed in Yang Fan. The Miao people were straightforward. Once they believed in a friend, they would never easily doubt their friend's intentions. They believed in the Koman tribe leader. So towards this tribe leader, who gifted the Wolf Fang necklace to Yang Fan, they also believed without a doubt. That necklace could not become a keepsake in anyone's hands. Before the Koman tribe leader gave it away, he had long engraved some secret markings on it that outsiders could not understand. These markings were interlinked with some of the Shiman tribe's markings. Only their shaman or tribe leader who was proficient in their tribe's language would be able to understand those markings, and from there confirm if the bearer was the recipient. Yang Fan was indeed the recipient, so his character was worthy of trust. But ever since the shouts from the top of the city walls, telling them to stop attacking the city, that they would definitely give them an explanation, it had been a long time, there was no other indication from the city walls, and they still did not see Yang Fan appear. The people below the city walls started to lose their patience. Their original plan with Yang Fan was to attack the city, take advantage of the chaos to attack, create enough momentum, and then retreat before daybreak, leaving the rest to Yang Fan. Today's unforeseen event was not what Yang Fan had agreed with them beforehand. Yang Fan still did not appear. The leaders could not help but be suspicious. Is this really Yang Fan's idea, or is it the Song family's scheme? Are they intending to delay until daybreak? The cave masters, stream masters, and stronghold masters gathered together to discuss it. Most of them decided not to wait any longer. If there was no further indication from the city walls, then they would continue attacking the city. Among them, Hu Fei's father's attitude was the most intense. He had 4 sons in his family, but only 1 girl. When a family had more sons, their daughter would become the most precious treasure. His daughter had been captured into the city and had fallen into the hands of those beast soldiers. If she wasn't rescued in time, only God knew what kind of unimaginable tragic fate she would encounter. As her father, he was more anxious than anyone else. The 2 sons he brought with him, who were also Miss Hu Fei's 2 elder brothers, were also holding Miao Dao in their hands. They were full of murderous aura, incessantly tempting the leaders to agree with their father's opinion. The 2 cave masters who were in charge of the meeting could no longer keep their composure. He snapped a wooden stick that was used to stir the fire in half and said sternly, Ignore them. Attack the city. As soon as the order was given, the shouts and fighting sounds below the city walls rose and fell, and it was especially clear under the quiet night sky. In the oppressive darkness of the night, simple scaling ladders were carried out. When they reached the city walls, they were already clearly illuminated by the bonfire. They deliberately used the billowing heat waves produced by the huge bonfire to make it impossible for people to stand on top of the city walls. They chose these places to climb up, but their movements were also easily seen by others. Below the city walls, bamboo arrows flew towards the city walls. The people on top of the city walls also retreated a certain distance, avoiding the surging heat waves and throwing bamboo arrows down. When the rain of arrows poured down, the warriors attacking the city walls had already raised their vine shields. This kind of bamboo arrow was light as a feather, but its penetrative power was not strong. It relied entirely on the poison refined on it to injure people, so the vine shields could completely block it. Song Chumeng was wearing wrought tan armor, nervously guarding the city. Once the city was breached, the loss would be the property and safety of his Song clan. There were several elders of the Song clan who lived in the city, especially the Song clan's ancestor, who had moved here to cure his illness. Although Siaman had said that he would only kill the dog imperial envoys, but who knew if they would lose control once they entered the city. Ever since he conveyed Yang Fan's message, the siege had stopped and Song Chumeng was relieved. But after waiting for a long time and seeing that Yang Fan still hadn't arrived, and seeing that Siaman was about to attack the city again, Song Chumeng's heart tightened. At this moment, a group of people rushed to the top of the city wall from the transport road. Without saying a word, they threw the things in their hands down the city wall. Ha ha ha! Dozens of round things fell to the bottom of the city wall, rolling far away. The Siaman warriors at the bottom of the city only thought that some powerful secret weapon had been thrown down from the top of the city wall. They hurriedly raised their shields in defense, but nothing happened even after a long time. They slightly moved their vine shields away and looked down. Under the blazing flames, they could see that the things thrown down from the top of the city wall were human heads. The Siaman warriors were somewhat stunned. They hadn't attacked the city wall yet. In other words, they hadn't been captured, and there were no corpses left on the city wall. Then where did these human heads come from? My daughter, Fei Fei. My Fei Fei. Old Who was the first to react. With tears streaming down his face, he threw away his shield and rushed forward to pick up a human head. Old Who held the head in his hand and looked at it under the light of the fire. It was a man with a face full of acne. Old Who casually threw the head away and picked up another one. This man had a mouth full of yellow teeth, and there was even a vegetable leaf stuck in his teeth. No, Hu Fei's two brothers also went crazy. They threw away their weapons and rushed forward to identify the human heads one by one. After a while, Old Who suddenly realized something and shouted, "That's not right. The people who were taken away from our stronghold were either Aya or Digu children. These human heads are all adult men, and I don't recognize any of them." Old Who's second brother slapped his head hard and echoed, "That's right. Father, there must be something fishy about this." Old Who came back to his senses and raised his head to look at the city wall. At this time, countless lanterns and torches were lit up on top of the city wall. Originally, the top of the city wall was brightly lit by the huge bonfire, but the place where the bonfire was burning was too hot for people to stand. The people on top of the city wall could only appear in places where the heat was not as bright. Now that the torches were lit, it was as bright as day. Siaman brothers below the city wall. This official is the Imperial Envoy Yang Fan. A clear and melodious voice sounded from the top of the city wall. The Siaman warriors below the city wall all looked up and saw a person standing on top of the city wall, illuminated by several torches. Without waiting for the commotion below the city wall to start again, the voice hurriedly said, "I am the Imperial Envoy, not the one you want to kill. The one you want to kill is here." After all, only a few leaders knew that he was a trusted friend of command and that he had a secret agreement with Siaman. The ordinary Siaman did not know his identity. If he did not quickly explain himself, He was afraid that he would be cursed countless times on behalf of Lu Guangye, accompanied by a torrential rain of arrows. Yang Fan pointed with his finger, and Lu Guangye was brought up to the top of the city wall, tied up with his hands and legs. Fortunately, he was tied up. When the archers saw this scene, they knew that something must have happened, so they did not fire. But those who had women raped by Lu Guangye's native soldiers, who had property taken from them, whose houses were burned by them, who refused to hand over the exiles who were like family to them, or who had their relatives killed because they resisted the rape had bloodshot eyes. They wanted nothing more than to rush to the top of the city wall and bite Lu Guangye to death. Finally, when the various division leaders saw this situation, they knew that this unforeseen event was caused by Yang Fan, so they hastily restrained their subordinates. Only then did the spectacular scene of people advancing wave after wave like ants, all for the sake of a single man. Yang Fan also knew that at this moment, he could not speak in a bureaucratic manner. Special cases had to be dealt with in a special way, and the specific details had to be discussed after Xiaman had calmed down. Therefore, he immediately raised his voice and said, "The imperial court already knows of Lu Guangye's actions in the barbarian province. This person came under the Son of Heaven's decree and acted against the Son of Heaven's decree. He has committed a heinous crime and should be executed." Lu Guangye's hands were tied behind his back, and his mouth was stuffed with 2 walnuts. He was so full that he could not close his mouth and could not speak. He could only glare at Yang Fan with infinite hatred. Yang Fan turned to look at Lu Guangye, pointed his finger at him, and shouted, "Lu Guangye, based on what you have done, you must be executed immediately. This imperial envoy is under the Son of Heaven's decree to execute the sinner Lu Guangye. Do it." Lu Guangye's pupils suddenly widened. His mouth could not speak, but his eyes clearly asked the words he wanted to say the most. "You dare? You really dare?" What answered him was a shiny steel blade. With a swing of the blade, a mouthful of hot blood sprayed into the air, and a head fell to the muddy ground below the city wall. A bold Siaman warrior ran to the bottom of the city wall and picked up the head, then quickly ran to a bonfire. Many people gathered around to take a look, and in just a moment, they identified Lu Guangye's body. When Lu Guangye went to various strongholds to tyrannize, burn, kill, and plunder, he would personally lead the troops. But who could forget this great enemy who had seen him before? On top of the city wall, the soldiers who were holding Lu Guangye's headless corpse were covered in the blood that sprayed out from his mouth. Yang Fan slightly waved his hand, and the 2 of them pushed hard. The headless corpse fell down the city wall and landed heavily on the ground with a thud. On top of the city wall, Song Chumeng was dumbstruck. When Yang Fan had just come up to the top of the city wall, Song Chumeng had been sincerely happy because he had helped them out, but now he was truly scared stiff. It was not that he felt sorry for Lu Guangye. If he could have killed him, he would have done so long ago. It was just that a high-ranking official of the court, an imperial envoy of a region, had been killed by Yang Fan without the slightest hesitation. This really scared Song Chumeng. If he knew that Yang Fan had killed an imperial envoy in Yao province, and that he was a professional at killing imperial envoys, he would probably be scared out of his wits. Yes, the imperial edict did indeed grant Yang Fan the power to act arbitrarily, but since ancient times, there were many imperial envoys who enjoyed this privilege. But unless the emperor had already instructed him to kill someone in advance, imperial envoys would rarely kill officials on their own. The symbolic meaning of the emperor granting you this privilege was far greater than the actual meaning. If you used this privilege to kill an official today, then there would be no problem. If the wind in the court changed, then this might become the basis for others to accuse you of abusing your power. But Yang Fan, he really did it without hesitation. Song Chumeng was still in a daze when Song Wanyu timidly moved in front of him and said in a low voice, "Uncle, our people are also being escorted to the city wall." Huh? Song Chumeng seemed to have woken up from a dream. He turned his head and saw that every 2 imperial soldiers were escorting a tied-up soldier and pushing nearly 100 Song clan soldiers onto the city wall. They were densely packed on one side of the city wall, as if the city wall had suddenly become a layer higher. For a moment, The tens of thousands of Siaman warriors couldn't help but hold their breath. Chapter 552. Thump, thump, thump. Every head that fell to the ground was like a dull drum sound, and everyone who heard this drum sound did not make a sound. Even the sound of their breathing was as soft as possible. Occasionally, a human head would hit a rock when it fell to the ground. The bang sound would turn into a poochie sound, as if a watermelon had been smashed. The muscles at the corners of the eyes of the people on and below the city walls would twitch a few times in a strange manner. No one could have imagined that Yang Fan would have such a method to end this war. Head after head fell to the ground, gradually extinguishing the anger and grief in Siaman's heart. All that was left in his chest was endless sorrow. Their enemies were beheaded, and the Siaman tribesmen who had been harmed by them wept like rain. Song Chu-meng and Song Wanyu, uncle and nephew, stood at the gates of the city, their bodies trembling incessantly. Every swing of the saber felt like it was chopping at their necks, causing their hearts to palpitate with fear. Yang Fan stood next to them as if nothing had happened, showing no reaction to what was happening before him. He had played a trick on the Tubo Great Minister and the Turks, causing the Tubo Great Minister to tear apart the cloth of shame. All he cared about was finding the other party's weak point, wanting to ruthlessly take a bite out of it. This time, Wang Xiaoji's attack on the 4 garrisons of Anxi had caused the Tubo Great Minister to be able to defeat the allied forces of the Turks and Tubo in one fell swoop. This was also an important reason why the Tubo did not send the war god Luan Qinling, who had repeatedly defeated Wang Xiaojia. And not letting Luan Qinling take command was precisely because the Tubo king was suspicious of him and did not want him to wield military power. Who could have thought of the little game that Yang Fan had played in the Tubo city several years ago? Yang Fan didn't do anything earth-shattering during his trip to Tubo, but the magic trick he played had a far-reaching and huge impact. It was not only related to the gain and loss of a city or a land, but also related to the fate of several countries. Since ancient times, how many people had such ability? Those who are good at fighting have no illustrious battlefield. In Shui Yintao, he had played the Turkic army in the palm of his hand. Not only had he succeeded in stirring up a conflict between the Turkic emperor and empress, he had also forced the army of 100,000 to flee in panic. They had lost nearly half of their soldiers and generals, so much so that the Turks had not yet fully recovered their strength. How many things did he do in the imperial court? How many storms had his shadow been behind them? How many powerful ministers were promoted or demoted because of him? To him, those were the true perilous waves, the waves that could shake the heavens. Presently, he'd only killed an imperial censor and 100 soldiers. Even though it was able to terrify the tens of thousands of Siam men below the city walls to the point their faces turned ghastly pale, to him, it was only like seeing a shallow stream, and it truly couldn't be said to be spectacular. Yang Fan stood there with his hands behind his back and was still chatting cheerfully with Song Chu-meng. But while he had a smile on his face, his voice was faintly reproachful and stern. The envoy and Duke Ming did not conspire with Lu Guangya. It could be said that the two of you were dissatisfied and opposed his actions in the Man province. It is a pity you did not act and instead lent troops to him, even if he committed such evil deeds. Yang Fan's tone became deeper as he said, "So, even though you did not commit evil, you cannot avoid the suspicion of indulging in evil. You too, you are the leaders of a large clan and should protect the safety of the people. But now, you have failed to fulfill your duty and have failed the people." Pew! Another sound of a blade cutting through the neck came from ahead. Song Chu-meng and Song Wanyu shuddered and hurriedly agreed. A shout came from the top of the city walls. Imperial Envoy Yang has said that today, Imperial Envoy Yang has received the will of the Emperor and has killed the evil to give you justice. My fellow villagers are angry and have gathered below the city walls. Today, the evil has been eliminated. You should quickly retreat and do not cause more trouble. If you do not retreat, you will not be able to escape the name of rebellion. When the army of the court arrives, you will be crushed. The leaders of the caves, streams, and villages will restrain their forces and immediately return to the village. The imperial envoy will not send a single soldier to pursue. Today's action of besieging the city can also be reported to the emperor by my family's imperial envoy for forgiveness. Tomorrow, my family's imperial envoy will personally go to the village to discuss the aftermath with you. My family's imperial envoy will go alone to show his sincerity. That night, the Meow Man of the 2 caves, 3 streams, and 19 villages retreated like the tide. The torches were like dragons of fire, and then scattered into the sky full of stars, hiding in the mountains and forests until they could not be seen. A great chaos was invisibly spread. The old ancestor of the Song family sat on a wrought-tan wood chair, silently looking at the rainwater that had formed lines under the eaves. This rain had swept away the heat, and there was a sense of coolness. The old man was old, so Song Wanyu very considerately put a blanket on the old man's knees. A cluster of golden camellias bloomed under the porch. The leaves were dark green and as thick as leather. The narrow and round leaves were shiny from the rain, and the edges of the serrated leaves were slightly white. The golden flowers were dazzling and shiny, as if they were coated with a layer of wax, giving them a translucent quality. The cup-shaped, pot-shaped, and bowl-shaped flowers were delicate and beautiful and elegant. They were as beautiful and moving as the 2 yellow-robed maids standing under the pillars of the porch. Song Chumeng and Song Wanyu stood on the old man's left and right. Song Chumeng sighed. Even in my dreams, I hoped that Lu Guangye would leave our barbarian province as soon as possible, but I did not expect that he would use such an intense method to solve the problem. But, fortunately, there is Yang Fan to take care of everything. Song Wanyu also smiled, cheerfully looking at the gray sky and the garden that had been washed clear by the rain. He said contentedly, "This rain is good, washing away all the blood and returning peace to our barbarian province." The old man's eyes were half opened, looking at the golden camellias swaying under the curtain of rain. He seemed to be daydreaming, but the 2 juniors' complacent words entered his ears without missing a single word. The old man suddenly snorted softly, and Song Chumeng and Song Wanyu quickly bowed and closed their mouths. The old man was silent for a while, then slowly said, "Who said everything is over?" The 2 bowed again, not daring to say anything more. The old man sighed. "This storm has just started. Song Chumeng and Song Wanyu looked at each other, somewhat puzzled, but did not dare to ask. The old man was silent for a while, then said, "Remember, we will do whatever the court tells us to do. We will listen to whoever sits in the court. This way, no matter who sits in the court, they will not be worried about our Song family, and will not blame our Song family for what happened in the past. You have done well in the past, and you will continue to do so in the future. This is the foundation of our Song family, which can be protected for generations to come." Song Chumeng and Song Wanyu bowed together. "Yes, we will follow the teachings of the old ancestor." The wind and rain were like smoke, shrouding the entire Miao village in the misty mountain rain. Miao buildings were built along the mountain, row upon row. The Miao building that Yang Fan stayed in was built on the hillside, a typical Miao building style. It was a 2-story wooden building, with 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. In the middle, there was a bamboo railing that extended outwards, and it was an open style. Sitting inside, one could have a panoramic view of the scenery outside. At the foot of the mountain were patches of irregular mountain fields, and a silver river flowed through them. The head and tail of the river were hidden in the rain and fog. There was another small path that meandered around the Miao buildings, all the way to the river at the foot of the mountain, and across the river to the green mountains on the other side like a long yellow snake. There were wind chimes hanging under the eaves. There were not many wind chimes, only a total of 7, but there was wind, so the sound of the 7 wind chimes rose and fell, interweaving into a melody with a rhythm that never repeated. The rain fell under the eaves from sparse to dense, from dense to sparse, sometimes clanging, sometimes pitter-patter, just like the crisp harmony of the wind chimes. Therefore, there was a hint of gentleness in the crispness, making the beautiful melody played by the wonderful hands of nature even more enchanting. There was a middle-aged man sitting in front of Yang Fan. He was a middle-aged Han man, and there was a pouch in his hand. Looking at his attire and appearance, he looked like a traveling merchant. However, it was a little strange for a traveling merchant to appear in the mountainous Miao village. There was a middle-aged man sitting in front of Yang Fan. He was a middle-aged Han man, and there was a pouch in his hand. Looking at his attire and appearance, he looked like a traveling merchant. However, it was a little strange for a traveling merchant to appear in the mountainous Miao village. There was a merchant's unique smile on the traveling merchant's face, and he answered, "Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing." Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, "Good. Then I can rest assured." The traveling merchant smiled and said, "Yang Longzhong, you should be rest assured. What you need to do is to follow the trend and borrow the momentum to dig a river canal. When the canal is completed, the water will naturally come. And this water, to us, is not a difficult thing to do." The traveling merchant also took a look at the curtain of rain outside the building and gently stretched out one of his hands, allowing the cool rain to pour on his hand, and then flowed through the gaps between his fingers. He said leisurely, "It can be big or small. It can rise or hide. It can be big or small. It can be big or small. It can be big or small. It can be small. It can be hidden. It can soar in the universe. It can be hidden in the waves. No one can underestimate it." Yang Fan knew that he was talking about the dragon, and he also knew who he was actually referring to. Yang Fan was silent for a while, and nodded, and said, "That's good. Half of the country can be settled." The traveling merchant retracted his hand and looked at Yang Fan. "I heard that Lang Zhong still has to go to Chang'an after this trip. Then let's meet in Chang'an. The matter is urgent. I have to rush back immediately." "Good." Yang Fan stood up, and the traveling merchant smiled as he stood up and said to Yang Fan, "Yang Longzhong, this canal was dug very well. The elders all admire it very much. When you reach Chang, and perhaps there will be nobles who would like to meet you." Yang Fan cupped his hands and said, "It's my honor." The traveling merchant walked towards the door, and Yang Fan suddenly asked, "You came in a hurry, and you also left in a hurry, but you still haven't announced your name." That person let out an ah and said, Yes, I was too rash." He turned around and solemnly cupped his hands towards Yang Fan and said, "My surname is Lin, and my name is Zixiong. Greetings to Yang Longzhong." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "Real name?" Lin Zixiong was slightly startled and then laughed involuntarily and said, "I'm not some big shot. This name is naturally my real name." In a Miao building of exactly the same style, on the second floor of the fence, Hu De, Hu Air, Hu San, and Hu Si were accompanying Sun Yuxuan, and Dr. Sun was drinking wine from a bamboo tube. Sun Yuxuan drank until his face was like a monkey's, and his eyes were blank, but he did not forget to introduce an important matter to his 4 brothers-in-law and his brothers-in-law. "I have been single since my wife passed away 2 years ago." Chapter 553. Yang Fan did not stay in the Miao village for too long. After Lu Guangye's death, the threat of chaos in the barbarian province was resolved. The Xiamen prime minister was much more gentle and docile compared to the Wu Man, Bai Man, and even Liu Liao of the Southern Ridge Path. When Yang Fan arrived, the chaos in the barbarian province had only just begun and was immediately quelled by him. Therefore, the chaos here was much smaller than in Yao province. Next, Yang Fan would be going to Southern Ridge. When Yang Fan was still in Yao province, the Southern Ridge Path was already in chaos. From Jiannan province to Qianzhong province, then to Southern Ridge Path, from west to east, the control of the imperial court was gradually strengthened. Although the Li Liao tribe was united, their armed forces were much weaker than the imperial court's troops. Although Yang Fan was not sure of the current situation in Southern Ridge Path, he guessed that the dust had already settled. The rebellion might have already been quelled, and the Li Liao tribe's strength was not enough to fight against the imperial court. They might have already surrendered. Even if Yang Fan rushed over now, he would only be able to see one Guojun's smug face and hear his unbridled laughter amidst the desolation and bloodshed. But Yang Fan had to go to Southern Ridge. Although the battle there had already ended, a battle that would affect the distant future had just begun. In these few days, Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli, and Sun Yuxuan met with many Siaman leaders. That's right, they met separately. According to Yang Fan's explanation, they had an important mission to carry out, and they had to rush to the Southern Ridge Road to inspect. They couldn't stay here for too long, so they had to speed up the process of appeasing Siaman. Therefore, they had to meet the cave masters, stream masters, fort masters, as well as the various officials of the Middle Qian Road. Yang Fan was the main envoy, so he naturally took on the most arduous task. He personally received those Miao Stockade village leaders who were filled with rage, listened to their grievances, vented their anger, and comforted them. Imperial Censor, who was in charge of receiving the officials who came from all over the country. There were officials from the lower ranks and officials from the lower ranks. However, regardless of whether they were officials from the lower ranks or officials from the lower ranks, because they were officials appointed by the imperial court, their speech and mannerisms were relatively polite. As for Sun Yuxuan, the task that Yang Fan gave him was even simpler. Although Lu Guangye was already dead, the crimes that Lu Guangye had committed were enough to determine that he deserved to be executed. However, the memorial to the imperial court still needed to detail everything that Lu Guangye had done after arriving at the barbarian province. These matters were handed over to Sun Yuxuan, who would summon witnesses and organize statements at any time. 3 days later, some of the Siaman leaders who lived in the more remote mountainous areas had yet to arrive. Yang Fan decided to leave Qianzhong and rush to Lingnan. Yang Fan decided to leave Hu Yuanli behind to deal with the aftermath, while he and Sun Yuxuan rushed to Lingnan. The cavalry of the Dragon Martial Guards were waiting by the small river below the Meng Stockade village. Yang Fan and Sun Yuxuan were dressed in traveling attire. They were accompanied by Hu Yuanli, who stayed behind, and the leaders of the Meng Stockade village as they strolled down the mountain along the snake-like path. The green mountains were green, and the flowing water was gurgling. The traveling party was ready to depart. "Dear leaders, please stay." Yang Fan turned around and cupped his hands in the other before his chest and smiled at the Miao village leaders. At the same time, he exchanged a look that could only be understood. The Miao village leaders understood tacitly and returned the greeting. Yang Fan then said to Hu Yuanli, "Brother Hu, I'll have to trouble you to deal with the unfinished matters of Qianzhou. Let's go to Lingnan and meet up with brother Hu in Jingzhou." Hu Yuanli smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Yang Longzhou. I'll definitely handle the unfinished matters here." Yang Fan nodded and cupped his fist to the crowd. He turned around and said to Sun Yuxuan, "Brother Sun, let's go." Sun Yuxuan looked a little absent-minded. His eyes swept across the crowd as if he was looking for someone. In the end, he sighed dejectedly and nodded dispiritedly. He then turned around quietly with Yang Fan. A guard brought the horse over. Yang Fan pulled the saddle and leaped onto the horse with great agility. Sun Yuxuan, on the other hand, felt as if his boots weighed 1,000 pounds. He reluctantly turned around and looked at the Miao village buildings on the hillside. He sighed softly before he grabbed the saddle tightly and lifted his leg. At this moment, a singing voice echoed in the mountain. The voice was as clear and melodious as the bamboo flute made from the green bamboos in the mountain. It was as graceful as the larks flying on the branches. "When we first meet, the brother in the evil official's hand protects the sister. The steel knife you block for the sister. The whip you resist for the sister." Sun Yuxuan almost missed his step and knocked his nose on the saddle. He turned around in pleasant surprise and followed the sound of the song to find her. He found her. It was Miss Hu Fei. There was no mistake. He knew it was her the moment he heard the voice. "When we first meet, it's like a carp in the big river. The carp has to grow into the big river. The love between the fish and the water lasts forever." Sun Yuxuan saw it. It was a Miao building, a stretch of verdant green. Miss Hu Fei, dressed in green, stood under a green tree, like the most beautiful and brightest leaf on the Miao Mountain. The clear and pleasant voice came from her. Sun Yuxuan looked at her beautiful figure excitedly. He did not know what to do. The hillside was quiet for a while. Miss Hu Fei's voice started again, picking tea from the mountain, picking flowers from the azalea. When the flowers bloom, someone picks them. When a sister sings, no one answers. There was a hint of sadness in her voice. Sun Yuxuan was so anxious that he kept rubbing his hands. He did not know how to comfort her. He really did not know how to sing a mountain song. The four brothers who accompanied their father to send off the imperial envoy winked and whispered a few words. The 11-year-old third brother was pushed out and stood next to Sun Yuxuan. He covered his mouth and sang for him. The sun sparrow loves the green mountain ridge. The cows and horses love the green lawn. The bees love the flowers. The fish love the water. I love the sister. I can't open my mouth. On the hillside, Miss Hu Fei's voice carried a hint of joy. When I first entered the garden to see the begonia, it's like Fan Lang meeting Meng Jiang. Sister is willing to be a Meng Jiang girl. Stay for a long time, and love will spread far and wide. The fish meets its companion on the beach. The bird meets its soulmate on the mountain. Be like the river that never stops flowing. Don't be like the bamboo shoots that grow hollow. Learn from the green pine to the end. Don't be like the peach blossoms. Girl, sister is like a candle in one heart. Don't be like others. A new kind of love song was sung up and down the slope. Hu Yuanli and Yang Fan stood side by side, twirling his beard with his hand. He shook his head and listened for a while. He smiled at Yang Fan and said, Yang Longzhou, I think it's better to ask Dr. Sun to stay in Manzhou. I will accompany you to Lingnan. What do you think? Yang Fan smiled in a zen manner and said, Very good. I have the same intention. A gentleman should help others achieve their goals. Among the civil officials of the Tang dynasty, there were very few who were foolish. The two looked at each other and laughed. Brother is my sister. Sister is my brother. The bird is the green mountain. The fish is the river. The spring frost young sparrow dies in the cold. Learn to share the river with the carp. Amidst the increasingly passionate love song and the ringing of the horse's bell, Yang Fan and his entourage left the Miao Stockade village and set foot on the mountain road to Lingnan. The mountain road was rugged. After 9 turns, the long entourage gradually disappeared into the depths of the Green Mountain. Lingnan Road, Panzhou Prefecture. The provincial governor's residence had now become the imperial envoy's office. Wang Guojun sat on the seat of honor and listened to his subordinate's panicked report. Middle Minister Yang Fan went to Yao Prefecture and Huang Jingrong died. He went to Man Prefecture and Lu Guangye died. Now, he's coming to Panzhou. Bang! A wine cup flew towards his face and hit his nose. Blood and wine immediately flowed from his nose. The man was in so much pain that tears rolled down his face. He covered his nose and looked at Wang Guojun in confusion. Wang Guojun's face darkened as he scolded. Do you mean that if he comes to Panzhou, the imperial envoy, will also die? Is he the reincarnation of a jinx or a god of plague that descended to the mortal world? The man finally understood why the middle minister was angry. He quickly explained, What I mean is that this person is not here with good intentions. Middle minister should be cautious. Wang Guojun looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha, Lu Guangye, Huang Jingrong, this bunch of idiots have always looked down on me. They think that I can only hide behind the handsome officials and come up with strategies. Idiots are idiots. What do they know? Wang Guojun stood up in disdain. He walked with his hands behind his back and said, Huang Jingrong's death is due to the chaos in Yao Prefecture. Lu Guangye's death is due to the upcoming chaos in Man Prefecture. What about Lingnan? Wang Guojun was like a great emperor. He slowly waved his hand and said, Pan Prefecture is in chaos, but this official calmed it down with a flick of my finger. Even the Pan provincial governor's mansion has become this middle minister's temporary headquarters. Now that Lingnan Prefecture is peaceful, even if that Yang Fan comes, what can he do to this middle minister? What excuse does he have to make a move against this official? Wang Guojun suddenly turned around and pointed with his finger. He asked in a stern voice, You dare to rebel? There were many local officials and minority leaders sitting on both sides of the table. Wang Guojun was pointing at a chieftain wearing a feather crown. That person was frightened by his finger and shook his head repeatedly. Wang Guojun suddenly pointed to the left and pointed at another local leader. He said in a mocking tone, "That is you who wants to rebel." That person panicked. The head of the provincial governor was still hanging on a pole outside the provincial governor's manor. Wang Guojun's finger almost scared him out of his wits. He hurriedly professed, "No, no, no. Vice Premier has eliminated the treacherous officials and returned peace to the region. We are filled with admiration and respect for Vice Premier Wan. We are all loyal and good people. How can we rebel? We definitely won't dare to rebel." Wang Guojun looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha. This official has contributed to the country and the people. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? I want to kill him." The young man gripped the sharp stone tightly and ground it. With a calmness that did not match his age, he coldly said these words. This youth looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. He was only a head shorter than an adult. His bones were thick and his body was tall and sturdy. But his appearance was full of childishness. He seemed to be only about 10 years old. This person was Feng Yuanyi, the son of provincial governor Feng Juanheng of Panzhou. He had just turned 10 this year. Because he was born with thick bones and grew quickly, his height and appearance were much more mature than his peers. As Feng Yuanyi spoke, he ground a sharp stone on a large rock. It looked like he wanted to sharpen it into a stone knife. His hands were already bleeding from the grinding, but he seemed to be unaware of it. Squatting beside him was a young girl of about 8 or 9 years old. She had a delicate appearance and a pair of big eyes. She said timidly, "Brother Yuanyi, he is the imperial envoy. How can you kill him?" "I don't care. He killed my father. I must kill him." Feng Yuanyi was blinded by hatred. There was only one thought in his mind. By this time, Yang Fan's troops had already entered the boundaries of Panzhou.